Island. Th. September 1889. Tuesday 6th. I am exulting to do nothing. It pours with rain from the westward, very unusual kind of weather. I was standing out on the little veranda in front of my room this morning, and there went through me or over me a wave of extraordinary and apparently baseless emotion. I literally staggered. And then the explanation came, and I knew I had found a frame of mind and body that belonged to Scotland, and particularly to the neighborhood of Callander. Very odd, these identities, 314 of sensation, and the world of connotations implied, Highland huts and peat smoke, and the brown, swirling rivers and wet clothes and whiskey, and the romance of the past, and that indescribable bite of the whole thing at a man's heart, which either rather lies at the bottom of a story. I don't know if you are a Barbie d'Aurevillian. I am. I have a great delight in his Norman stories. Do you know the Chevalier des Touches and Elle Ensorcellée? They are admirable, they reek of the soil and the past. But I was rather thinking just now of La Ride-au-Cramoisy and its adorable setting of the stopped coach, the dark street, the homigoing in the inn-yard, and the red blind illuminated. Without doubt, there was an identity of sensation, one of those conjunctions in life that had filled Barbie full to the brim and permanently bent his memory. I wonder exceedingly if I have done anything at all good, and who can tell me, and why should I wish to know? In so little a while, I and the English language and the bones of my descendants will have ceased to be a memory, and Yeton would like to leave an image for a few years upon men's minds for fun. This is a very dark frame of mind, consequent on overwork and the conclusion of the excruciating ebb tide. Adieu. What do you suppose should be done with the ebb tide? It would make a volume of 200 pp. On the other hand, I might likely have some more stories soon. The Owl, Death in the Pot, The Sleeper Awakened, all these are possible. The Owl might be half as long, The Sleeper Awakened ditto, Death in the Pot a deal shorter, I believe. Then there's The Go-Between, which is not impossible altogether. The Owl, The Sleeper Awakened, and The Go-Between end reasonably well. Death in the Pot is an ungodly massacre. Oh well, The Owl only ends well in so far as some lovers come together, and nobody is killed. 315 at the moment, but you know they are all doomed. They are Chouan fellows. Friday 9th. Well, the mail is in. No blue book. Depressing letter from 100. A long, amusing ramble from my mother. Vast masses of Romic. They are going to war now, and what will that lead to? And what has driven them to it but the persistent misconduct of these two officials? I know I ought to rewrite the end of this bloody ebb tide. Well, I can't. C'est plus fort que moi. It has to go the way it is, and be bound to it. From what I make out of the reviews, 62, I think it would be better not to republish the ebb tide, but keep it for other tales if they should turn up. Very amusing how the reviews pick out one story and damn the rest, and it is always a different one. Be sure you send me the article from Le Temps. Talking of which, ain't it manners in France to acknowledge a dedication? I have never heard a word from Le Sieur Burget. Saturday 17th. Since I wrote this last, I have written a whole chapter of my grandfather and read it tonight. It was on the whole much appreciated, and I kind of hope it ain't bad myself. 'Tis a third writing, but it wants a fourth. By next mail, I believe I might send you 3 chapters. That is to say, family annals, the service of the Northern Lights, and the building of the Bell Rock, possibly even 4 a houseful of boys. I could finish my grandfather very easy now. My father and Uncle Alan stopped the way. I propose to call the book Northern Lights, Memoirs of a Family of Engineers. I tell you, it is going to be a good book. My idea in sending Ms. would be to get it set up. 2 proofs to me, 1 to Professor Swan, Archipel, Helensburgh Market Private and Confidential, own 316 to yourself, and come on with criticisms, but you'll have to see. The total plan of the book is this. 1. Domestic Annals. 2. The Service of the Northern Lights. 3. The Building of the Bell Rock. 4. A Houseful of Boys, or the Family in Baxter's Place. There will be an introduction, the surname of Stevenson, which has proved a mighty queer subject of inquiry. But Lord, if I were among libraries. 5. Education of an Engineer. 6. The Grandfather. 7. Alan Stevenson. 8. Thomas Stevenson. Sunday, 18th. I shall put in this envelope the end of the ever-to-be-execrated ebb tide or Stevenson's blooming era. Also, a paper apart for David Balfour. The slips must go in another enclosure, I suspect, owing to their beastly bulk. Anyway, there are two pieces of work off my mind, and though I could wish I had rewritten a little more of David, yet it was plainly to be seen it was impossible. All the points indicated by you have been brought out, but to rewrite the end, in my present state of over-exhaustion and fiction phobia, would have been madness, and I let it go as it stood. My grandfather is good enough for me these days. I do not work any less, on the whole, if anything, a little more, but it is different. The slips go to you in 4 packets. I hope they are what they should be, but do not think so. I am at a pitch of discontent with fiction in all its my forms that prevents me being able to be even interested. I have had to stop all drink. Smoking I am trying to stop also. It annoys me dreadfully, and yet if I take a glass of claret, I have a headache the next day. Oh, and a good headache too, none of your trifles. Well, sir, here's to you, and farewell. Yours ever. R50S. To Edmund Goss. June 10th, 1893. My dear Goss, my mother tells me you never received the very long and careful letter that I sent you more than a year ago, or is it 2 years? I was indeed so much surprised at your silence that I wrote to Henry James and begged him to inquire if you had received it. His reply was an if possible higher power of the same silence, whereupon I bowed my head and acquiesced. But there is no doubt the letter was written and sent, and I am sorry it was lost, for it contained, among other things, an irrecoverable criticism of your father's life, with a number of suggestions for another edition, which struck me at the time as excellent. Well, suppose we call that cried off and begin as before. It is fortunate indeed that we can do so, being both for a while longer in the day. But alas, when I see works of the late Jas 63, I can see no help and no reconciliation possible. I wrote him a letter, I think, 3 years ago, heard in some roundabout way that he had received it, waited in vain for an answer which had probably miscarried, and in a humor between frowns and smiles wrote to him no more. And now the strange, poignant, pathetic, brilliant creature is gone into the night, and the voice is silent that uttered so much excellent discourse, and I am sorry that I did not write to him again. Yet I am glad for him, light lie the turf. The Saturday is the only obituary I have seen, and I thought it very good upon the whole. I should be half tempted to write an in memoriam, but I am submerged with other work. Are you going to do it? I very much admire your efforts that way. You are our only academician. So you have tried fiction. I will tell you the truth. 318, when I saw it announced, I was so sure you would send it to me that I did not order it. But the order goes this mail, and I will give you news of it. Yes, honestly, fiction is very difficult. It is a terrible strain to carry your characters all that time. And the difficulty of according the narrative and the dialogue in a work in the third person is extreme. That is one reason out of half a dozen why I so often prefer the first. It is much in my mind just now, because of my last work, just off the stocks 3 days ago, The Ebb Tide, a dreadful, grimy business in the third person, where the strain between a vilely realistic dialogue and a narrative style pitched about in phrase 4 notes higher than it should have been, has sown my head with grey hairs, or I believe soif my head escaped, my heart has them. The truth is, I have a little lost my way and stand bemused at the crossroads. A subject, I have dozens, I have at least 4 novels begun, they are none good enough, and the mill waits, and ill have to take second best. The ebb tide I make the world a present of, I expect, and I suppose, deserve to be torn to pieces, but there was all that good work lying useless, and I had to finish it. All your news of your family is pleasant to hear. My wife has been very ill, but is now better. I may say I am ditto, the ebb tide having left me high and dry, which is a good example of the mixed metaphor. Our home and estate and our boys, and the politics of the island, keep us perpetually amused and busy, and I grind away with an odd, dogged, down sensation and an idea in petto that the game is about played out. I have got too realistic, and I must break the trammels I would if I could, but the yoke is heavy. I saw with amusement that Zola says the same thing, and truly the debacle was a mighty big book. I have no need for a bigger, though the last part is a mere mistake in my opinion. But the emperor and sedan, and the doctor at the ambulance, and the horses 319 in the field of battle, Lord, how gripped it is. What an epical performance. According to my usual opinion, I believe I could go over that book and leave a masterpiece by blotting and no ulterior art. But that is an old story, ever new with me. Taine gone, and Renan, and Symonds, and Tennyson, and Browning. The suns go swiftly out, and I see no suns to follow, nothing but a universal twilight of the demi-divinities, with parties like you and me, and Lang beating on toy drums and playing on penny whistles about glowworms. But Zola is big anyway. He has plenty in his belly, too much, that is all. He wrote The Debacle, and he wrote La Bête Humaine, perhaps the most excruciatingly silly book that I ever read to an end. And why did I read it to an end? W.E.G. Because the animal in me was interested in the lewdness. Not sincerely, of course, my mind refusing to partake in it, but the flesh was slightly pleased. And when it was done, I cast it from me with a peal of laughter and forgot it, as I would forget a Montepin. Taine is to me perhaps the chief of these losses. I did luxuriate in his origins. It was something beyond literature, not quite so good, if you please, but so much more systematic, and the pages that had to be written always so adequate. Robespierre, Napoleon were both excellent good. June 18th, 93. Well, I have left fiction wholly and gone to my grandfather, and on the whole found peace. By next month my grandfather will begin to be quite grown up. I have already 3 chapters about as good as done, by which, of course, as you know, I mean till further notice or the next discovery. I like biography far better than fiction myself. Fiction is too free. In biography you have your little handful of facts, little bits of a puzzle, and you sit and think, and fit 'em together this way and that, and get up and throw 'em down, and say damn, and go out for a walk. And it's real soothing, and when done, gives an idea of finish to the writer that is very peaceful. Of course, it's not really so finished, as 320 quite a rotten novel. It always has and always must have the incurable illogicalities of life about it, the fathoms of slack and the miles of tedium. Still, that's where the fun comes in, and when you have at last managed to shut up the castle's spectre dullness, the very outside of his door looks beautiful by contrast. There are pages in these books that may seem nothing to the reader, but you remember what they were, you know what they might have been, and they seem to you witty beyond comparison. In my grandfather, I've had for instance to give up the temporal order almost entirely. Doubtless, the temporal order is the great foe of the biographer. It is so tempting, so easy, and lo, there you are in the bog, ever yours. R50, Stevenson. With all kind messages from self and wife to you and yours. My wife is very much better, having been the early part of this year alarmingly 99. She is now all right, only complaining of trifles, annoying to her, but happily not interesting to her friends. I'm in a hideous state, having stopped drink and smoking, yes, both. No wine, no tobacco, and the dreadful part of it is that looking forward I have what shall I say, nauseating intimations that it ought to be forever. To Henry James. Valema Plantation, Samoan Islands, June 17, 1893. My dear Henry James, I believe I have neglected a mail in answering yours. You will be very sorry to hear that my wife was exceedingly ill, and very glad to hear that she is better. I cannot say that I feel any more anxiety about her. We shall send you a photograph of her taken in Sydney in her customary island habit, as she 321 walks and gardens, and shrilly drills her brown assistants. She was very ill when she sat for it, which may a little explain the appearance of the photograph. It reminds me of a friend of my grandmother's who used to say when talking to younger women, "Awil, when I was young, I wasn't just exactly what ye wad call bonny, but I was pale, penetratin', and interestin'. I would not venture to hint that Fanny is no bonny, but there is no doubt but that in this presentment she is pale, penetratin', and interestin'. As you are aware, I have been wading deep waters and contending with the great ones of the earth, not wholly without success. It is, you may be interested to hear, a dreary and infuriating business. If you can get the fools to admit one thing, they will always save their face by denying another. If you can induce them to take a step to the right hand, they generally indemnify themselves by cutting a caper to the left. I always held upon no evidence whatever, from a mere sentiment or intuition, that politics was the dirtiest, the most foolish, and the most random of human employments. I always held, but now I know it. Fortunately, you have nothing to do with anything of the kind, and I may spare you the horror of further details. I received from you a book by a man by the name of Anatole France. Why should I disguise it? I have no use for Anatole. He writes very prettily, and then afterwards, Baron Marbat was a different pair of shoes. So likewise is the Baron de Vitrolles, whom I am now perusing with delight. His escape in 1814 is one of the best pages I remember anywhere to have read. But Marbat and Vitrolles are dead, and what has become of the living? It seems as if literature were coming to a stand. I am sure it is with me, and I am sure everybody will say so when they have the privilege of reading The Ebb Tide. My dear man, the grimness of that story is not to be depicted in words. There are only 4 characters, to be sure, but 322, they are such a troop of swine, and their behavior is really so deeply beneath any possible standard, that on a retrospect I wonder I have been able to endure them myself until the yarn was finished. Well, there is always one thing, it will serve as a touchstone. If the admirers of Zola admire him for his pertinent ugliness and pessimism, I think they should admire this. But if, as I have long suspected, they neither admire nor understand the man's art, and only wallow in his rancidness like a hound in offal, then they will certainly be disappointed in The Ebb Tide. Alas, poor little tale, it is not even rancid. By way of an antidote or febrifuge, I am going on at a great rate with my history of the Stevensons, which I hope may prove rather amusing, in some parts at least. The excess of materials weighs upon me. My grandfather is a delightful comedy part, and I have to treat him besides as a serious and in his way a heroic figure, and at times I lose my way, and I fear in the end will blur the effect. However, à la grâce de Dieu, he'll make a spoon or spoil a horn. You see, I have to do the building of the Bell Rock by cutting down and packing my grandsire's book, which I rather hope I have done, but do not know, and it makes a huge chunk of a very different style and quality between chapters 2 and 4. And it can't be helped, it is just a delightful and exasperating necessity. You know, the stuff is really excellent narrative, only perhaps there's too much of it. There is the rub. Well, it will be plain to you that my mind is affected. It might be with less. The Ebb Tide and Northern Lights are a full meal for any plain man. I have written and ordered your last book, The Real Thing, so be sure and don't send it. What else are you doing or thinking of doing? News I have none and don't want any. I have had to stop all strong drink and all tobacco, and am now in a transition state between the two, which seems to be near madness. You never smoked, I think, so you can never taste the joys of stopping it. 323, but at least you have drunk, and you can enter perhaps into my annoyance when I suddenly find a glass of claret or a brandy and waiter give me a splitting headache the next morning. No mistake about it, drink anything, and there's your headache. Tobacco just as bad for me. If I live through this breach of habit, I shall be a white-livered puppy indeed. Actually, I am so made, or so twisted, that I do not like to think of a life without the red wine on the table and the tobacco with its lovely little coal of fire. It doesn't amuse me from a distance. I may find it the Garden of Eden when I go in, but I don't like the color of the gateposts. Suppose somebody said to you, you are to leave your home and your books and your clubs and go out and camp in mid-Africa and command an expedition, you would howl and kick and flee. I think the same of a life without wine and tobacco, and if this goes on, I've got to go and do it, sir, in the living flesh. I thought Birgit was a friend of yours, and I thought the French were a polite race. He has taken my dedication with a stately silence that has surprised me into apoplexy. Did I go and dedicate my book to the nasty alien and the norrid Frenchman and the bloody Furanier? Well, I wouldn't do it again, and unless his case is susceptible of explanation, you might perhaps tell him so over the walnuts and the wine, by way of speeding the gay hours. Sincerely, I thought my dedication worth a letter. If anything be worth anything here below, do you know the story of the man who found a button in his hash and called the waiter? What do you call that? Says he. Well, said the waiter, what do you expect? Expect to find a gold watch and chain? Heavenly apologue, is it not? I expected rather to find a gold watch and chain. I expected to be able to smoke to excess and drink to comfort all the days of my life, and I am 324 still indignantly staring on this button. It's not even a button, it's a teetotal badge. Ever yours. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Sydney Colvin. Saturday, 24th June. My dear Colvin, yesterday morning, after a day of absolute temperance, I awoke to the worst headache I had had yet. Accordingly, temperance was said farewell to, quinine instituted, and I believe my pains are soon to be over. We wait with a kind of sighing impatience for war to be declared or to blow finally off, living in the meanwhile in a kind of children's hour of firelight and shadow and preposterous tales. The king seen at night, galloping up our road upon unknown errands and covering his face as he passes our cook, Matoffa daily. Surrounded when he awakes with fresh white man's boxes query, ammunition, and professing to be quite ignorant of where they come from, marches of bodies of men across the island, concealment of ditto in the bush, the coming on and off of different chiefs, and such a mass of ravelment and ragtag as the devil himself could not unwind. Wednesday, 28 June. Yesterday it rained with but little intermission, but I was jealous of news. Graham and I got into the saddle about 1 o'clock and off down to town. In town there was nothing but rumors going. In the night drums had been beat, the men had run to arms on Mulinu from as far as Vayala, and the alarm proved false. There were no signs of any gathering in Appia proper, and the Secretary of State had no news to give. I believed him too, for we are brither Scots. Then the temptation came upon me strong to go on to the ford and see the Matoffa villages, where we heard there was more afoot. Off we rode. When we came to Veymusu, the houses were very full of men, but all seemingly unarmed. 325 immediately beyond is that river over which we passed in our scamper with Lady Jersey. It was all solitary. 300 yards beyond is a second ford, and there I came face to face with war. Under the trees on the further bank sat a picket of 7 men with Winchesters, their faces bright, their eyes ardent. As we came up, they did not speak or move, only their eyes followed us. The horses drank, and we passed the ford. Talofa, I said, and the commandant of the picket said Talofa, and then, when we were almost by, remembered himself and asked where we were going. To Famuina, I said, and we rode on. Every house by the wayside was crowded with armed men. There was the European house of a Chinaman on the right-hand side. A flag of truce flying over the Gattindeed. We saw 3 of these. In what little way we penetrated into Matoffa's linesol, the foreigners trying to protect their goods, and the Chinaman's veranda overflowed with men and girls and Winchesters. By the way we met a party of about 10 or a dozen marching with their guns and cartridge belts, and the cheerful alacrity and brightness of their looks set my head turning with envy and sympathy. Arrived at Veyusu, the houses about the Mali village green were thronged with men, all armed. On the outside of the council house, which was all full within there, stood an orator. He had his back turned to his audience and seemed to address the world at large. All the time we were there, his strong voice continued unabated, and I heard snatches of political wisdom rising and falling. The house of Famuina stands on a knoll in the Mali. Thither we mounted, a boy ran out and took our horses, and we went in. Famuina was there himself, his wife Pelpa, 3 other chiefs, and some attendants, and here again was this exulting spectacle as of people on their marriage day. Famuina, when I last saw him, was an elderly, limping gentleman with much of the debility of age. It was a bright-eyed boy that greeted me. The lady 326 was no less excited. All had cartridge belts. We stayed but a little while to smoke a celui. I would not have kava made, as I thought my escapade was already dangerous, perhaps even blameworthy enough. On the way back, we were much greeted, and on coming to the ford, the commandant came and asked me if there were many on the other side. Very many, said I, not that I knew, but I would not lead them on the ice. That is well, said he, and the little picket laughed aloud as we splashed into the river. We returned to Appia, through Appia, and out to windward as far as Vayala, where the word went that the men of the Veymoga had assembled. We met 2 boys carrying pigs, and saw 6 young men busy cooking in a cook-house. but no sign of an assembly, no arms, no blackened faces. I forgot, as we turned to leave Famuina's, there ran forward a man with his face blackened, and the back of his lava girded up so as to show his tattooed hips naked. He leaped before us, cut a wonderful caper, and flung his knife high in the air and caught it. It was strangely savage and fantastic and high-spirited. I have seen a child doing the same antics long before in a dance, so that it is plainly an accepted solemnity. I should say that for weeks the children have been playing with spears. Up by the plantation I took a short cut, which shall never be repeated, through grass and weeds over the horses' heads and among rolling stones. I thought we should have left a horse there, but fortune favored us. So home a little before 6, in a dashing squall of rain, to a bowl of kava and dinner. But the impression on our minds was extraordinary. The sight of that picket at the ford, and those ardent, happy faces whirls in my head. The old aboriginal awoke in both of us and nickered like a stallion. It is dreadful to think that I must sit apart here and do nothing. I do not know if I can stand it out. But you see, I may be of use to these poor people if I keep quiet, and if I threw myself in, I should have a bad job 327 of it to save myself. There, I have written this to you, and it is still but 7. In the day and the sun only about 1 hour up. Can I go back to my old grandpapa and men sitting with Winchesters in my mind's eye? No, war is a huge entrainment. There is no other temptation to be compared to it, not one. We were all wet. We had been about 5 hours in the saddle, mostly riding hard, and we came home like schoolboys with such a lightness of spirits, and I am sure such a brightness of eye as you could have lit a candle at. Do you appreciate the height and depth of my temptation, that I have about 9 miles to ride, and I can become a general officer, and tonight I might seize Mulinu and have the 100 J under arrest, and yet I stay here. It seems incredible, so huge is the empire of prudence and the second thought. Thursday, 29th. I had 2 priests to luncheon yesterday, the bishop and Pierre Ramai. They were very pleasant, and quite clean too, which has been known sometimes not to be even with bishops. Monseigneur is not unimposing. With his white beard and his violet girdle he looks splendidly episcopal, and when our 3 waiting lads came up one after another and kneeled before him in the big hall and kissed his ring, it did me good for a piece of pageantry. Ramai is very engaging. He is a little, nervous, eager man, like a governess, and brimful of laughter and small jokes. So is the bishop indeed, and our luncheon party went off more merrily than many a German spread, though with so much less liquor. One trait was delicious. With a complete ignorance of the Protestant that I would scarce have imagined, he related to us as news little stories from the Gospels and got the names all wrong. His comments were delicious, and to our ears a thought irreverent. Ah, il connaissait son monde, à l'aise, il était fin, notre Seigneur, etc. Friday down with Fanny and Belle to lunch at the International. Heard there about the huge folly of the 328-hour, all the Mulinu ammunition having been yesterday marched openly to vaults in Mateful, and this morning, on a cry of protest from the whites, openly and humiliatingly disinterred and marched back again. People spoke of it with a kind of shrill note that did not quite satisfy me. They seemed not quite well at ease. Luncheon over, we rode out on the Meili road. All was quiet in Veusu, and when we got to the second ford, alas, there was no picket, which was just what Bell had come to sketch. On through quite empty roads, the houses deserted, never a gun to be seen, and at last a drum and a penny whistle playing in Veusu and a cricket match on the Mallee. Went up to Famuina's. He is a trifle uneasy, though he gives us kava. I cannot see what ails him, and it appears that he has an engagement with the Chief Justice at 2:30 to sell a piece of land. Is this the reason why war has disappeared? We ride back, stopping to sketch here and there the fords, a flag of truce, etc. I ride on to Public Hall Committee and pass an hour with my committees very heavily. To the hotel to dinner, then to the ball, and home by 11, very tired. At the ball I heard some news of how the chief of Letnu said that I was the source of all this trouble and should be punished, and my family as well. This and the rudeness of the man at the ford of the Gace looks but ill. I should have said that Famuina, as he approached the first ford, was spoken to by a girl, and immediately said goodbye and plunged into the bush. The girl had told him there was a war party out from Mulinu, and a little further on, As we stopped to sketch a flag of truce, the beating of drums and the sound of a bugle from that direction startled us. We saw nothing, and I believe Mulinu is at least at present incapable of any act of offense. One good job, these threats to my home and family take away all my childish temptation to go out and fight. Our force must be here to protect ourselves. I see panic rising among the whites. I hear the shrill note of it in their voices. 329, and they talk already about a refuge on the warships. There are two here, both German, and the Orlando is expected presently. Sunday, 9th July. Well, the war has at last begun. For 4 or 5 days, Appia has been filled by these poor children with their faces blacked, and the red handkerchief about their brows, that makes the Malayatoa uniform, and the boats have been coming in from the windward, some of them 50 strong, with a drum and a bugle on board the bugle, always ill-played and a sort of jester leaping and capering on the sparred nose of the boat, and the whole crew uttering from time to time a kind of menacing ululation. Friday they marched out to the bush, and yesterday morning we heard that some had returned to their houses for the night, as they found it so uncomfortable. After dinner, a messenger came up to me with a note that the wounded were arriving at the mission house. Fanny Lloyd and I saddled and rode off with a lantern. It was a fine starry night, though pretty cold. We left the lantern at Tanugamanono and then down in the starlight. I found Appia and myself in a strange state of flusteration. My own excitement was gloomy and I may say truculent. Others appeared imbecile, some sullen. The best place in the whole town was the hospital. A longish frame house it was, with a big table in the middle for operations, and 10 Samoans, each with an average of 4 sympathizers, stretched along the walls. Clark was there, steady as a die. Miss Large, little spectacled angel, showed herself a real trump. The nice, clean German orderlies in their white uniforms looked and meant business. I hear a fine story of Miss Largia Castern, Tito Toller going to the public house for a bottle of brandy. The doctors were not there when I arrived, but presently it was observed that one of the men was going cold. He was a magnificent Samoan, very dark, with a noble aquiline countenance, like an Arab, I suppose, and was 330 surrounded by 7 people, fondling his limbs as he lay. He was shot through both lungs. And an orderly was sent to the town for the German naval doctors, who were dining there. Meantime, I found an errand of my own. Both Clark and Miss Large expressed a wish to have the public hall, of which I am chairman, and I set off downtown and woke people out of their beds and got a committee together, and with a great deal of difficulty from one man, whom we finally overwhelmed, got the public hall for them. Bar the one man, the committee was splendid, and agreed in a moment to share the expense if the shareholders object. Back to the hospital about 11. Found the German doctors there. 2 men were going now. One that was shot in the bowelsh was dying rather hard, in a gloomy stupor of pain and laudanum, silent, with contorted face. The chief, shot through the lungs, was lying on one side, awaiting the last angel. His family held his hands and legs. They were all speechless. Only one woman suddenly clasped his knee and keened for the inside of 5 seconds and fell silent again. Went home and to bed about 2:1000. What actually passed seems undiscoverable, but the Matoffers were surely driven back out of Vatel. That is a blow to them, and the resistance was far greater than had been anticipated, which is a blow to the Lopepers. All seems to indicate a long and bloody war. Frank's house in Mulinu was likewise filled with wounded. Many dead bodies were brought in. I hear with certainty of 5, wrapped in mats, and a pastor goes tomorrow to the field to bring others. The Lopepers brought in 11 heads to Mulinu, and to the great horror and consternation of the native mind, one proved to be a girl and was identified as that of a topper maid of the village from Savy. I hear this morning, with great relief, that it has been returned to Maley, wrapped in the most costly silk handkerchiefs and with an apologetic embassy. This could easily happen. The girl was of 331 course, attending on her father with ammunition, and got shot. Her hair was cut short to make her father's war headdress, as our own Sina's is at this moment, and the decollator was probably in his red flurry of fight. Wholly unconscious of her sex, I am sorry for him in the future. He must make up his mind to many bitter jests, perhaps to vengeance, But what an end to one chosen for her beauty and, in the time of peace, watched over by trusty crones and hunchbacks. Evening, can I write or not? I played lawn tennis in the morning, and after lunch down with Graham to Apia. Ulu, he that was shot in the lungs, still lives. He that was shot in the bowels is gone to his father's, poor, fierce child. I was able to be of some very small help, and in the way of helping myself to information, to prove myself a mere gazer at meteors. But there seems no doubt the Matoffas for the time are scattered. The most of our friends are involved in this disaster, and Matoffa himself, who might have swept the islands a few months ago, for him to fall so poorly doubles my regret. They say the Taupu had a gun and fired, probably an excuse manufactured ex post facto. I go down tomorrow at 12 to stay the afternoon and help Miss Large. In the hospital today, when I first entered it, there were no attendants, only the wounded and their friends, all equally sleeping and their heads poised upon the wooden pillows. There is a pretty enough boy there, slightly wounded, whose fate is to be envied. 2 girls, and one of the most beautiful, with beaming eyes, tend him and sleep upon his pillow. In the other corner, another young man, very patient and brave, lies wholly deserted. Yet he seems to me far the better of the 2, but not so pretty. Heavens, what a difference that makes! In our not very well proportioned bodies and our finely hideous faces, the 132 and rather the 164 thighs way or that. 16 heads in all at Mulinu. I am so stiff I can scarce move without a howl. Monday 10th, some news that Matoffa is gone to Savi by way of Manono. This may mean a great deal more warfaring and no great issue. When Sissimo came in this morning with my breakfast, he had to lift me up. It is no joke to play lawn tennis after carrying your right arm in a sling so many years. What a hard, unjust business this is. On the 28th, if Matoffa had moved, he could have still swept Mulinu. He waited, and I fear he is now only the stick of a rocket. Wednesday, 12th, no more political news, but many rumors. The government troops are off to Manono, no word of Matoffa. Oh, there is a passage in my mother's letter which puzzles me as to a date. Is it next Christmas you are coming, or the Christmas after? This is most important and must be understood at once. If it is next Christmas, I could not go to Ceylon for lack of gold, and you would have to adopt one of the following alternatives. First, either come straight on here and pass a month with us, tease the rainy season, but we have often lovely weather. Or second, come to Hawaii, and I will meet you there. Hawaii is only a week's sail from S. Francisco, making only about 16 days on the heaving ocean, and the steamers run once a fortnight, so that you could turn round, and you could thus pass a day or 2 in the States a fortnight even and still see me. But I have sworn to take no further excursions till I have money saved to pay for them, and to go to Ceylon and back would be torture unless I had a lot. You must answer this at once, please, so that I may know what to do. We would dearly like you to come on here. I'll tell you how it can be done. I can come up and meet you at Hawaii, and if you had at all got over your seasickness, I could just come on board, and we could return together to Samoa, and you could have a month of our life here, which I believe you could not help liking. Our horses are the devil, of course, miserable screws, and some of them a little vicious. I had a dreadful fright. 333 passage in my mother's letter is recrossed, and I see it says the end of 94. So much the better then, but I would like to submit to you my alternative plan. I could meet you at Hawaii and reconduct you to Hawaii, so that we could have a full 6 weeks together, and I believe a little over, and you would see this place of mine, and have a sniff of native life, native foods, native house, and perhaps be in time to see the German flag raised. Who knows? And we could generally yarn for all we were worth. I should like you to see Vailima, and I should be curious to know how the climate affected you. It is quite hit or miss. It suits me, it suits Graham, it suits all our family, others it does not suit at all. It is either gold or poison. I rise at 6, the rest at 7, lunch is at 12, at 5 we go to lawn tennis till dinner at 6, and to roost early. A man brought in a head to Mulinu in great glory. They washed the black paint off, and behold, it was his brother. When I last heard, he was sitting in his house, with the head upon his lap, and weeping. Barbarous war is an ugly business, but I believe the civilized is fully uglier. But Lord, What fun. I should say we now have definite news that there are 3 women's heads. It was difficult to get it out of the natives, who are all ashamed, and the women all in terror of reprisals. Nothing has been done to punish or disgrace these hateful innovators. It was a false report that the head had been returned. Thursday, 13th. Matafa driven away from Savi. I cannot write about this and do not know what should be the end of it. Monday, 17th. Haggard and Ahrens, a German clerk, to lunch yesterday. There is no real certain news yet. I must say, no man could swear to any result, but the sky looks horribly black for Matafa and so many of our friends along with him. The thing has an abominable, a beastly, nightmare interest. But it's wonderful generally. 334 how little one cares about the wounded, hospital sites, etc., things that used to murder me. I was far more struck with the excellent way in which things were managed, as if it had been a peep show. I held some of the things at an operation and did not care a dump. Tuesday, 18th. Sunday came the Katoomba, Captain Bickford 100, 1000. Yesterday, Graham and I went down to call and find he has orders to suppress Matafa at once and has to go down today before daybreak to Manono. He is a very capable, energetic man. If he had only come 10 days ago, all this would have gone by, but now the questions are thick and difficult. Will Matafa surrender? Will his people allow themselves to be disarmed? What will happen to them if they do? What will any of them believe after former deceptions? The 3 consuls were scampering on horseback to Lulumoga to the king. No Cusack Smith, without whose accession I could not send a letter to Matafa. I rode up here, wrote my letter in the sweat of the concordance, and with the able-bodied help of Loyden dined. Then down in continual showers and pitchy darkness, and to Cusack Smith's, not returned. Back to the inn for my horse, and to 100 S. When I find him just returned, and he accepts my letter. Thence home, by 12, jolly tired and wet, and today have been in a crispation of energy and ill temper, raking my wretched mail together. It is a hateful business, waiting for the news. It may come to a fearful massacre yet. Yours ever. R50 S. To James S. Stevenson. This is addressed to a very remote cousin in quest of information about the origins of the family. Vailima, Samoa, June 19, 1893. Dear Mr. Stevenson, I am reminded by coming across some record of relations between my grandfather, 335 Robert Stevenson, 100, E. Edinburgh, and Robert Stevenson, Esquire, Secretary to the Royal Exchange, Glasgow, and I presume a son of Hugh Stevenson, who died in Tobago 16th April 1774, that I have not yet consulted my cousins in Glasgow. I am engaged in writing a life of my grandfather, my uncle Alan, and my father Thomas, and I find almost inconceivable difficulty in placing and understanding their and my descent. Might I ask if you have any material to go upon? The smallest notes would be like found gold to me, and an old letter invaluable. I have not got beyond James Stevenson and Jean Kerr, his spouse, to whom Robert I was born in 1675. Could you get me further back? Have you any old notes of the trouble in the West Indian business which took Hugh and Alan to their deaths? How had they acquired so considerable a business at an age so early? You see how the queries pour from me, but I will ask nothing more in words. Suffice it to say that any information, however insignificant, as to our common forebears, will be very gratefully received. In case you should have any original documents, it would be better to have copies sent to me in this outlandish place, for the expense of which I will account to you as soon as you let me know the amount, and it will be wise to register your letter. Believe me, in the old, honored Scottish phrase, your affectionate cousin. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Henry James. Apia, July, 1893. My dear Henry James, yes, Les Trophies is, on the whole, a book. It is excellent, but is it a life's work? 336. I always suspect you of a volume of sonnets up your sleeve. When is it coming down? I am in one of my moods of wholesale impatience with all fiction and all verging on it, reading instead, with rapture, Fountainhall's Decisions. You never read it? Well, it hasn't much form and is inexpressibly dreary, I should suppose, to others and even to me for pages. It's like walking in a mine underground and with a damned bad lantern and picking out pieces of ore. This and war will be my excuse for not having read your doubtless charming work of fiction. The revolving year will bring me round to it, and I know, when fiction shall begin to feel a little solid to me again, that I shall love it, because it's James. Do you know, when I am in this mood, I would rather try to read a bad book. It's not so disappointing anyway. And Fountain Hall is prime, 2 big folio volumes, and all dreary and all true, and all as terse as an obituary, and about 1 interesting fact on an average in 20 pages, and 10 of them unintelligible for technicalities. There's literature, if you like. It feeds. It falls about you genuine like rain. Rain, nobody has done justice to rain in literature yet. Surely a subject for a Scot. But then you can't do rain in that ledger book style that I am trying for between a ledger book and an old ballad. How to get over, how to escape from, the besotting particularity of fiction. Roland approached the house. It had green doors and window blinds, and there was a scraper on the upper step. To hell with Roland, and the scraper's yours ever. R50S. To A. Conan Doyle. Valemer, July 12, 1893. My dear Dr. Conan Doyle, the White Company has not yet turned up, but when it does, which, I suppose, will be next mail, you shall hear news of me. I have a 337 great talent for compliment, accompanied by a hateful, even a diabolic frankness. Delighted to hear I have a chance of seeing you and Mrs. Doyle. Mrs. Stevenson bids me say what is too true, that our rations are often spare. Are you great eaters? Please reply. As to ways and means, here is what you will have to do. Leave San Francisco by the down mail, get off at Samoa, and 12 days or a fortnight later, you can continue your journey to Auckland per Upolu, which will give you a look at Tonga and possibly Fiji by the way. Make this a first part of your plans. A fortnight, even a Valemer diet, could kill nobody. We are in the midst of war here, rather a nasty business, with the head taking, and there seems signs of other trouble. But I believe you need make no change in your design to visit us. All should be well over, and if it were not, why, you need not leave the steamer. Yours very truly, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Charles Baxter. Th. July 93. We are in the thick of Warsey Illustrated London news. We have only 2 outside boys left to us. Nothing is doing, and per contra little paying. My life here is dear. But I can live within my income for a time, at least so long as my prices keep up, and it seems a clear duty to waste none of it on gadding about. My life of my family fills up intervals, and should be an excellent book when it is done, but big, damnably big. My dear old man, I perceive by 1,000 signs that we grow old, and are soon to pass away. I hope with dignity, if not with courage at least. I am myself very ready, or would be when I have made a little 338 money for my folks. The blows that have fallen upon you are truly terrifying. I wish you strength to bear them. It is strange, I must seem to you to blaze in a Birmingham prosperity and happiness, and to myself I seem a failure. Truth is, I have never got over the last influenza yet, and am miserably out of heart and out of kilter. Lungs pretty right, stomach nowhere, spirits a good deal overshadowed, but well come through it yet and cock our bonnets. I confess with sorrow that I am not yet quite sure about the intellects, but I hope it is only one of my usual periods of non-work. They are more unbearable now because I cannot rest. No rest but the grave for Sir Walter. Oh, the words ring in a man's head. R50S. To Sidney Colvin. Valemer, August, 1893. My dear Colvin, quite impossible to write. Your letter is due today, a nasty, rainy-like morning with huge blue clouds and a huge indigo shadow on the sea, and my lamp still burning at near 7. Let me humbly give you news. Fanny seems on the whole the most, or the only, powerful member of the family. For some days she has been the flower of the flock. Bell is begging for quinine. Lloyd and Graham have both been down with belly belong him black boy speech. As for me, I have to lay aside my lawn tennis, having, as was to be expected, had a smart but eminently brief hemorrhage. I am also on the quinine flask. I have been recasting the beginning of The Hanging Judge or Weir of Hermiston. Then I have been cobbling on my grandfather, whose last chapter there are only to be 4, is in the form of pieces of paper, a huge welter of inconsequence, and that glimmer of faith or hope which one learns at this trade, that somehow and sometime, by perpetual staring and glowering 339 and rewriting, order will emerge. It is indeed a queer hope. There is one piece, for instance, that I want in I cannot put it one place for a good reason, I cannot put it another for a better, and every time I look at it, I turn sick and put the mis away. Well, your letter hasn't come, and a number of others are missing. It looks as if a mailbag had gone on, so ill blame nobody and proceed to business. It looks as if I was going to send you the first 3 chapters of my grandfather if they were set up. It would be that much anxiety off my mind. I have a strange feeling of responsibility, as if I had my ancestors' souls in my charge and might miscarry with them. There's a lot of work gone into it, and a lot more is needed. Still, Chapter 1 seems about right to me, and much of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 I know nothing of, as I told you, and Chapter 4 is at present all ends and beginnings, but it can be pulled together. This is all I have been able to screw up to you for this month, and I may add that it is not only more than you deserve, but just about more than I was equal to. I have been, and am entirely useless, just able to tinker at my grandfather. The 3 chapters, perhaps, also a little of the 4th, will come home to you next mail by the hand of my cousin Graham Balfour, a very nice fellow whom I recommend to you warmly and whom I think you will like. This will give you time to consider my various and distracted schemes. All our wars are over in the meantime, to begin again as soon as the warships leave. Adieu. R50S. To A. Conan Doyle. Vailima, August 23rd, 1893. My dear Dr. Conan Doyle, I am reposing after a somewhat severe experience, upon which I think it my 340 duty to report to you. Immediately after dinner this evening, it occurred to me to re-narrate to my native overseer Simul your story of the engineer's thumb. And, sir, I have done it. It was necessary, I need hardly say, to go somewhat farther afield than you have done. To explain, for instance, what a railway is, what a steam hammer, what a coach and horse, what coining, what a criminal, and what the police. I pass over other and no less necessary explanations, but I did actually succeed, and if you could have seen the drawn, anxious features and the bright, feverish eyes of Simul, you would have, for the moment at least, tasted glory. You might perhaps think that, were you to come to Samoa, you might be introduced as the author of The Engineer's Thumb. Disabuse yourself. They do not know what it is to make up a story. The Engineer's Thumb, God forgive me, was narrated as a piece of actual and factual history. Nay, and more, I who write to you have had the indiscretion to perpetrate a trifling piece of fiction entitled The Bottle Imp. Parties who come up to visit my unpretentious mansion, after having admired the ceilings by Vanderputty and the tapestry by Gobling, manifest towards the end a certain uneasiness which proves them to be fellows of an infinite delicacy. They may be seen to shrug a brown shoulder, to roll up a speaking eye, and at last secret burst from them. Where is the bottle? Alas, my friends, I feel tempted to say, you will find it by the engineer's thumb. Talafasoifua. O Laumoni O Tusitala, more commonly known as R50 Stevenson. Have read The Refugees, Condi and Old P. Murat very good, Louis XIV, and Louvois with the letter bag very rich. You have reached a trifle wide perhaps, too many celebrities, though I was delighted to re-encounter my old friend Du Chaillu. Old Murat is perhaps your high-water mark. 'Tis excellently human, cheerful, and 341 real. Do it again. Madame de Maintenance struck me as quite good. Have you any document for the decapitation? It sounds steepish. The devil of all that first part is that you see old Dumas, yet your Louis XIV is distinctly good. I'm much interested with this book, which fulfills a good deal and promises more. Question: how far a historical novel should be wholly episodic? I incline to that view, with trembling. I shake hands with you on old Murat. R50S. To Augustus St. Gaudens. Mr. St. Gaudens' large medallion portrait in bronze, executed from sittings given in 1887, had at last found its way to Appia, but not yet to Vailima. Vailima, September 1893. My dear St. Gaudens, I had determined not to write to you till I had seen the medallion, but it looks as if that might mean the Greek kalends or the day after tomorrow. Reassure yourself, your part is done. It is ours that halts the consideration of conveyance over our sweet little road on boys' backs, for we cannot very well apply the horses to this work. There is only one, you cannot put it in a pannier. To put it on the horse's back, we have not the heart. Beneath the beauty of R50 S. To say nothing of his verses, which the publishers find heavy enough, and the genius of the godlike sculptor, the spine would snap, and the well-knit limbs of the Ahum cart-horse would be loosed by death. So you are to conceive me, sitting in my house, dubitative, and the medallion chuckling in the warehouse of the German firm for some days longer, and hear me meanwhile on the golden letters. Alas, they are all my fancy painted, but the price is prohibitive. I cannot do it. It is another daydream burst. Another gable of Abbotsford has gone down, fortunately before it was builded, so there's nobody 342 injured except me. I had a strong conviction that I was a great hand at writing inscriptions, and meant to exhibit and test my genius on the walls of my house. And now I see I can't. It is generally thus. The battle of the golden letters will never be delivered. On making preparation to open the campaign, the king found himself face to face with invincible difficulties, in which the rapacity of a mercenary soldiery and the complaints of an impoverished treasury played an equal part. Ever yours, Robert Louis Stevenson. I enclose a bill for the medallion, have been trying to find your letter, quite in vain, and therefore must request you to pay for the bronze letters yourself, and let me know the damage. R50 S. To James S. Stevenson. Vailima Plantation, Island of Upolu, Samoa, Sept. 4th, 1893. My dear cousin, I thank you cordially for your kinsmanlike reply to my appeal. Already the notes from the family Bible have spared me one blunder, which I had from some notes in my grandfather's own hand. And now, like the daughters of the horseleech, my voice is raised again to put you to more trouble. Nether Carswell Neilston, I read. My knowledge of Scotland is fairly wide, but it does not include Neilston. However, I find by the original statistical account, it is a parish in Renfrew. Do you know anything of it? Have you identified Nether Carswell? Have the Neilston parish registers been searched? I see whole vistas of questions arising, and here am I in Samoa. I shall write by this mail to my lawyer to have the records searched, and to my mother to go and inquire in the parish itself. But perhaps you may have some 343 further information, and if so, I should be glad of it. If you have not, pray do not trouble to answer. As to your father's blunder of Stevenson of Caldwell, it is now explained. Carswell may have been confounded with Caldwell, and it seems likely our man may have been a tenant or retainer of Muir of Caldwell, a very ancient and honourable family, who seems to have been at least a neighbouring laird to the parish of Neilston. I was just about to close this, when I observed again your obliging offer of service, and I take you promptly at your word. Do you think that you or your son could find a day to visit Neilston and try to identify Nether Carswell, find what size of a farm it is, to whom it belonged, etc.? I shall be very much obliged. I am pleased indeed to learn some of my books have given pleasure to your family, and with all good wishes, I remain your affectionate cousin, Robert Louis Stevenson. The registers I shall have seen to through my lawyer. To George Meredith. Sept. 5th, 1893, Vailima Plantation, Upolu, Samoa. My dear Meredith, I have again and again taken up the pen to write to you, and many beginnings have gone into the waste paper basket. I have won no for the second time in my life and feel a big man on the strength of it. And no doubt it requires some decision to break so long a silence. My health is vastly restored, and I am now living patriarchally in this place 600 feet above the sea, on the shoulder of a mountain of 1,500. Behind me, the unbroken bush slopes up to the backbone of the island 3 to 4,000 without a house, with no inhabitants save a few runaway black boys, wild pigs and cattle, 344 and wild doves and flying foxes, and many party-colored birds, and many black, and many white. A very eerie, dim, strange place and hard to travel. I am the head of a household of 5 whites, and of 12 Samoans, to all of whom I am the chief and father. My cook comes to me and asks leave to marry, and his mother, a fine old chief woman who has never lived here, does the same. You may be sure I granted the petition. It is a life of great interest, complicated by the Tower of Babel, that old enemy, and I have all the time on my hands for literary work. My house is a great place. We have a hall 50 feet long with a great redwood stair ascending from it, where we dine in state, myself usually dressed in a singlet, and a pair of trouser sand attended on by servants in a single garment, a kind of kilt, also flowers, and levasan their hair, often powdered with lime. The European who came upon it suddenly would think it was a dream. We have prayers on Sunday night. I am a perfect pariah in the island not to have them oftener, but the spirit is unwilling and the flesh proud, and I cannot go it more. It is strange to see the long line of the brown folk crouched along the wall with lanterns at intervals before them in the big shadowy hall, with an oak cabinet at one end of it, and a group of rodents which native taste regards as prodigiousment, lest presiding over all from the top end, to hear the long rambling Samoan hymn rolling up God bless me, what style. But I am off business today, and this is not meant to be literature. I have asked Calvin to send you a copy of Catriona, which I am sometimes tempted to think is about my best work. I hear word occasionally of the amazing marriage. It will be a brave day for me when I get hold of it. Gower Woodseer is now an ancient, lame, grim, exiled Scot, living and laboring as for a wager in the tropics. Still active, still with lots of fire in him, but the youth, where is it? For years after I 345 came here, the critics, those genial gentlemen, used to deplore the relaxation of my fibre and the idleness to which I had succumbed. I hear less of this now. The next thing is they will tell me I am writing myself out, and that my unconscientious conduct is bringing their grey hairs with sorrow to the dust. I do not know, I do know one thing. For 14 years I have not had a day's real health. I have wakened sick and gone to bed weary, and I have done my work unflinchingly. I have written in bed and written out of it, written in hemorrhages, written in sickness, written torn by coughing, written when my head swam for weakness. And for so long, it seems to me I have won my wager and recovered my glove. I am better now, have been rightly speaking since first I came to the Pacific, and still few are the days when I am not in some physical distress. And the battle goes on or well, is a trifle, so as it goes. I was made for a contest, and the powers have so willed that my battlefield should be this dingy, inglorious one of the bed and the physic bottle. At least I have not failed, but I would have preferred a place of trumpetings and the open air over my head. This is a devilish, egotistical yarn. Will you try to imitate me in that, if the spirit ever moves you to reply? And meantime be sure that away in the midst of the Pacific there is a house on a wooded island where the name of George Meredith is very dear, and his memory, since it must be no more, is continually honored. Ever your friend, Robert Louis Stevenson. Remember me to Mariette, if you please, and my wife sends her most kind remembrances to yourself. R50S. To Charles Baxter. Finished on the way to Honolulu for a health change, which turned out unfortunate, with the help of Mr. J.H. Stevenson and other correspondents. He had now, as we have seen, been able regretfully 346, giving up the possibility of a MacGregor lineage, to identify his forebears as having about 1670 been tenant farmers at Nether Carswell in Renfrewshire. The German government at home had taken his footnote to history much less kindly than his German neighbors on the spot, and the Tauchnitz edition had been confiscated and destroyed, and its publisher fined. Valemer and S.S., Mariposa, September 1893. My dear Charles, here is a job for you. It appears that about 1665 or earlier, James Stevenson, Nether Carswell, parish of Neilston, flourished. Will you kindly send an able-bodied reader to compulse the parish registers of Neilston if they exist or go back as far. Also, could any trace be found through Nether Carswell? I expect it to have belonged to Muir of Caldwell. If this be so, might not the Caldwell charter chest contain some references to their Stevenson tenantry? Perpend upon it. But clap me on the judicious, able-bodied reader on the spot. Can I really have found the taproot of my illustrious ancestry at last? Souls of my fathers, what a giggly-glorious moment. I have drawn on you for 400. Also, I have written to Tauchnitz announcing I should bear 1/2 part of his fines and expenses, amounting to 62 tens. The 400 includes 160 which I have laid out here in land. Vanu Manutaja, Vale of Crying Birds, the wild dove's now mine. It was Fanny's wish, and she is to buy it from me again when she has made that much money. Will you please order for me through your bookseller the Mabinogion of Lady Charlotte Gestiff, that be her name, and the original of Cook's Voyages lately published. Also, I see announced a map of the Great North Road. You might see what it is like. If it is highly detailed or has any posting information, I should like it. This is being finished on board the Mariposa going north. I'm making the run to Honolulu and back for health's sake. No inclination to write more, as ever. R50S. To Sidney Colvin. On a first reading of the incomplete Ms. of the Ebb Tide, without its concluding chapters, which are the strongest dislike of the 3 detestabler, rather 2 detestable and 1 contemptible chief characters, had made me unjust to the imaginative force and vividness of the treatment. Vailima, 23rd August. My dear Colvin, your pleasing letter ray the ebb tide to hand. I propose, if it be not too late, to delete Lloyd's name. He has nothing to do with the last half. The first we wrote together as the beginning of a long yarn. The second is entirely mine, and I think it rather unfair on the young man to couple his name with so infamous a work. Above all, as you had not read the 2 last chapters, which seemed to me the most ugly and cynical of all. You will see that I am not in a good humor, and I am not. It is not because of your letter, but because of the complicated miseries that surround me, and that I choose to say nothing of life is not all beer and skittles. The inherent tragedy of things works itself out from white to black and blacker, and the poor things of a day look ruefully on. Does it shake my castern faith? I cannot say it does. I believe in an ultimate decency of things. And if I woke in hell, should still believe it. But it is hard walking, and I can see my own share in the missteps, and can bow my head to the result, like an old, stern, unhappy devil of a Norseman, as my ultimate character is. Well, ill faut cultivar son Jardin. That last expression of poor, unhappy human wisdom I take to my heart and go to St. Ives. Th og and did, and worked about 2 hours and got to sleep ultimately, and the clouds has blown away. Be sure well have some pleasant weather when the clouds storms, has blown gone, away. 348 verses that have a quite inexplicable attraction for me, and I believe had for Burns. They have no merit, but are somehow good. I am now in a most excellent humor. I am deep in St. Ives, which, I believe, will be the next novel done. But it is to be clearly understood that I promise nothing, and may throw in your face the very last thing you expect or I expect. St. Ives will, to my mind, not be wholly bad. It is written in rather a funny style, a little stilted and left-handed, the style of St. Ives, also to some extent the style of R50's dictating. St. Ives is unintellectual, and except as an adventure novel, dull. But the adventures seem to me sound and pretty probable, and it is a love story. Speed his wings. Sunday night, de cœur un peu plus dispose, monsieur et cher confrère, je me remets à vous écrire. St. Ives is now in the 5th chapter copying, in the 14th chapter of the dictated draft. I do not believe I shall end by disliking it. Monday, well, here goes again for the news. Fanny is very well indeed, and in good spirits. I am in good spirits, but not very well. Lloyd is in good spirits and very well. Belle has a real good fever, which has put her pipe out wholly. Graham goes back this mail. He takes with him 3 chapters of the family, and is to go to you as soon as he can. He cannot be much the master of his movements, but you grip him when you can and get all you can from him, as he has lived about 6 months with us, and he can tell you just what is true and what is notand, not the dreams of dear old Ross. He is a good fellow, is he not? Since you rather revise your views of the ebb tide, I think Lloyd's name might stick, but I'll leave it to you. I'll tell you just how it stands. Up to the discovery of the champagne, the tale was all planned between 349 us and drafted by Lloyd. From that moment, he has had nothing to do with it except talking it over. For we changed our plan, gave up the projected Monte Cristo, and cut it down for a short story. My impression, I beg your pardonthis, is a local jokia firm here had on its beer labels, sole importances that it will never be popular, but might make a little success de scandal. However, I am done with it now, and not sorry, and the crowd may rave and mumble its bones for what I care. Whole essential, I am sorry about the maps, but I want 'em for next edition, so see and have proofs sent. You are quite right about the bottle and the great Hewish. I must try to make it clear. No, I will not write a play for Irving nor for the devil. Can you not see that the work of falsification which a play demands is of all tasks the most ungrateful, and I have done it a long willinged, nothing ever came of it. Consider my new proposal, I mean Honolulu. You would get the Atlantic and the Rocky Mountains, would you not, for bracing? And so much less sea. And then you could actually see Vailima, which I would like you to, for it's beautiful and my home and tomb that is to be, though it's a wrench not to be planted in Scotland that, I can never denyif, I could only be buried in the hills, under the heather and a table tombstone like the martyrs, where the wops and plovers are crying. Did you see a man who wrote the Stickit Minister 68 and dedicated it to me, in words that brought the tears to my eyes every time I looked at them? Where about the graves of the martyrs the wops are crying. His heart remembers how. Ah, by God, it does. Singular that I should fulfill the Scots' destiny throughout, and live a voluntary 350 exile, and have my head filled with the blessed, beastly place all the time. And now a word as regards the delusions of the dear Ross, who remembers, I believe, my letters and Fanny's when we were first installed, and were really hoeing a hard row. We have salad, beans, cabbages, tomatoes, asparagus, kohlrabi, oranges, limes, barbadines, pineapples, Cape gooseberries galore, pints of milk and cream, fresh meat 5 days a week. It is the rarest thing for any of us to touch a tin, and the gnashing of teeth when it has to be done is dreadful, for no one who has not lived on them for 6 months knows what the hatred of the tin is. As for exposure, my weakness is certainly the reverse. I am sometimes a month without leaving the veranda for my sins, be it said. Doubtless, when I go about, and as the doctor says, expose myself to malaria, I am in far better health, and I would do so more too, for I do not mean to be silly, but the difficulties are great. However, you see how much the dear doctor knows of my diet and habits. Malaria practically does not exist in these islands. It is a negligible quantity. What really bothers us a little is the mosquito affair, the so-called elephantiasis. Ross about it. A real romance of natural history, quoi. Hi, stop, you say the ebb tide is the working out of an artistic problem of a kind. Well, I should just bet it was. You don't like it water. But look at my 3 rogues, they're all there, ill go bail. 3 types of the bad man, the weak man, and the strong man with a weakness that are gone through and lived out. Yes, of course I was sorry for Matoffa, but a good deal sorrier and angrier about the mismanagement of all the white officials. I cannot bear to write about that. Manono all destroyed, one house standing in Apalima, the women stripped, the prisoners beaten with whips and the women's heads taken all under white auspices. And for upshot and result of so much shame to the white 351 powers Tamases already conspiring, as I knew and preached in vain must be the case. Well, it is no fun to meddle in politics. I suppose you're right about Simon, but it is Simon throughout, in that blessed little volume my father bought for me in Inverness in the year of grace 81, I believeth Trial of James Stewart, with the Jacobite pamphlet and the dying speech appended out, of which the whole of Davy has already been begotten, and which I felt it a kind of loyalty to follow. I really ought to have it bound in velvet and gold, if I had any gratitude, and the best of the lark is, that the name of David Balfour is not anywhere within the bounds of it. A pretty curious instance, of the genesis of a book. I am delighted at your good word for David. I believe the two together make up much the best of my work and perhaps of what is in me. I am not ashamed of them, at least. There is one hitch. Instead of 3 hours between the two parts, I fear there have passed 3 years over Davy's character, but do not tell anybody. See if they can find it out for themselves, and no doubt his experiences in Kidnapped would go far to form him. I would like a copy to go to G. Meredith. Wednesday, well, here is a new move. It is likely I may start with Graham next week and go to Honolulu to meet the other steamer and return. I do believe a fortnight at sea would do me good, yet I am not yet certain. The crowded up steamer sticks in my throat. Tuesday, 12th Sept. Yesterday was perhaps the brightest in the annals of Vailima. I got leave from Captain Bickford to have the band of the Katoomba come up, and they came, 14 of them, with drum, fife, cymbals and bugles, blue jackets, white caps, and smiling faces. The house was all decorated with scented greenery above and below. We had not only our own 9 outdoor workers, but a contract party that we took on in charity to pay $352 their wharfing. The band, besides, as it came up the mountain, had collected a following of children by the way, and we had a picking of Samoan ladies to receive them. Chicken, ham, cake, and fruits were served out with coffee and lemonade, and all the afternoon we had rounds of claret negus flavored with rum and limes. They played to us, they danced, they sang, they tumbled. Our boys came in the end of the veranda and gave them a dance for a while. It was anxious work getting this stopped once it had begun, but I knew the band was going on a program. Finally, they gave 3 cheers for Mr. and Mrs. Stevens, shook hands, formed up and marched off playing till a kicking horse in the paddock put their pipes out. Something of the suddenest we thought the big drum was gone, but Simul flew to the rescue. And so they wound away down the hill with ever another call of the bugle, leaving us extinct with fatigue, but perhaps the most contented hosts that ever watched the departure of successful guests. Simply impossible to tell how well these bluejackets behaved, a most interesting lot of men. This education of boys for the Navy is making a class, wholly apart, how shall I call them, a kind of lower-class public school boy, well-mannered, fairly intelligent, sentimental as a sailor. What is more shall be writ on board ship if anywhere. Please send Catriona to G. Meredith. SS Mariposa, tomorrow I reach Honolulu. Good morning to your honor. R50S. To Sidney Colvin. In the interval between the last letter and this, the writer had been down with a sharp and prolonged attack of fever at Honolulu, and Mrs. Stevenson had come from Samoa to nurse and take him home. Waikiki, Honolulu, H1, Oct. 23rd, 1893. Dear Colvin, my wife came up on the steamer and we go home together in 2 days. I'm practically all right. 353, only sleepy and tired easily. Slept yesterday from 11 to 11. From 1 to 2, went to bed at 8 p. 1000. And with an hour's interval slept till 6 a. 1000. Close upon 14 hours out of the 24. We sail tomorrow. I'm anxious to get home, though this has been an interesting visit, and politics have been curious indeed to study. We go to PP 100. On the Queen this morning, poor recluse lady, a bruvi dingers quel est, had a rather annoying lunch on board the American Manifour with a member of the PG Provisional Government, and a good deal of anti-royalist talk, which I had to sit out note only for my host's sake, but my fellow guests. At last, I took the lead and changed the conversation. R50S. I am being busted here by party named Hutchinson. Seems good. Vailima, November, home again, and found all well, thank God. I am perfectly well again and ruddier than the cherry. Please note that 8,000 is not bad for a volume of short stories. 71, The Merry Men did a good deal worse. The short story never sells. I hope Catriona will do, that is the important. The reviews seem mixed and perplexed, and one had the peculiar virtue to make me angry. I am in a fair way to expiscate my family history. Fanny and I had a lovely voyage down with our new 100. Jay and the American Land Commissioner, and on the whole, and for these disgusting steamers, a pleasant ship's company. I cannot understand why you don't take to the Hawaii scheme. Do you understand? You cross the Atlantic in 6 days and go from Frisco to Honolulu in 7. 13 days at sea in all. I have no wish to publish The Ebb Tide as a book. Let it wait. It will look well in the portfolio. I would like a copy, of course, for that end, and to look upon again which I scarce dare. Later, this is disgraceful. I have done nothing, neither work nor letters. On the May Day we had a great triumph. Our Protestant boys, instead of going with their own villages and families, went of their own accord in the Vailima uniform. Bell made coats for them on purpose to complete the uniform, they having bought the stuff, and they were hailed as they marched in as the Tamonade rich man's children. This is really a score. It means that Vailima is publicly taken as a family. Then we had my birthday feast a week late, owing to dire her on the proper occasion. The feast was laid in the hall and was a singular mass of food: 15 pigs, 100 pounds, beef, 100 pounds, pork, and the fruit and filigree in a proportion. We had 60 horse posts driven in the gate paddock. How many guests I cannot guess, perhaps 150. They came between 3 and 4 and left about 7. Sumanu gave me one of his names, and when my name was called at the Ava drinking, behold, it was O my Torma Manuvo. You would scarce recognize me if you heard me thus referred to. 2 days after, we hired a carriage in Appia, Fanny, Bell, Lloyd, and I, and drove in great style, with a native outrider, to the prison. A huge gift of ava and tobacco under the seats. The prison is now under the pule of an Austrian, Captain Wormbrand, a soldier of fortune in Servia and Turkey, a charming, clever, kindly creature who is adored by his chiefs, as he calls them, meaning our political prisoners. And we came into the yard, walled about with tinned iron, and drank ava with the prisoners and the captain. It may amuse you to hear how it is proper to drink ava. When the cup is handed you, you reach your arm out somewhat behind you and slowly pour a libation, saying with somewhat the manner of prayer, Ia tomafa ila atua, Ua matagofi la fesilafaga ni, be it high chief partaken of by the god. How high chief beautiful to view is this high chief gathering. This pagan practice is very queer. I should say that the 355 prison ava was of that not very welcome form that we elegantly call spitava, but of course there was no escape, and it had to be drunk. Fanny and I rode home, and I moralized by the way. Could we ever stand Europe again? Did she appreciate that if we were in London, we should be actually jostled in the street? And there was nobody in the whole of Britain who knew how to take ava like a gentleman. 'Tis funny to be thus of two civilizations, sir, if you like, of one civilization and one barbarism. And as usual, the barbarism is the more engaging. Calvin, you have to come here and see us in our spot. I just don't seem to be able to make up my mind to your not coming. By this time, you will have seen Graham, I hope, and he will be able to tell you something about us, and something reliable. I shall feel for the first time as if you knew a little about Samoa after that. Fanny seems to be in the right way now. I must say she is very, very well for her, and complains scarce at all. Yesterday, she went down Salat least accompanied by a groom to pay a visit. Bell, Lloyd, and I went a walk up the mountain road, great public highway of the island, where you have to go single file. The object was to show Bell that gaudy valley of the Vesagana which the road follows. If the road is to be made and opened, as our new Chief Justice promises, it will be one of the most beautiful roads in the world. But the point is this: I forgot I had been 3 months in civilization, wearing shoes and stockings, and I tell you I suffered on my soft feet. Coming home, downhill, on that stairway of loose stones, I could have cried. Oh yes, another story I knew I had. The houseboys had not been behaving well, so the other night I announced a phono, and Lloyd and I went into the boys' quarters, and I talked to them, I suppose, for half an hour, and Talalo translated. Lloyd was there principally to keep another ear on the interpreter, else there may be dreadful misconceptions. I rubbed all 356 their ears, except 2 whom I particularly praised, and one man's wages I announced I had cut down by 1/2. Imagine his taking this smiling. Ever since, he has been specially attentive and greets me with a face of really heavenly brightness. This is another good sign of their really and fairly accepting me as a chief. When I first came here, if I had fined a man a 6pence, he would have quit work that hour, and now I remove half his income, and he is glad to stay on, does not seem to entertain the possibility of leaving. And this, in the face of one particular difficulty, I mean our house in the bush, and no society, and no women's society within decent reach. I think I must give you our staff in a tabular form. House. Osasimo, provost and butler, and my valet. O Mischievous, who is Fanny and Belle's chamberlain. Kitchen. O Talalo, provost and chief cook. O Iapu, second cook. Talai, his wife, no wages. Tia, Samoan cook. Phaloi, his child, no wages, likewise no work. Belle's pet. O Luilu, Fanny's boy, gardener, odd jobs. In Apio. Eliga, washman, and daily errand man. Outside. O Henry Simel, provost and overseer of outside boys. Lou. Tassie Seal. Male. Pulu, who is also our talking man, and cries the Ava. The crosses mark out the really excellent boys. Tia is the man who has just been fined 12 his wages. He is a beautiful old man, the living image of fighting gladiator, my favorite statuette, a dreadful humbug. I think we keep him on a little on account of his looks. This sign O marks those who have been 2 years or upwards in the family. I note all my old boys have the cross of honor, except Mischievous. Well, poor dog, he does his best, I suppose. You should see him scour. It is a remark that has often been made by visitors. You never see a Samoan run, except at Vailima. Do you not suppose that makes me proud? I am pleased to see what a success the wrecker was, having already in little more than a year outstripped the master of Ballantrae. About David Balfour in 2 volumes, do see that they make it a decent-looking book, and tell me, do you think a little historical appendix would be of service? Lang bleats for one, and I thought I might address it to him as a kind of open letter. Deck 4th, no time after all, goodbye. R50 S. To J. Horn Stevenson. The following refers again to the introduction to the history of his own family, which Stevenson was then preparing under the title A Family of Engineers. The correspondent was a specialist in genealogical research. I give this letter as a sample of many which passed between these 2 namesakes on this subject, omitting the remainder as too technical to be of general interest. Vailima, Samoa, November 5, 1893. My dear Stevenson, 1,000 thanks for your voluminous and delightful collections. Baxter so soon as it is ready will let you see a proof of my introduction, which is only sent out as a sprat to catch whales. And you will find I have a good deal of what you have, only mine in a perfectly desultory manner, as is necessary to 358 in exile. My uncle's pedigree is wrong. There was never a Stevenson of Caldwell, of course, but they were tenants of the Muirs. The farm held by them is in my introduction, and I have already written to Charles Baxter to have a search made in the Register House. I hope he will have had the inspiration to put it under your surveillance. Your information as to your own family is intensely interesting, and I should not wonder but what you and we and old John Stevenson, land labourer in the parish of Daly, came all of the same stock. Ayrshire probably Cunningham seems to be the home of the racer part of it. From the distribution of the name which your collections have so much extended without essentially changing my knowledge off we seem rather pointed to British origin. What you say of the engineers is fresh to me and must be well thrashed out. This introduction of it will take a long while to walk about, as perhaps I may be tempted to let it become long. After all, I am writing this for my own pleasure solely. Greetings to you and other speculatives of our date, long bygone, alas, yours very sincerely. Robert Louis Stevenson. P.S. I have a different version of my grandfather's answer my father had, if I could find it. R50 S. To John P.N. The next 2 numbers are in answer to letters of appreciation received from 2 small boys in England, whose mother desires that they should remain nameless. Vailima, Samoa, December 3, 1893. Dear Johnny, well, I must say you seem to be a tremendous fellow. Before I was 8, I used to write stories or dictate them at least, and I had produced an excellent history of Moses, for which I got one from an uncle, but I had never gone the length of a play, so you 359 have beat me fairly on my own ground. I hope you may continue to do so, and thanking you heartily for your nice letter, I shall beg you to believe me yours truly. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Russell P.N. Valema, Samoa, December 3rd, 1893. Dear Russell, I have to thank you very much for your capital letter, which came to hand here in Samoa along with your mother's. When you grow up and write stories like me, you will be able to understand that there is scarce anything more painful than for an author to hold a pen. He has to do it so much that his heart sickens and his fingers ache at the sight or touch of it, so that you will excuse me if I do not write much, but remain with compliments and greetings from one Scot to another, though I was not born in Salonia ahead of me there. Yours very truly. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Alison Cunningham. Valema, December 5, 1893. My dearest Cummy, this goes to you with a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. The Happy New Year anyway, for I think it should reach you about Nor's Day. I dare say it may be cold and frosty. Do you remember when you used to take me out of bed in the early morning, carry me to the back windows, show me the hills of Fife, and quote to me, "The hills are covered wi' snow, and winter's new come fairly." There is not much chance of that here. I wonder how 360 my mother is going to stand the winter. If she can, it will be a very good thing for her. We are in that part of the year which I like the best, the rainy or hurricane season. When it is good, it is very, very good, and when it is bad, it is horrid, and our fine days are certainly fine like heaven. Such a blue of the sea, such green of the trees, and such crimson of the hibiscus flowers you never saw, and the air as mild and gentle as a baby's breath, and yet not hot. The mail is on the move, and I must let up. With much love, I am your laddie. R50S. To Charles Baxter. The following quotes the extract from Fountain Hall's Decisions of the Lords of Council, etc., which suggested to Stevenson the romance of Cameronian days and the Darien adventure of which, under the title of Heathercat, he only lived to write the first few introductory chapters. See Vol. 21 of this edition. Th. December 1893. October 25, 1685. At Privy Council, George Murray, Lieutenant of the King's Guard, and others did, on the 21st of September last, obtain a clandestine order of Privy Council to apprehend the person of Janet Pringle, daughter to the late Clifton, and she having retired out of the way upon information, he got an order against Andrew Pringle, her uncle, to produce her, but she having married Andrew Pringle, her uncle's son, to disappoint all their designs of selling her, a boy of 13 years old. But my boy is to be 14, so I extract no further. Fountain Hall, Roman 1. May 6, 1685. Wappus Pringle of Clifton was still alive after all, and in prison for debt, and transacts with Lieutenant Murray, giving security for 7,000 marks, Roman 1. No, it seems to have been her brother who had succeeded. My dear Charles, the above is my story, and I wonder if any light can be thrown on it. I prefer the girl's father dead, and the question is, how in that case could Lieutenant George Murray get his order to apprehend and his power to sell her in marriage? Or might Lieutenant G be her tutor, and she fugitive to the Pringles, and on the discovery of her whereabouts hastily married? A good legal note on these points is very ardently desired by me. It will be the cornerstone of my novel. This is for I am quite wrong to tell you, for you will tell others, and nothing will teach you that all my schemes are in the air, and vanish and reappear again like shapes in the cloudset, is for Heathercat, whereof the first volume will be called The Killing Time, and I believe I have authorities ample for that. But the second volume is to be called, I believe, Darien, and for that I want, I fear, a good deal of truck. Darien Papers. Carstairs Papers, Marchmont Papers, Jervis Wood Correspondence. I hope may do me some sort of general history of the Darien affair, if there is a decent one, which I missed out. It would also be well to have one with most details, if possible. It is singular how obscure to me this decade of Scots history remains, 16,901,700, a deuce of a want of light and grouping to it. However, I believe I shall be mostly out of Scotland in my tale, first in Carolina, next in Darien. I want also I am the daughter of the horseleech Trulyblack's new large map of Scotland, sheets 3, 4, and 5, a 7s, 6D. Touch, I believe, if you can get the Caldwell Papers. They had better come also, and if there be any reasonable work, but no, I must call a halt. I fear the song looks doubtful, but ill consider of it, and I can promise you some reminiscences which it will amuse me to write, whether or not it will amuse the public to read of them. But it's an unco business to supply Dadehaid copy. To J1000, Barry. Vailima, Samoa, December 7th, 1893. My dear Barry, I have received duly the magnum opus, and it really is a magnum opus. It is a beautiful specimen of Clark's printing, paper sufficient, and the illustrations all my fancy painted. But the particular flower of the flock, to whom I have hopelessly lost my heart, is Tibby Burse. I must have known Tibby Burse when she was a servant's mantua-maker in Edinburgh and answered to the name of Miss Brodie. She used to come and sew with my nurse, sitting with her legs crossed in a masculine manner, and swinging her foot emphatically, she used to pour forth a perfectly unbroken stream of gossip. I didn't hear it. I was immersed in far more important business with a box of bricks, but the recollection of that thin, perpetual, shrill sound of a voice has echoed in my ears since then. I am bound to say she was younger than Tibby, but there is no mistaking that, and the indescribable and eminently Scottish expression. I have been very much prevented of late, having carried out thoroughly to my own satisfaction 2 considerable illnesses, had a birthday, and visited Honolulu, where politics are if possible a shade more exasperating than they are with us. I am told that it was just when I was on the point of leaving that I received your superlative epistle about the cricket 11. In that case, it is impossible I should have answered it, which is inconsistent with 363 my own recollection of the fact. What I remember is that I sat down under your immediate inspiration and wrote an answer in every way worthy. If I didn't, as it seems proved that I couldn't, it will never be done now. However, I did the next best thing. I equipped my cousin Graham Balfour with a letter of introduction, and from him, if you know Howfer, he is rather of the Scottish character, you may elicit all the information you can possibly wish to have as to us and ours. Do not be bluffed off by the somewhat stern and monumental first impression that he may make upon you. He is one of the best fellows in the world, and the same sort of fool that we are, only better looking, with all the faults of Veilemans and some of his own, I say nothing about virtues. I have lately been returning to my wallowing in the mire. When I was a child, and indeed until I was nearly a man, I consistently read covenanting books. Now that I am a greybeardor would be, if I could raise the beard I have returned, and for weeks back have read little else but Wadrow, Walker, Shields, etc. Of course, this is with an idea of a novel, but in the course of it, I made a very curious discovery. I have been accustomed to hear refined and intelligent critics, those who know so much better what we are than we do ourselves, trace down my literary descent from all sorts of people, including Addison, of whom I could never read a word. Well, leg I your lug, sir, the clue was found. My style is from the covenanting writers. Take a particular Casseth fondness for rhymes. I don't know of any English prose writer who rhymes except by accident, and then a stone had better be tied around his neck, and himself cast into the sea. But my covenanting buckies rhyme all the time, a beautiful example of the unconscious rhyme above referred to. Do you know, and have you really tasted, these delightful works? If not, it should be remedied. There is enough of the old licked in you to be ravished. I suppose you know that success has so far attended my banners, me political banners I mean, and not my literary. In conjunction with the three great powers, I have succeeded in getting rid of my president and my chief justice. They've gone home, the one to Germany, the other to Saouija. I hear little echoes of footfalls of their departing footsteps through the medium of the newspapers. Whereupon I make you my salute with the firm remark that it is time to be done with trifling and give us a great book. And my ladies fall into line with me to pay you a most respectful courtesy, and we all join in the cry, come to Vailima. My dear sir, your soul's health is in it. You will never do the great book. You will never cease to work in 50, etc., till you come to Vailima. Robert Louis Stevenson. To our Legalians. Vailima, Samoa, December 28, 1893. Dear Mr. Legalian, I have received some time ago, through our friend Miss Taylor, a book of yours, but that was by no means my first introduction to your name. The same book had stood already on my shelves. I had read articles of yours in the Academy, and by a piece of constructive criticism, which I trust was sound, had arrived at the conclusion that you were log-roller. Since then, I have seen your beautiful verses to your wife. You are to conceive me, then, as only too ready to make the acquaintance of a man who loved good literature and could make it. I had to thank you, besides, for a triumphant exposure of a paradox of my own. The literary prostitute disappeared from view at a phrase of yours. The essence is not in the pleasure but the sale. True, you are right, I was wrong. The author is not the whore 365 but the libertine, and yet I shall let the passage stand. It is an error, but it illustrated the truth for which I was contending, that literature representing all art are no other than pleasures, which we turn into trades. And more than all this, I had, and I have to thank you for the intimate loyalty you have shown to myself, for the eager welcome you give to what is good, for the courtly tenderness with which you touch on my defects. I begin to grow old. I have given my top note, I fancy, and I have written too many books. The world begins to be weary of the old Booth, and if not weary, familiar with the familiarity that breeds contempt. I do not know that I am sensitive to criticism, if it be hostile. I am sensitive indeed when it is friendly, and when I read such criticism as yours, I am emboldened to go on and praise God. You are still young, and you may live to do much. The little artificial popularity of style in England tends, I think, to die out. The British pig returns to his true love, the love of the styleless, of the shapeless, of the slapdash and the disorderly. There is trouble coming, I think, and you may have to hold the fort for us in evil days. Lastly, let me apologize for the crucifixion that I am inflicting on you by a contracure by my bad writing. I was once the best of writers. Landladies, puzzled as to my trade, used to have their honest bosoms set at rest by a sight of a page of manuscript. Ah, they would say, no wonder they pay you for that, and when I sent it into the printers, it was given to the boys. I was about 39, I think, when I had a turn of scrivener's palsy. My hand got worse, and for the first time I received clean proofs, but it has gone beyond that now. I know I am like my old friend James Payn, a terror to correspondence, and you would not believe the care with which this has been written. Believe me to be very sincerely yours. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. A. Baker. The next is in answer to a request for permission to print some of the writings of R50 S in Braille type for the use of the blind. December 1893. Dear Madam, there is no trouble, and I wish I could help instead. As it is, I fear I am only going to put you to trouble and vexation. This Braille writing is a kind of consecration, and I would like, if I could, to have your copy perfect. The 2 volumes are to be published as vols. 1 and 2. Of the adventures of David Balfour. First, Kidnapped. Second, Catriona. I am just sending home a corrected Kidnapped for this purpose to Messrs. Cassell, and in order that I may, if possible, be in time, I send it to you first of all. Please, as soon as you have noted the changes, forward the same to Cassell and Co., La Belle Sauvage Yard, Ludgate Hill. I am writing to them, by this mail, to send you Catriona. You say, dear madam, you are good enough to say, it is a keen pleasure to you to bring my book within the reach of the blind. Conceive then what it is to me, and believe me, sincerely yours. Robert Louis Stevenson. I was a barren tree before. I blew a quenched coal. I could not, on their midnight shore, the lonely blind console. A moment lend your hand, I bring my sheaf for you to bind, and you can teach my words to sing. In the darkness of the blind. R50S. To Henry James. Appiah, December, 1893. My dear Henry James, the mail has come upon me like an armed man 3 days earlier than was expected, and the Lord help me. It is impossible I should answer anybody the way they should be. Your jubilation over Catriona did me good, and still more the subtlety and truth of your remark on the starving of the visual sense in that book. 'Tis true, and unless I make the greater effort and am, as a step to that, convinced of its necessity, it will be more true, I fear, in the future. I hear people talking, and I feel them acting, and that seems to me to be fiction. My 2 aims may be described as St. War to the adjective, ND, death to the optic nerve. Admitted we live in an age of the optic nerve in literature. For how many centuries did literature get along without a sign of it? However, ill consider your letter. How exquisite is your character of the critic in Essays in London. I doubt if you have done any single thing so satisfying as a piece of style and of insight yours ever. R50S. To Sidney Colvin. Recounting a scene of gratitude for bounty shown by him to the prisoners in Appiah Jail. Vailima, December, 1893. My dear Colvin, 1 page out of my picture book one must give you. Fine burning day, 12 past 2 p. 1000. We begin to rouse up from reparatory slumbers, yawn and groan, get a cup of tea, and miserably dress. We have had a party the day before Christmas Day, with all 368 the boys absent but 1, and latterly 2. We had cooked all day long, a cold dinner, and lo. At 2 our guests began to arrive, though dinner was not till 6. They were 16, and 15 slept the night and breakfasted. Conceive, then, how unwillingly we climb on our horses and start off in the hottest part of the afternoon to ride 412 miles, attend a native feast in the jail, and ride 4.5 miles back. But there is no help for it. I'm a sort of father of the political prisoners, and have charge dames in that riotously absurd establishment, Appiah Jail. The 23, I think it is chiefs act as under jailers. The other day they told the captain of an attempt to escape. One of the lesser political prisoners the other day effected a swift capture, while the captain was trailing about with the warrant. The man came to see what was wanted, came too, flanked by the former jailer. My prisoner offers to show him the dark cell, shoves him in, and locks the door. "Why do you do that?" cries the former jailer. "A warrant," says he. Finally, the chiefs actually feed the soldiery who watch them. The jail is a wretched little building, containing a little room and 3 cells on each side of a central passage. It is surrounded by a fence of corrugated iron, and shows, over the top of that, only a gable end with the inscription Ola Fail Puipui. It is on the edge of the mangrove swamp, and is reached by a sort of causeway of turf. When we drew near, we saw the gates standing open, and a prodigious crowd outside. I mean prodigious for Appiah, perhaps 150 people. The 2 sentries at the gate stood to arms passively, and there seemed to be a continuous circulation inside and out. The captain came to meet us. Our boy, who had been sent ahead, was there to take the horses, and we passed inside the court, which was full of food, and rang continuously to the voice of the caller of gifts. I had to blush a little later when my own present came, and I heard my 1 pig and 8 miserable pineapples, being 369, counted out like guineas. In the 4 corners of the yard and along one wall, there are makeshift, dwarfish Samoan houses or huts, which have been run up since Captain Wurmbrand came to accommodate the chiefs. Before that, they were all crammed into the 6 cells, and locked in for the night, some of them with dysentery. They are wretched constructions enough, but sanctified by the presence of chiefs. We heard a man corrected loudly today for saying fail of one of them. Mauta, roared the highest chief presentpolis. About 18 chiefs, gorgeously arrayed, stood up to greet us, and led us into one of these mautas, where you may be sure we had to crouch, almost to kneel, to enter, and where a row of pretty girls occupied one side to make the ava kava. The highest chief present was a magnificent man, as high chiefs usually are. I find I cannot describe him. His face is full of shrewdness and authority, his figure like Ajax, his name Oilua. He took the head of the building and put Bell on his right hand. Fanny was called first for the ava kava. Our names were called in English style, the high chief wife of Mr. Stan, unpronounceable something, Mrs. Straw, and the like. And when we went into the other house to eat, we found we were seated alternately with chiefs about Thettable, I was about to say, but rather floor. Everything was to be done European style with a vengeance. We were the only whites present, except Wormbrand, and still I had no suspicion of the truth. They began to take off their Ula's necklaces of scarlet seeds and hang them about our necks. We politely resisted, and were told that the king who had stopped off their Siva had sent down to the prison a message to the effect that he was to give a dinner tomorrow, and wished their second-hand Ulas for it. Some of them were content, others not. There was a ring of anger in the boy's voice as he told us we were to wear them past the king's house. Dinner over, I must say they are moderate eaters at a feast. We returned to the Ava house, and then 370, the curtain drew suddenly up upon the set scene. We took our seats, and Oilua began to give me a present, recapitulating each article as he gave it out, with some appropriate comment. He called me several times, their only friend, said they were all in slavery, had no money, and these things were all made by the hands of their familess nothing bought. He had one phrase, in which I heard his voice rise up to a note of triumph. This is a present from the poor prisoners. To the rich man, 13 pieces of topper, some of them surprisingly fine, one I think unique, 30 fans of every shape and color, a kava cup, etc., etc. At first Oilua conducted the business with weighty gravity, but before the end of the 30 fans, his comments began to be humorous. When it came to a little basket, he said, here was a little basket for 2 satala to put 6 pence in, when he could get hold of one with a delicious grimace. I answered as best as I was able through a miserable interpreter, and all the while, as I went on, I heard the crier outside in the court calling my gift of food, which I perceived was to be gargantuan. I had brought but 3 boys with me. It was plain that they were wholly overpowered. We proposed to send for our gifts on the morrow, but no, said the interpreter, that would never do. They must go away today. Mulinu must see my porters taking away the gifts. Make him jella, quoth the interpreter. And I began to see the reason of this really splendid gift, 1/2 gratitude to me own half, a wipe at the king. And now to introduce darker colors, you must know this visit of mine to the jail was just a little bit risky. We had several causes for anxiety. It might have been put up to connect with a Tamases rising. Tusitala and his family would be good hostages. On the other hand, there were the Mulinu people all about. We could see the anxiety of Captain Wormbrand, no less anxious to have us go than he had been to see us come. He was deadly white and plainly had a bad headache in the noisy scene. 371, presently, the noise grew uproarious. There was a rush at the gate, a rush in, not a rush out where the 2 sentries still stood passive. Oilua leaped from his place. It was then that I got the name of Ajax for him, and the next moment we heard his voice roaring and saw his mighty figure swaying to and fro in the hurly-burly. As the deuce would have it, we could not understand a word of what was going on. It might be nothing more than the ordinary grab racket with which a feast commonly concludes. It might be something worse. We made what arrangements we could for my topper, fans, etc., as well as for my 5 pigs, my masses of fish, taro, etc. And with great dignity, and ourselves laden with ulas and other decorations, passed between the sentries among the howling mob to our horses. All's well that ends well. Owing to Fanny and Bell, we had to walk, and as Lloyd said, he had at last ridden in a circus. The whole length of Appia we paced our triumphal progress, past the king's palace, past the German firm at Sagiu, can follow it on the map amidst admiring exclamations of Maui Batifulit may be rendered oh my. Ain't they danuntal, we turned up at last into our road as the dusk deepened into night. It was really exciting, and there is one thing sure, no such feast was ever made for a single family, and no such present ever given to a single white man. It is something to have been the hero of it, and whatever other ingredients there were, undoubtedly gratitude was present, as money value I have actually gained on the transaction. Your note arrived, little prophet, I must say. Scott has already put his nose in St. Ives, sir, but his appearance is not yet complete. Nothing is in that romance except the story. I have to announce that I am off work, probably for 6 months. I must own that I have bitterly overworked that's legible. My hand is a thing that was, and in the meanwhile so are my brains. And here, in the very midst, comes a plausible scheme 372 to make Valema pay, which will perhaps let me into considerable expense just when I don't want it. You know the vast cynicism of my view of affairs, and how readily, and as some people say, with how much gusto I take the darker view. Why do you not send me Jerome K. Jerome's paper and let me see the ebb tide as a serial? It is always very important to see a thing in different presentments. I want every number. Politically, we begin the new year with every expectation of a bust in 2 or 3 days, a bust which may spell destruction to Samoa. I have written to Baxter about his proposal. The correspondent whose letter I had sent on was a high official at the Foreign Office. The subject, Stevenson and Samoa. Hemorrhage from the lungs. Vitral's memoirs and the 1814 and 1815 of 1000. Henry Housay were sent accordingly. Ultimately, the ebb tide. For a volume of selected essays, containing the pick of Virginibus Purisque, memories and portraits, and Across the Plains. The Owl was to be a Breton story of the Revolution, Death in the Pot, a tale of the star. Lucia Mountains in California, the scene of the go-between was laid in the Pacific Islands. Of the sleeper awakened, I know nothing. Of Island Nights Entertainments. John Addington Symonds. Across the Plains. Volume of Sonnets by José María de Heredia. Dr. Fairfax Ross, a distinguished physician of Sydney and friend of the Stevenson family, who during a visit to England this summer had conveyed to me no very reassuring impression as to the healthfulness of the island life and climate. W. Hole, RSA, essential for the projected illustrations to Kidnapped and Catriona. Mr. S. R. Crockett. The words quoted from this gentleman's dedication were worked by Stevenson into a very moving and metrically original set of verses, addressed to him in Acknowledgment Songs of Travel, 42. Simon Fraser, the master of Lovat in Catriona, the spelling of his name. The bust was exhibited in the New Gallery Summer Exhibition, 1895. Island Nights Entertainments. The Window in Thrums, with illustrations by W. Hole, RSA Hodder and Stoughton, 1892. The Scheme of the Edinburgh Edition. Roman 14. Life in Samoa concluded. 4th year at Valemaith End. January-December 1894. This new year began for Stevenson with an illness which seemed to leave none of the usual lowering consequences, and for Samoa with fresh rumors of war which were not realized until the autumn, and then at least in the shape of serious hostilities in the district of Atua only and not. In his own, on the whole, Stevenson's bodily health and vigor kept at a higher level than during the previous year, but for serious imaginative writing he found himself still unfit, and the sense that his old facility had for the time being failed him caused him much inward misgiving. In his correspondence, the misgiving mood was allowed to appear pretty freely, but in personal intercourse, his high spirits seemed to his family and visitors as unfailing as ever. Several things happened during the year to give him peculiar pleasure. First, at the beginning of the year, the news of Mr. Baxter's carefully prepared scheme of the Edinburgh edition and of its acceptance by the publishers concerned. On this subject, much correspondence naturally passed between him and Mr. Baxter and myself, over and above that which is here published, and finally he resolved to leave all the details of the execution to us. By the early autumn, the financial success of the Scheme 374 was fully assured and made known to him by cable, but he did not seem altogether to realize the full measure of relief from money anxieties which the assurance was meant to convey to him. Other pleasurable circumstances were the return of Mr. Graham Balfour after a prolonged absence, the visit of a spirited and accomplished young English man of business and of letters, Mr. Sidney Lysett, see below, pp. 385, 388, etc., and the frequent society of the officers of H. 1000, Escuracoa, with whom he was on terms of particular regard and cordiality. Lastly, he was very deeply touched and gratified by the action of the native political prisoners, towards whom he had shown much thoughtful kindness during their months of detention, in volunteering as a testimony of gratitude after their release to remake with their own hands the branch road leading to his house, the Road of Loving Hearts, as it came to be christened. Soon afterwards, the anniversaries of his own birthday and of the American Thanksgiving feast brought evidences hardly less welcome, after so much contention and annoyance as the island affairs and politics had involved him in, of the honor and affection in which he was held by all that was best in the white community. By each succeeding mail came stronger proofs from home of the manner in which men of letters of the younger generation had come to regard him as a master, an example, and a friend. But in spite of all these causes of pleasure, his letters showed that his old invincible spirit of inward cheerfulness was beginning not infrequently to give way to moods of depression and overstrained feeling. The importunity of these moods was no doubt due to some physical premonition that his vital powers, so frail from the cradle and always with so cheerful a courage overtaxed, were near exhaustion. 375, during the first months of the year, he attempted little writing. In the late spring and early summer, his work was chiefly on the annals of his family and on the tale St. Ives. The latter he found uphill work. After the first 10 or 12 chapters, which are in his happiest vein, the narrative, as he himself was painfully aware, began to flag. Towards the end of October, he gave it up for the time being and turned to a more arduous task, the tragic Weir of Hermiston. On this theme he felt his inspiration return, and during the month of November and the first days of December wrought once more at the full pitch of his powers and in the conscious delight of their exercise. On the 3rd of December, after a morning of happy work and pleasant correspondence, he was seen gazing long and wistfully toward the forest-clad mountain, on a ledge of which he had desired that he should be buried. In the afternoon, he brought his morning's work to his wife, the most exacting of his critics, asked her whether it was not well done, and in her glow of admiring assent found his confirmation and his reward. Nevertheless, she could not throw off an oppressive sense of coming calamity. He was reassuring her with gay and laughing talk when the sudden rupture of a blood vessel in the brain laid him almost in a moment unconscious at her feet, and before 2 hours were over, he had passed away. All the world knows how his body was carried by the loving hands of his native servants to the burial place of his choice, and rests there with the words of his own requiem engraved on his tombed words, which we have seen him putting on paper when he was at grips with death 15 years before in California. Home is the sailor, home from sea, and the hunter, home from the hill. To Charles Baxter. Mr. Baxter, after much preliminary consideration and inquiry, had matured and submitted to Stevenson the scheme of the Edinburgh edition, to which this letter is his reply. The paper on Treasure Island appeared in the Idler for August 1889, and was afterwards reprinted in the Miscellany, my first book, Chatto and Windus, 1894. See Edinburgh edition, Miscellanies, Vol. Roman 4. St. January, 94. My dear Charles, I am delighted with your idea, and first, I will here give an amended plan, and afterwards give you a note of some of the difficulties. Plan of the Edinburgh edition, 14 vols. It may be a question whether my Times letters might not be appended to the footnote with a note of the dates of discharge of Cedar Krantz and Pilsech. I am particularly pleased with this idea of yours because I am come to a dead stop. I never can remember how bad I have been before, but at any rate I am bad enough just now, I mean as to literature. In health I am well and strong. I take it I shall be 6 months before I am heard of again, and this time I could put in to some advantage in revising the text, and if it were thought desirable writing prefaces. I do not know how many of them might be thought desirable. I have written a paper on Treasure Island, which is to appear shortly. Master of Ballantrae, I have one drafted. The Wrecker is quite sufficiently done already with the last chapter, but I suppose an historic introduction to David Balfour is quite unavoidable. Prince Otto I don't think I could say anything about, and Black Arrow don't want to, but it is probable I could say something to the volume of travels. In the verse business, I can do just what I like better than anything else, and extend underwards with a lot of unpublished stuff. Propos, if I were to get printed off a very few poems which are somewhat too intimate for the 377 public, could you get them run up in some luxurious manner, so that fools might be induced to buy them in just a sufficient quantity to pay expenses, and the thing remains still in a manner private? We could supply photographs of the illustration sand. The poems are of Vailima, and the family I should much like to get this done as a surprise for Fanny. R50S. To H.B. Belden. Vailima, January 15th, 1894. My dear Belden, last mail brought your book and its dedication. Frederick Street and the gardens and the short-lived Jack-o'-lantern are again with me. The note of the east wind and Frobel's voice and the smell of soup in Thompson's stare. Truly, you had no need to put yourself under the protection of any other saint, were that Saint Artamate himself. Yourself were enough, and yourself coming with so rich a sheaf. For what is this that you say about the Muses? They have certainly never better inspired you than in Yale and Sisera, and Herodias and John the Baptist, good stout poems, fiery and sound. Tease but a mask, and behind it chuckles the god of the garden, I shall never forget. By the by, an error of the press, page 49, line 4, no infant's lesson are the ways of God. The is dropped. And this reminds me you have a bad habit, which is to be comminated in my theory of letters. Same page, 2 lines lower, but the vulture's track is surely as fine to the ear as but vulture's track, and this latter version has a dreadful baldness. The reader goes on with a sense of impoverishment, of unnecessary sacrifice. He has been robbed by footpads and goes scouting for his lost article. Again, in the second epode, these fine verses would surely sound much finer if they began, as a hardy climber who has set his heart, than with the jejune as hardy climber. 378. I do not know why you permit yourself this license with grammar. You show, in so many pages, that you are superior to the paltry sense of rhythm, which usually dictates eaters, though some poetaster had been suffered to correct the poet's text. By the way, I confess to a heartfelt weakness for auriculars. Believe me, the very grateful and characteristic Pickthank, but still sincere and affectionate. Robert Louis Stevenson. To W. H. Lowe. Vailima, January 15th, 1894. My dear Lowe, pray you stoop your proud head and sell yourself to some Jew magazine and make the visit out. I assure you, this is the spot for sculptor or painter. This and no other. I don't say to stay there, but to come once and get the living color into them. I am used to it. I do not notice it. Rather prefer my gray, freezing recollections of Scotland. But there it is, and every morning is a thing to give thanks for, and every night another when it rains, of course. About the rather late days, and I still suspect I had somehow offended you. However, all's well that ends well, and I am glad I am forgiven. Did you not fail to appreciate the attitude of Dodd? He was a fizzle and a stick, he knew it, he knew nothing else, and there is an undercurrent of bitterness in him. And then the problem that Pinkerton laid down, why the artist can do nothing else, is one that continually exercises myself. He cannot, granted, but Scott could, and Montaigne, and Julius Caesar, and many more, And why can't R50s? Does it not amaze you? It does me. I think of the Renaissance fellows and their all-round human sufficiency, and compare it with the ineffable smallness of the field in which we labor and in which we do so little. I think David Balfour a nice little book, 379 and very artistic, and just the thing to occupy the leisure of a busy man, but for the top flower of a man's life, it seems to me inadequate. Small is the word, it is a small age, and I am of it. I could have wished to be otherwise busy in this world. I ought to have been able to build lighthouses and write David Balfour's too. Hinc illi lacrimae. I take my own case as most handy, but it is as illustrative of my quarrel with the age. We take all these pains, and we don't do as well as Michelangelo or Leonardo, or even Fielding, who was an active magistrate, or Richardson, who was a busy bookseller. J'y haunt poor noose, my ears burn. I am amazed at the effect which this Chicago exhibition has produced upon you and others. It set Mrs. Fairchild literally mad to judge by her letters, and I wish I had seen anything so influential. I suppose there was an aura, a halo, some sort of effulgency about the place, for here I find you louder than the rest. Well, it may be there is a time coming, and I wonder when it comes, whether it will be a time of little, exclusive, one-eyed rascals like you and me, or parties of the old stamp who can paint and fight, and write and keep books of double entry and sculp and scalp. It might be. You have a lot of stuff in the kettle, and a great deal of it Celtic. I have changed my mind progressively about England. Practically the whole of Scotland is Celtic, and the western half of England, and all Ireland, and the Celtic blood makes a rare blend for art. If it is stiffened up with Latin blood, you get the French. We were less lucky. We had only Scandinavians, themselves decidedly artistic, and the Low German lot. However, that is a good starting point, and with all the other elements in your crucible, it may come to something great very easily. I wish you would hurry up and let me see it. Here is a long while I have been waiting for something good in art, and what have I seen? Zola's debacle and a few of Kipling's tales. Are you a reader of Barbey d'Aurevilly? He is a never-failing 380 source of pleasure to me, for my sins, I suppose. What a work is the Rideau Cramoisy, and El Ensorceli, and Le Chevalier des Touches. This is degenerating into mere twaddle. So please remember us all most kindly to Mrs. Lowe, and believe me ever yours. Robert Louis Stevenson. P.S. Were all your privateers voiceless in the War of 1812? Did no one of them write memoirs? I shall have to do my privateer from Chic if you can't help me. My application to Scribner has been quite in vain. See if you can get hold of some historic sharp in the club and tap him. They must some of them have written memoirs or notes of some sort, perhaps still unprinted. If that be so, get them copied for me. R50s. To Sidney Colvin. Vailima, Jan. 29th, 1894. My dear Colvin, I had fully intended for your education and moral health to fob you off with the meanest possible letter this month, and unfortunately, I find I will have to treat you to a good long account of matters here. I believe I have told you before about Tuimela Leofano and my taking him down to introduce him to the Chief Justice. Well, Tui came back to Vailima one day in the blackest sort of spirits, saying the war was decided, that he also must join in the fight, and that there was no hope whatever of success. He must fight as a point of honor for his family and country, and in his case, even if he escaped on the field of battle, deportation was the least to be looked for. He said he had a letter of complaint from the Great Council of Honor, which he wished to lay 381 before the Chief Justice, and he asked me to accompany him as if I were his nurse. We went down about dinner time, and by the way received from a lurking native the famous letter in an official blue envelope gummed up to the edges. It proved to be a declaration of war, quite formal, but with some variations that really made you bounce. White residents were directly threatened, bidden to have nothing to do with the king's party, not to receive their goods in their houses, etc., under pain of an accident. However, the Chief Justice took it very wisely and mildly, and between us, he and I and Tui made up a plan which has proved successful so far. The war is over. 15 chiefs are this morning undergoing a curious double process of law, comparable to a court-martial, in which their complaints are to be considered, and if possible righted, while their conduct is to be criticized, perhaps punished. Up to now, therefore, it has been a most successful policy, but the danger is before us. My own feeling would decidedly be that all would be spoiled by a single execution. The great hope, after all, lies in the knotless, rather flaccid character of the people. These are no Maoris. All the powers that Cedar Krantz let go by disuse, the new 100. J. is stealthily and boldly taking back again, perhaps some others also. He has shamed the chiefs in Mulinu into a law against taking heads, with a punishment of 6 years' imprisonment, and for a chief, degradation. To him has been left the sole conduct of this anxious and decisive inquiry. If the natives stand it, why, well, but I am nervous. To H.B. Belden. Vailima, January 30th, 1894. My dear Belden, call not blessed. Yes, if I could die just now, or say in half a year, I should have had a splendid time of it on the whole. But it gets a little stale, and my work will begin to senesce, and 382 parties to shy bricks at me, and now it begins to look as if I should survive to see myself impotent and forgotten. It's a pity suicide is not thought the ticket in the best circles. But your letter goes on to congratulate me on having done the one thing I am a little sorry for. A little, not much, for my father himself lived to think that I had been wiser than he. But the cream of the jest is that I have lived to change my mind and think that he was wiser than one. Had I been an engineer and literature my amusement, it would have been better perhaps. I pulled it off, of course, I won the wager, and it is pleasant while it lasts. But how long will it last? I don't know, say the bells of old Bow. All of which goes to show that nobody is quite sane in judging himself. Truly, had I given way and gone in for engineering, I should be dead by now. Well, the gods know best. I hope you got my letter about the rescue. Adieu. R50S. True for you about the benefit. Except by kisses, jests, song, et hoc genus omni, man cannot convey benefit to another. The universal benefactor has been there before him. To Sidney Colvin. Feb. 1894. Dear Colvin, by a reaction, when your letter is a little decent, mine is to be naked and unashamed. We have been much exercised. No one can prophesy here, of course, and the balance still hangs trembling, but I think it will go for peace. The mail was very late this time, hence the paltriness of this note. When it came and I had read it, I retired with the ebb tide and read it all before I slept. 383. I did not dream it was near as good. I'm afraid I think it excellent. A little indecision about Atwater, not much. It gives me great hope, as I see I can work in that constipated, mosaic manner, which is what I have to do just now with Weir of Hermiston. We have given a ball. I send you a paper describing the event. We have 2 guests in the house, Captain Count Wormbrand and Monsieur Albert de Lautrep. Lautrep is awfully nicely a quiet, gentlemanly fellow, gonfle de rêves. As he describes himself as a sculptor in the atelier of Henry Cross, he knows something of art and is really a resource to me. Letter from Meredith, very kind. Have you seen no more of Graham? What about my grandfather? The family history will grow to be quite a chapter. I suppose I am growing sensitive. Perhaps, by living among barbarians, I expect more civility. Look at this from the author of a very interesting and laudatory critique. He gives quite a false description of something of mine and talks about my insolence. Frankly, I supposed insolence to be a tapu word. I do not use it to a gentleman. I would not write it of a gentleman. I may be wrong, but I believe we did not write it of a gentleman in old days, and in my view he clever fellow, as he is wants to be kicked for applying it to me. By writing a novel, a bad one, I do not make myself a criminal for anybody to insult. This may amuse you, but either there is a change in journalism, too gradual for you to remark it on the spot, or there is a change in me. I cannot bear these phrases, I long to resent them. My forbears, the tenant farmers of the Muirs, would not have suffered such expressions unless it had been from Caldwell or Rowland or maybe Auchendrane. My family pride bristles. I am like the Negro. I just heard last night who my great-great-great-great-grandfather was. Ever yours, R50S. To J. H. Bates. The next is to a correspondent in Cincinnati who had been the founder of an R50S society in that city. Originally, he writes me, under date April 7, 1895, the outcome of a boyish fancy, but it has now grown into something more substantial. Vailima, Samoa, March 25, 1894. My dear Mr. Joe H. Bates, I shall have the greatest pleasure in acceding to your complimentary request. I shall think it an honor to be associated with your chapter, and I need not remind you, for you have said it yourself, how much depends upon your own exertions, whether to make it to me a real honor or only a derision. This is to let you know that I accept the position that you have seriously offered to me in a quite serious spirit. I need scarce tell you that I shall always be pleased to receive reports of your proceedings, and if I do not always acknowledge them, you are to remember that I am a man very much occupied otherwise, and not at all to suppose that I have lost interest in my chapter. In this world, which as you justly say is so full of sorrow and suffering, it will always please me to remember that my name is connected with some efforts after alleviation, nor less so with purposes of innocent recreation, which, after all, are the only certain means at our disposal for bettering human life. With kind regards to yourself, to Mr. 50, 100, Congdon, to E. 1000, G. Bates, and to Mr. Edward Hugh Higley Bates, and the heartiest wishes for the future success of the chapter, believe me, yours cordially. Robert Louis Stevenson. To William Archer. Vailima, Samoa, March 27, 1894. My dear Archer, many thanks for your theatrical world. You know, it strikes me as being really very 385 good. I have not yet read much of it, but so far as I have looked, there is not a dull and not an empty page in it. Hazlitt, whom you must often have thought of, would have been pleased. Come to think of it, I shall put this book upon the Hazlitt shelf. You have acquired a manner that I can only call august, otherwise I should have to call it such amazing impudence. The Bauble Shop and Beckett are examples of what I mean, but it sets you wheel. Marjorie Fleming I have known, as you surmise, for long. She was possiblino, I take back possiblish, was one of the greatest works of God. Your note about the resemblance of her verses to mine gave me great joy, though it only proved me a plagiarist. By the by, was it not over the Child's Garden of Verses that we first scraped acquaintance? I am sorry indeed to hear that my esteemed correspondent Tomacher has such poor taste in literature. I fear he cannot have inherited this trait from his dear papa. Indeed, I may say I know it, for I remember the energy of papa's disapproval when the work passed through his hands on its way to a second birth, which none regrets more than myself. It is an odd fact, or perhaps a very natural one. I find few greater pleasures than reading my own works, but I never read The Black Arrow. In that country Tomacher reigns supreme. Well, and after all, if Tomacher likes it, it has not been written in vain. We have just now a curious breath from Europe. A young fellow just beginning letters, and no fool, turned up here with a letter of introduction in the well-known blue ink and decorative hieroglyphs of George Meredith. His name may be known to you. It is Sidney Lysat. He is staying with us but a day or two, and it is strange to me and not unpleasant to hear all the names, old and new, come up again. But oddly, the new are so much more in number. If I revisited the glimpses of the moon 386 on your side of the ocean, I should know comparatively few of them. My amanuensis deserts me, I should have said you, for yours is the loss, my script having lost all bond with humanity. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin, that nobody can read my hand. It is a humiliating circumstance that thus evens us with printers. You must sometimes think it strange ye are, perhaps. It is only I that should so think it'o be following the old round, in the gas lamps and the crowded theatres, when I am away here in the tropical forest and the vast silences. My dear Archer, my wife joins me in the best wishes to yourself and Mrs. Archer, not forgetting Tom, and I am yours very cordially. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Sydney Calvin. Partly concerning a fresh rising, this time of the partisans of Tamases from the district of Atua, which had occurred and was after some time suppressed, partly in reference to the visit of Mr. Sidney Lycett, partly in reply to a petition that his letters might be less entirely taken up with native affairs, of relatively little meaning to his correspondent. Vailima, April 1894. My dear Calvin, this is the very day the mail goes, and I have as yet written you nothing. But it was just as well as it was all about my blacks and chocolates, and what of it had relation to whites, you will read some of in the Times. It means, as you will see, that I have at one blow quarrelled with all the officials of Samoa, the Foreign Office, and I suppose Her Majesty the Queen with milk and honey blessed. But you'll see in the Times. I am very well indeed, but just about dead, and mighty glad the mail is near here, and I can just give up all hope of contending with my letters and lie down for the rest of the day. These Times letters are not easy to write. 387, and I dare say the consuls say, why then does he write them? I had miserable luck with St. Ives, being already halfway through it, a book one. Had ordered 6 months ago arrives at last, and I have to change the first half of it from top to bottom. How could I have dreamed the French prisoners were watched over like a female charity school, kept in a grotesque livery, and shaved twice a week, and I had made all my points on the idea that they were unshaved and clothed anyhow. However, this last is better business, if only the book had come when I ordered it. Apropos, many of the books you announce don't come as a matter of fact. When they are of any value, it is best to register them. Your letter, alas, is not here. I sent it down to the cottage with all my mail for Fanny. On Sunday night a boy comes up with a lantern and a note from Fanny to say the woods are full of atuas and I must bring a horse down that instant, as the posts are established beyond her on the road, and she does not want to have the fight going on between us. Impossible to get a horse, so I started in the dark on foot, with a revolver and my spurs on my bare feet, leaving directions that the boy should mount after me with the horse. Try such an experience on our road once, and do it, if you please, after you have been downtown from 9 o'clock till 6, on board the ship afore lunching, teaching Sunday school I actually do and making necessary visits, and the Saturday before, having sat all day from 12 past 6 to 12 past 4, scriving at my Times letter. About halfway up, just in fact at point of the outposts, I met Fanny coming up. Then all night long I was being wakened with scares that really should be looked into, though I knew there was nothing in them and no bottom to the whole story, and the drums and shouts and cries from Tanugamanono, and the town keeping up an all-night corybantic chorus in the moonlight moon, rose 388 Laytand, the searchlight of the warship in the harbor making a jewel of brightness as it lit up the bay of Appia in the distance. And then next morning, about 8 o'clock, a drum coming out of the woods, and a party of patrols who had been in the woods on our left front, which is our true rear, coming up to the house, and meeting there another party who had been in the woods on our right, which is via Mountain, and 43 of them being entertained to ava and biscuits on the veranda, and marching off at last in single file for Appia. Briefly, it is not much wonder if your letter and my whole mail was left at the cottage, and I have no means of seeing or answering particulars. The whole thing was nothing but a bottomless scare. It was obviously so. You couldn't make a child believe it was anything else, but it has made the consuls sit up. My own private scares were really abominably annoying, as for instance after I had got to sleep for the 9th time perhaps, and that was no easy matter either, for I had a crick in my neck so agonizing that I had to sleep sitting up. I heard noises as of a man being murdered in the boy's house. To be sure, said I, this is nothing again, but if a man's head was being taken, the noises would be the same. So I had to get up, stifle my cries of agony from the crick, get my revolver, and creep out stealthily to the boy's house. And there were 2 of them sitting up, keeping watch of their own accord like good boys, and whiling the time over a game of sweepy Cassanoth whist of our islander sand. One of them was our champion idiot, Mischievous, and I suppose he was holding bad cards, and losing all the time, and these noises were his humorous protests against fortune. Well, excuse this excursion into my blacks and chocolates. It is the last. You will have heard from Lysette how I failed to write last mail. The said Lysette seems to me a very nice fellow. We were only sorry he 389 could not stay with us longer. Austin came back from school last week, which made a great time for the amanuensis, you may be sure. Then on Saturday, the Curacoa came in same commission, with all our old friends, and on Sunday, as already mentioned, Austin and I went down to service and had lunch afterwards in the wardroom. The officers were awfully nice to Austin. They are the most amiable ship in the world, and after lunch we had a paper handed round on which we were to guess, and sign our guess, of the number of leaves on the pineapple. I never saw this game before, but it seems it is much practiced in the Queen's Navy. When all have betted, one of the party begins to strip the pineapple head, and the person whose guess is furthest out has to pay for the sherry. My equanimity was disturbed by shouts of the American Commodore, and I found that Austin had entered and lost about a bottle of sherry. He turned with great composure and addressed me. "I'm afraid I must look to you, Uncle Louis. The Sunday school racket is only an experiment which I took up at the request of the late American Land Commissioner. I am trying it for a month, and if I do as ill as I believe, and the boys find it only half as tedious as I do, I think it will end in a month. I have carte blanche and say what I like, but does any single soul understand me? Fanny is on the whole very much better. Lloyd has been under the weather and goes for a month to the South Island of New Zealand for some skating, save the mark. I get all the skating I want among officials. Dear Calvin, please remember that my life passes among my blacks or chocolates. If I were to do as you propose, in a bit of a tiff, it would cut you off entirely from my life. You must try to exercise a trifle of imagination and put yourself, perhaps with an effort, into some sort of sympathy with these people, or how am I to write to you? I think you are truly a little too cockney with me. Ever yours. Robert Louis Stevenson. To W. B. Yeats. Vailima, Samoa, April 14, 1894. Dear Sir, long since, when I was a boy, I remember the emotions with which I repeated Swinburne's poems and ballads. Some 10 years ago, a similar spell was cast upon me by Meredith's Love in the Valley. The stanzas beginning when her mother tends her haunted me and made me drunk like wine, and I remember waking with them all the echoes of the hills about Hyers. It may interest you to hear that I have a third time fallen in slavery. This is to your poem called The Lake Isle of Innisfree. It is so quaint and airy, simple, artful, and eloquent to the heart, but I seek words in vain. Enough that always night and day I hear lake water lapping with low sounds on the shore, and am yours gratefully. Robert Louis Stevenson. To George Meredith. The young lady referred to in the following is Mr. Meredith's daughter, now Mrs. H. Sturgis, the bearer of the introduction, Mr. Sidney Lysette, author of the Marplot and one of the Grenvilles. It is only in the first few chapters of Mr. Meredith's Amazing Marriage that the character of Gower Woodseer has been allowed to retain any likeness to that of R50. S. Vailima, Samoa, April 17, 1894. My dear Meredith, many good things have the gods sent to me of late. First of all, there was a letter from you by the kind hand of Mariette, if she is not too great a lady to be remembered in such a style. And then there came one Lysette, with a charming note of introduction in the well-known hand itself. We had but a few days of him, and liked him well. There was a sort of geniality and inward fire about him, at which I warmed my hands. It is long since I have seen a young man who has left in me such a favorable impression, and I find myself telling myself, oh, I must tell this to Lysette, 391, or this will interest him in a manner very unusual after so brief an acquaintance. The whole of my family shared in this favorable impression, and my halls have rechoed ever since. I am sure he will be amused to know, with Widdicombe Fair. He will have told you doubtless more of my news than I could tell you myself. He has your European perspective, a thing long lost to me. I heard with a great deal of interest the news of Box Hill, and so I understand it is to be enclosed. Allow me to remark, that seems a far more barbaric trait of manners than the most barbarous of hours. We content ourselves with cutting off an occasional head. I hear we may soon expect the amazing marriage. You know how long, and with how much curiosity, I have looked forward to the book. Now, insofar as you have adhered to your intention, Gower Woodseer will be a family portrait, age 25, of the highly respectable and slightly influential and fairly aged Tusitala. You have not known that gentleman. Console yourself, he is not worth knowing. At the same time, my dear Meredith, he is very sincerely yours for what he is worth, for the memories of old times, and in the expectation of many pleasures still to come. I suppose we shall never see each other again. Flitting youths of the Lysat species may occasionally cover these unconscionable legs and bear greetings to and fro. But we ourselves must be content to converse on an occasional sheet of notepaper, and I shall never see whether you have grown older, and you shall never deplore that Gower Woodseer should have declined into the pantaloon Tusitala. It is perhaps better so. Let us continue to see each other as we were, and accept, my dear Meredith, my love and respect. Robert Louis Stevenson. PSMY, wife joins me in the kindest messages to yourself and Mariette. To Charles Baxter. Vailima, April 17, 94. My dear Charles, St. Ives is now well on its way into the second volume. There remains no mortal doubt that it will reach the 3-volume standard. I am very anxious that you should send me St. Tom and Jerry, a cheap edition. ND, the book by Ashton, Dawn of the Century. I think it was Khaled which Calvin sent me, and which has miscarried, and RD, if it is possible, a file of the Edinburgh Courant for the years 1811, 1812, 1813, or 1814. I should not care for a whole year. If it were possible to find me 3 months, winter months by preference, it would do my business not only for St. Ives, but for the justice clerk as well. Suppose this to be impossible, perhaps I could get the loan of it from somebody, or perhaps it would be possible to have someone read a file for me and make notes. This would be extremely bad, as unhappily one man's food is another man's poison, and the reader would probably leave out everything I should choose. But if you are reduced to that, you might mention to the man who is to read for me that balloon ascensions are in the order of the day. It might be as well to get a book on balloon ascension, particularly in the early part of the century. 3. At last, this book has come from Scribner, and alas, I have the first 6 or 7 chapters of St. Ives to recast entirely. Who could foresee that they clothed the French prisoners in yellow, but that one fatal fact, and also that they shaved them twice a week, damns the whole beginning. If it had been sent in time, it would have saved me a deal of trouble. I have had a long letter from Dr. Scott Dalgleish, 25 Mayfield Terrace, asking me to put my name down to the Ballantyne Memorial Committee. I have sent him a pretty sharp answer in favor of cutting down the memorial and giving more to the widow and children. If there is to be any foolery in the way of statues or other trash, please send them a guinea. But if they are going to take my advice and put up a simple tablet with a few heartfelt words, and really devote the bulk of the subscriptions to the wife and family, I will go to the length of £20, if you will allow me, and if the case of the family be at all urgent, and at least I direct you to send £10. I suppose you had better see Scott Dalgleish himself on the matter. I take the opportunity here to warn you that my head is simply spinning with a multitude of affairs, and I shall probably forget a half of my business at last. R50S. To Mrs. Sitwell. Vailima, April 1894. My dear friend, I have at last got some photographs, and hasten to send you, as you asked, a portrait of Tusitala. He is a strange person, not so lean, say experts, but infinitely battered, mighty active again on the whole, going up and down our breakneck road at all hours of the day and night on horseback, holding meetings with all manner of chiefs. Quite a political personage, God save the mark, in a small way, but at heart very conscious of the inevitable flat failure that awaits everyone. I shall never do a better book than Catriona, that is my high-water mark, and the trouble of production increases on me at a great rate, and mighty anxious about how I am to leave my family. an elderly man with elderly preoccupations, whom I should be ashamed to show you for 390 for your old friend, but not a hope of my dying soon and cleanly and winning off the stage. Rather, I am daily better in physical health. I shall have to see this business out, after all, and I think, in that case, they should have as he might have spared me all my ill health this decade past, if it were not to unbar the doors. I have no taste for old age, and my nose is to be rubbed in it in spite of my face. I was meant to die young, and the gods do not love me. This is very like an epitaph, bar the handwriting, which is anything but monumental, and I dare say I had better stop. Fanny is down at her own cottage planting or deplanting or replanting, I know not which, and she will not be home till dinner, by which time the mail will be all closed, else she would join me in all good messages and remembrances of love. I hope you will congratulate Burne-Jones from me on his baronetcy. I cannot make out to be anything but raspingly, harrowingly sad, so I will close, and not affect levity which I cannot feel. Do not altogether forget me, keep a corner of your memory for the exile. Louis. To Charles Baxter. Vailima, May 1894. My dear Charles, my dear fellow, I wish to assure you of the greatness of the pleasure that this Edinburgh edition gives me. I suppose it was your idea to give it that name. No other would have affected me in the same manner. Do you remember how many years ago I would be afraid to hazard a guess on night, when I communicated to you certain intimations of early death and aspiration after fame? I was particularly maudlin, and my remorse the next morning on a review of my folly has written the matter very deeply in my mind. From 395 yours it may easily have fled. If anyone at that moment could have shown me the Edinburgh edition, I suppose I should have died. It is with gratitude and wonder that I consider the way in which I have been led. Could a more preposterous idea have occurred to us in those days, when we used to search our pockets for coppers, too often in vain, and combine forces to produce the threepence necessary for 2 glasses of beer, or wander down the Lothian road without any, than that I should be strong and well at the age of 43 in the island of Upolu, and that you should be at home bringing out the Edinburgh edition? If it had been possible, I should almost have preferred the Lothian Road edition, say, with a picture of the old Dutch smuggler on the covers. I have now something heavy on my mind. I had always a great sense of kinship with poor Robert Ferguson, so clever a boy, so wild, of such a mixed strain, so unfortunate, born in the same town with me, and as I always felt, rather by express intimation than from evidence, so like myself. Now the injustice with which the one Robert is rewarded and the other left out in the cold sits heavy on me, and I wish you could think of some way in which I could do honor to my unfortunate namesake. Do you think it would look like affectation to dedicate the whole edition to his memory? I think it would. The sentiment which would dictate it to me is too abstruse, and besides, I think my wife is the proper person to receive the dedication of my life's work. At the same time, it is very odd, it really looks like the transmigration of souls. I feel that I must do something for Ferguson. Burns has been before me with the gravestone. It occurs to me you might take a walk down the Canongate and see in what condition the stone is. If it be at all uncared for, we might repair it, and perhaps add a few words of inscription. I must tell you what I just remembered in a flash as I was walking about dictating this letter. There was in the 396 original plan of the Master of Ballantrae a sort of introduction describing my arrival in Edinburgh on a visit to yourself, and your placing in my hands the papers of the story. I actually wrote it, and then condemned the ideas being a little too like Scott, I suppose. Now I must really find the Ms. and try to finish it for the EE. It will give you what I should so much like you to have, another corner of your own in that lofty monument. Suppose we do what I have proposed about Ferguson's monument. I wonder if an inscription like this would look arrogant. This stone, originally erected by Robert Burns, has been repaired at the charges of Robert Louis Stevenson, and is by him rededicated to The memory of Robert Fergusson. As the gift of one Edinburgh lad to another. In spacing this inscription, I would detach the names of Fergusson and Burns, but leave mine in the text. Or would that look like sham modesty, and is it better to bring out the three Roberts? To Sidney Colvin. Vailima, May 18th, 1894. My dear Colvin, your proposals for the Edinburgh edition are entirely to my mind. About the amateur emigrant, it shall go to you by this mail well slashed. If you like to slash some more on your own account, I give you permission. 'Tis not a great work, but since it goes to make up the two first volumes as proposed, I 397 presume it has not been written in vain. Miscellanies. I see with some alarm the proposal to print juvenilia. Does it not seem to you taking myself a little too much as Grandfather William? I am certainly not so young, as I once was. A lady took occasion to remind me of the fact no later agon than last night. Why don't you leave that to the young men, Mr. Stevenson, said Shebert, when I remember that I felt indignant at even John Ruskin. When he did something of the kind, I really feel myself blush from head to heel. If you want to make up the first volume, there are a good many works which I took the trouble to prepare for publication, and which have never been republished. In addition to Roads and Dancing Children, referred to by you, there is an autumn effect in the portfolio, and a paper on Fontainebleau Forest Notes is the name of it in Cornhill. I have no objection to any of these being edited, say with a scythe, and reproduced, but I heartily abominate and reject the idea of reprinting the Pentland Rising. For God's sake, let me get buried first. Tales and Fantasies, vols. 1 and 2, have my hearty approval, but I think 3 and 4 had better be crammed into one as you suggest. I will reprint none of the stories mentioned. They are below the mark. Well, I dare say the beastly body snatcher has merit, and I am unjust to it from my recollections of the Pall Mall, but the other two won't do. For vols. 5 and 6 now changed into 4, and 5 I propose the common title of South Sea Yarns. These are all my differences of opinion. I agree with every detail of your arrangement, and as you see, my objections have turned principally on the question of hawking unripe fruit. I dare say it is all pretty green, but that is no reason for us to fill the barrow with trash. Think of having a new set of typecast, paper especially 398 made, etc., in order to set up rubbish that is not fit for the Saturday Scotsman. It would be the climax of shame. I am sending you a lot of verses, which had best, I think, be called Underwood's Book 3, but in what order are they to go? Also, I am going on every day a little, till I get sick of it, with the attempt to get the emigrant compressed into life. I know I can, or you can after meadow it. It is only a question of time and prayer and ink, and should leave something, no, not good, but not all but a very genuine appreciation of these folks. You are to remember besides there is that paper of mine on Bunyan in the Magazine of Art. Oh, and then there's another thing in Seeley called some spusum name, I cannot recall it. Welcome, here goes for juvenilia. Dancing Infants, Roads, and Autumn Effect Forest Notes, but this should come at the end of them, as it's really rather riper, the t'other thing from Seeley, and I'll tell you, you may put in my letter to the Church of Scotland it's not written amiss, and I dare say the philosophy of umbrellas might go in, but there I stick, and remember that was a collaboration with James Walter Ferrier. Oh, and there was a little skit called the Charity Bazaar, which you might see. I don't think it would do. Now, I do not think there are two other words that should be printed. By the way, there is an article of mine called The Day After Tomorrow in the Contemporary, which you might find room for somewhere. It's no bad. Very busy with all these affairs, and some native ones also. To R.A. 1000, Stevenson. Vailima, June 17th, 1894. My dear Bob, I must make out a letter this mail or perish in the attempt. All the same, I am deeply stupid, 399 in bed with a cold, deprived of my amanuensis, and conscious of the wish, but not the furnished will. You may be interested to hear how the family inquiries go. It is now quite certain that we are a second-rate lot, and came out of Cunningham or Clydesdale, therefore British folk, so that you are Cymry on both sides, and I Cymry and picked. we may have fought with King Arthur and known Merlin. The first of the family, Stevenson of Stevenson, was quite a great party and dates back to the wars of Edward I. The last male heir of Stevenson died 1670, 220 tens to the bad from drink. About the same time, the Stevensons, who were mostly in Cunningham before, crop up suddenly in the parish of Neilston, over the border in Renfrewshire. Of course, they may have been there before, but there is no word of them in that parish till 1675 in any extracts I have. Our first traceable ancestor was a tenant farmer of Muir of Caldwell's James in Nether Carswell. Presently 2 families of Maltmen are found in Glasgow, both, by reduplicated proofs, related to James, the son of James, in Nether Carswell. We descend by his second marriage from Robert. One of these died 1733. It is not very romantic up to now, but has interested me surprisingly to fish out, always hoping for more and, occasionally getting at least a little clearness and confirmation. But the earliest date, 1655, apparently the marriage of James in Nether Carswell, cannot as yet be pushed back. From which of any number of dozen little families in Cunningham we should derive, God knows. Of course, it doesn't matter 100 years hence, an argument fatal to all human enterprise, industry, or pleasure. And to me it will be a deadly disappointment if I cannot roll this stone away. 1 generation further might be nothing, but it is my present object of desire, and we are so near it. There is a man in the same parish called Constantine. If I could only trace to him, I could take you far afield by that one talisman of the strange Christian name of Constantine. 400, but no such luck, and I kind of fear we shall stick at James. 1. James, a tenant of the Muirs in Nether Carswell. Neilston, married 1665, Jean Kerr. 2. Robert Maltman in Glasgow, died 1733. Married first, married second. Elizabeth Cumming. William Maltman in Glasgow. Robert Marion Elizabeth. Note, between 17,301,766 flourished in Glasgow Allen the coppersmith, who acts as a kind of a pin to the whole Stevenson system there. He was cautioned to Robert II's will, and to William's will, and to the will of a John, another Maltman. 3. Robert Maltman in Glasgow, married Margaret Fulton, had a large family. 4. Allen, West India merchant, married Jean Lilly. 5. Robert, married Jean Smith. 6. Allen, Margaret Jones. 7. R.A. 1000, S. So much, though all inchoate, I trouble you with, knowing that you, at least, must take an interest in it. So much is certain of that strange Celtic descent that the past has an interest for it apparently gratuitous, but fiercely strong. I wish to trace my ancestors 1,000 years, if I trace them by gallowses. It is not love, not pride, not admiration. It is an expansion of the identity, intimately pleasing and wholly uncritical. I can expend myself in the person of an inglorious ancestor with perfect comfort, or a disgraced if I could find one. I suppose, perhaps, it is more to me who am childless, and refrain with a certain shock from looking forwards. But I am sure, in the solid grounds of race, that you have it also in some degree. Enough genealogy. I do not know if you will be able 401 to read my hand. Unhappily, Belle, who is my amanuensis, is out of the way on other affairs, and I have to make the unwelcome effort. Oh, this is beautiful. I am quite pleased with myself. Graham has just arrived last night. My mother is coming by the other steamer in 3 days, and has told me of your meeting, and he said you looked a little older than I did, so that I suppose we keep step fairly on the downward side of the hill. He thought you looked harassed, and I could imagine that too. I sometimes feel harassed. I have a great family here about me, a great anxiety. The loss, to use my grandfather's expression, the loss of our family is that we are disbelievers in the morrow, perhaps I should say, rather, in next year. The future is always black to us. It was to Robert Stevenson, to Thomas, I suspect to Allen, to R.A. 1000, as it was so almost to his ruin in youth, to R. 50. S., who had a hard, hopeful strain in him from his mother, it was not so much so once, but becomes daily more so. Daily so much more so that I have a painful difficulty in believing I can ever finish another book or that the public will ever read it. I have so huge a desire to know exactly what you are doing that I suppose I should tell you what I am doing by way of an example. I have a room now, a part of the 12-foot veranda sparred in, at the most inaccessible end of the house. Daily I see the sunrise out of my bed, which I still value as a tonic, a perpetual tuning fork, a look of God's face once in the day. At 6 my breakfast comes up to me here, and I work till 11. If I am quite well, I sometimes go out and bathe in the river before lunch, 12. In the afternoon, I generally work again, now alone drafting, now with Bell dictating. Dinner is at 6, and I am often in bed by 8. This is supposing me to stay at home. But I must often be away, sometimes all day long, sometimes till 12, 1 or 2 at night, when you might see me coming home to the sleeping house, sometimes in a trackless darkness, sometimes 402 with a glorious tropic moon, everything drenched with dew saddling and creeping to bed. And you would no longer be surprised that I live out in this country and not in Bournemouth bed. My great recent interruptions have, as you know, come from politics. Not much in my line, you will say, but it is impossible to live here and not feel very sorely the consequences of the horrid white mismanagement. I tried standing by and looking on, and it became too much for me. They are such illogical fools. A logical fool in an office with a lot of red tape is conceivable. Furthermore, he is as much as we have any reason to expect of officials a thoroughly commonplace, unintellectual lot. But these people are wholly on wires, laying their ears down, skimming away, pausing as though shot, and presto, full spread on the other tack. I observe in the official class mostly an insane jealousy of the smallest kind, as compared to which the artist's is of a grave, modest character, the actor's, even, a desire to extend his little authority, and to relish it like a glass of wine that is impayable. Sometimes, when I see one of these little kings strutting over one of his victorious wholly illegal, perhaps, and certain to be reversed to his shame if his superiors ever heard of it, I could weep. The strange thing is that they have nothing else. I auscultate them in vain. No real sense of duty, no real comprehension, no real attempt to comprehend, no wish for information. You cannot offend one of them more bitterly than by offering information, though it is certain that you have more, and obvious that you have other, information than they have, and talking of policy, they could not play a better stroke than by listening to you, and it need by no means influence their action. 10 is, you know what a French post office or railway official is. That is the diplomatic card to the life. Dickens is not in it. Caricature fails. All this keeps me from my work and gives me the unpleasant side of the world. When your letters are disbelieved 403, it makes you angry, and that is rot, and I wish I could keep out of it with all my soul, but I have just got into it again, and farewell peace. My work goes along but slowly. I have got to a crossing place, I suppose. The present book, St. Ives, is nothing. It is in no style in particular, a tissue of adventures, the central character not very well done, no philosophically pith under the yarn, and in short, if people will read it, that's all I ask, and if they want, damn them. I like doing it though, and if you ask me why. After that I am on Weir of Hermiston and Heathercat, 2 Scotch stories, which will either be something different or I shall have failed. The first is generally designed, and is a private story of 2 or 3 characters in a very grim vein. The second the thought is an attempt at a real historical novel to present a whole field of time. The racer own raced West Land and Clydesdale blue bonnets under the influence of their last trial, when they got to a pitch of organization in madness that no other peasantry has ever made an offer at. I was going to call it The Killing Time, but this man Crockett has forestalled me in that. Well, it'll be a big smash if I fail in it, but a gallant attempt. All my weary reading as a boy, which you remember well enough, will come to bear on it, and if my mind will keep up to the point it was in a while back, perhaps I can pull it through. For 2 months past, Fanny, Belle, Austin, her child, and I have been alone, But yesterday, as I mentioned, Graham Balfour arrived, and on Wednesday my mother and Lloyd will make up the party to its full strength. I wish you could drop in for a month or a week or 2 hours. That is my chief want. On the whole, it is an unexpectedly pleasant corner I have dropped into for an end of it, which I could scarcely have foreseen from Wilson's shop, or the Prince's Street Gardens, or the Portobello Road. Still, I would like to hear what my alter ego thought of it, and I would sometimes like to have my old 404 matriarchs express an opinion on what I do. I put this very tamely, being on the whole a quiet elderly man, but it is a strong passion with me, though intermittent. Now try to follow my example and tell me something about yourself, Louisa, the Bab, and your work, and kindly send me some specimens of what you're about. I have only seen one thing by you, about Notre Dame in the Westminster or St. James, since I left England, now I suppose 6 years ago. I have looked this trash over, and it is not at all the letter I wanted to write, not truck about officials, ancestors, and the like rancidness, but you have to let your pen go in its own broken-down gait, like an old butcher's pony, stop when it pleases, and go on again as it will. Ever, my dear Bob, your affectionate cousin. R50 Stevenson. To Sidney Colvin. Vailima, June 18th, 94. My dear Colvin, you are to please understand that my last letter is withdrawn unconditionally. You and Baxter are having all the trouble of this edition, and I simply put myself in your hands for you to do what you like with me, and I am sure that will be the best, at any rate. Hence you are to conceive me withdrawing all objections to your printing anything you please. After all, it is a sort of family affair. About the miscellany section, both plans seem to me quite good. Toss up. I think the old gardener has to stay where I put him last. It would not do to separate John and Robert. In short, I am only sorry I ever uttered a word about the edition, and leave you to be the judge. I have had a vile cold, which has prostrated me for more than a fortnight, and even now tears me nightly with spasmodic coughs, but it has been a great victory. I have never 405 borne a cold with so little hurt. Wait till the clouds blow by before you begin to boast. I have had no fever, and though I've been very unhappy, it is nigh over, I think. Of course, St. Ives has paid the penalty. I must not let you be disappointed in St. 1. It is a mere tissue of adventures, the central figure not very well or very sharply drawn, no philosophy, no destiny to it. Some of the happenings very good in themselves, I believe, but none of them build-end, none of them constructive, except in so far perhaps as they make up a kind of sham picture of the time, all in italics and all out of drawing. Here and there, I think, it is well written, and here and there it's not. Some of the episodic characters are amusing, I do believe, others not, I suppose. However, they are the best of the thing such as it is. If it has a merit to it, I should say it was a sort of deliberation and swing to the style, which seems to me to suit the mail coaches and post-chaises with which it sounds all through. 'Tis my most prosaic book. I called on the 2 German ships now in port, and we are quite friendly with them, and intensely friendly, of course, with our own curacoas. But it is other guesswork on the beach. Someone has employed, or subsidized, one of the local editors to attack me once a week. He is pretty scurrilous and pretty false. The first effect of the perusal of the Weekly Beast is to make me angry. The second is a kind of deep, golden content and glory, when I seem to say to people, see, this is my position, I am a plain man dwelling in the bush in a house, and behold they have to get up this kind of truck against me, and I have so much influence that they are obliged to write a weekly article to say I have none. By this time you must have seen Lycett, and forgiven me the letter that came not at all. He was really so nice a fellow, had so much to tell me of merit at hand, the time was so short that I gave up the intervening days between mails entirely to entertain him. We go on pretty nicely. Fanny, Bell, and I have had 2 months alone, and it has been very pleasant. But by tomorrow or next day noon, we shall see the whole clan assembled again about Vailima table, which will be pleasant too, 7 persons in all, and the babel of voices will be heard again in the big hall so long empty and silent. Goodbye, love to all. Time to close, yours ever. R50 S. To Henry James. Vailima, July 7th, 1894. Dear Henry James, I am going to try and dictate to you a letter or a note, and begin the same without any spark of hope, my mind being entirely in abeyance. This malady is very bitter on the literary man. I have had it now coming on for a month, and it seems to get worse instead of better. If it should prove to be softening of the brain, a melancholy interest will attach to the present document. I heard a great deal about you from my mother and Graham Balfour. The latter declares that you could take a first in any Samoan subject. If that be so, I should like to hear you on the theory of the Constitution. Also to consult you on the force of the particles olu and ua, which are the subject of a dispute among local pundits. You might, if you ever answer this, give me your opinion on the origin of the Samoan race, just to complete the favor. They both say that you are looking well, and I suppose I may conclude from that that you are feeling passably. I wish I was. Do not suppose from this that I am ill in body. It is the numbskull that I complain of. And when that is wrong, as you must be very keenly aware, you begin every day with a smarting disappointment, which is not good for the temper. I am in one of the humors when a man wonders how anyone can be such an ass as to embrace the profession of letters, and not get apprenticed 407 to a barber or keep a baked potato stall. But I have no doubt in the course of a week, or perhaps tomorrow, things will look better. We have at present in port the model warship of Great Britain. She is called the Curacoa, and has the nicest set of officers and men conceivable. They, the officers, are all very intimate with us, and the front veranda is known as the Curacoa Club, and the road up to Vailima is known as the Curacoa Track. It was rather a surprise to me. Many naval officers have I known, and somehow had not learned to think entirely well of them, and perhaps sometimes ask myself a little uneasily how that kind of men could do great actions. And behold, the answer comes to me, and I see a ship that I would guarantee to go anywhere it was possible for men to go, and accomplish anything it was permitted man to attempt. I had a cruise on board of her not long ago to Manua, and was delighted. The goodwill of all on board, the grim playfulness of quarters, with the wounded falling down at the word, the ambulances hastening up and carrying them away, the captain suddenly crying, "Fire in the wardroom," and the squad hastening forward with the hose, and last and most curious spectacle of all the men in their dust-colored fatigue clothes, at a note of the bugle, falling simultaneously flat on deck, and the ship proceeding with its prostrate crew quasi to ram an enemy. Our dinner at night in a wild open anchorage, the ship rolling almost to her gunwales and showing us alternately her bulwarks up in the sky, and then the wild, broken, cliffy, palm-crested shores of the island, with the surf thundering and leaping close aboard. We had the wardroom mess on deck, lit by pink wax tapers, everybody, of course, in uniform but myself, and the first lieutenant, who is a rheumaticy body wrapped in a boat cloak. Gradually the sunset faded out, the island disappeared from the eye, though it remained menacingly 408 present to the ear with the voice of the surf. And then the captain turned on the searchlight and gave us the coast, the beach, the trees, the native houses, and the cliffs by glimpses of daylight, a kind of deliberate lightning. About which time, I suppose, we must have come as far as the dessert, and were probably drinking our first glass of port to Her Majesty. We stayed 2 days at the island, and had in addition a very picturesque snapshot at the native life. The 3 islands of Manua are independent, and are ruled over by a little slip of a half-caste girl about 20, who sits all day in a pink gown, in a little white European house with about 1/4 of an acre of roses in front of it, looking at the palm trees on the village street, and listening to the surf. This, so far as I could discover, was all she had to do. "This is a very dull place," she said. "It appears she could go to no other village for fear of raising the jealousy of her own people in the capital. And as for going about taffetaffing, as we say here, its cost was too enormous. A strong, able-bodied native must walk in front of her and blow the conch shell continuously from the moment she leaves one house until the moment she enters another. Did you ever blow the conch shell? I presume not, but the sweat literally hailed off that man, and I expected every moment to see him burst a blood vessel. We were entertained to kava in the guest house with some very original features. The young men who run for the kava have a right to misconduct themselves ad libitum on the way back. and though they were told to restrain themselves on the occasion of our visit, there was a strange hurly-burly at their return, when they came beating the trees and the posts of the houses, leaping, shouting, and yelling like bacchants. I tasted on that occasion what it is to be great. My name was called next after the captain's, and several chiefs, a thing quite new to me, and not at all Samoan practice, drank to me by name. And now, if you are not sick of the Curacoa and Manua, I am, at least on paper, and I decline any longer to give you examples of how not to write. By the by, you sent me long ago a work by Anatole France, which I confess I did not taste. Since then, I have made the acquaintance of the Abbe Coignard and have become a faithful adorer. I don't think a better book was ever written. And I have no idea what I have said, and I have no idea what I ought to have said, and I am a total ass, but my heart is in the right place, and I am, my dear Henry James, yours. R50S. To Marcel Schwab. Vailima, Upolu, Samoa, July 7, 1894. Dear Mr. Marcel Schwab, thank you for having remembered me in my exile. I have read Mimes twice as a whole, and now, as I write, I am reading it again as it were by accident, and a piece at a time, my eye catching a word and traveling obediently on through the whole number. It is a graceful book, essentially graceful, with its haunting agreeable melancholy, its pleasing savory of antiquity. At the same time, by its merits, it shows itself rather as the promise of something else to come than a thing final in itself. You have yet to give Usand, I am expecting it with impatience, something of a larger gait, something daylit, not twilit, something with the colors of life, not the flat tints of a temple illumination, something that shall be said with all the clearnesses and the trivialities of speech, not sung like a semi-articulate lullaby. It will not please yourself as well when you come to give it us, but it will please others better. It will be more of a whole, more worldly, more nourished, more commonplace and not so pretty, perhaps not even so beautiful. No man knows better than I that, as we go on in life, we 410 must part from prettiness and the graces. We but attain qualities to lose them. Life is a series of farewells, even in art. Even our proficiencies are deciduous and evanescent. So here with these exquisite pieces, the XVI-th, XV-th, and IVTH of the present collection. You will perhaps never excel them. I should think the Hermes never. Well, you will do something else, and of that I am in expectation. Yours cordially. Robert Louis Stevenson. To A. St. Gaudens. Vailima, Samoa, July 8, 1894. Dear St. Gaudens, this is to tell you that the medallion has been at last triumphantly transported up the hill and placed over my smoking-room mantelpiece. It is considered by everybody a first-rate but flattering portrait. We have it in a very good light, which brings out the artistic merits of the godlike sculptor to great advantage. As for my own opinion, I believe it to be a speaking likeness, and not flattered at all, possibly a little the reverse. The verses, curse the rhyme, look remarkably well. Please do not longer delay, but send me an account for the expense of the gilt letters. I was sorry indeed that they proved beyond the means of a small farmer. Yours very sincerely. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Miss Adelaide Boodle. Vailima, July 14, 1894. My dear Adelaide, so, at last, you are going into mission work, where I think your heart always was. You will like it in a way, but remember it is dreary long. Do you know the story of the American tramp who was offered meals and a day's wage to chop with the back of 411 an axe on a fallen trunk? Damned if I can go on chopping when I can't see the chips fly. You will never see the chips fly in mission work, never, and be sure you know it beforehand. The work is one long dull disappointment, varied by acute revulsions, and those who are by nature courageous and cheerful and have grown old in experience learn to rub their hands over infinitesimal successes. However, as I really believe there is some good done in the long rungata, cavat lapidem non-Roman 6 in this business, it is a useful and honorable career in which no one should be ashamed to embark. Always remember the fable of the sun, the storm, and the traveler's cloak. Forget wholly and forever all small pruderies, and remember that you cannot change ancestral feelings of right and wrong without what is practically soul murder. Barbarous as the customs may seem, always hear them with patience, always judge them with gentleness, always find in them some seed of good. See that you always develop them. Remember that all you can do is to civilize the man in the line of his own civilization, such as it is, and never believe in thaumaturgic conversions. They may do very well for St. Paul. In the case of an Andaman Islander, they mean less than nothing. In fact, what you have to do is to teach the parents in the interests of their great-grandchildren. Now, my dear Adelaide, dismiss from your mind the least idea of fault upon your side. Nothing is further from the fact. I cannot forgive you, for I do not know your fault. My own is plain enough, and the name of it is cold-hearted neglect, and you may busy yourself more usefully in trying to forgive me. But ugly as my fault is, you must not suppose it to mean more than it does. It does not mean that we have at all forgotten you, that we have become at all indifferent to the thought of you. See, in my Life of Jenkin, a remark of his, very well expressed, on the friendships of men who do not write to each other. I can honestly say that I have not changed 412 to you in any way, though I have behaved thus ill, thus cruelly. Evil is done by want offwell, principally by want of industry. You can imagine what I would say in a novel of anyone who had behaved as I have done. Deteriora sequa. And you must somehow manage to forgive your old friend, and if you will be so very good, continue to give us news of you, and let us share the knowledge of your adventures, sure that it will be always followed with interest even if it is answered with the silence of ingratitude. For I am not a fool, I know my faults, I know they are ineluctable, I know they are growing on me. I know I may offend again, and I warn you of it. But the next time I offend, tell me so plainly and frankly like a lady, and don't lacerate my heart and bludgeon my vanity with imaginary faults of your own and purely gratuitous penance. I might suspect you of irony. You're all fairly well, though I have been off work and off, as you know very well, to writing. Yet I have sometimes more than 20 letters, and sometimes more than 30, going out each mail. And Fanny has had a most distressing bronchitis for some time, which she is only now beginning to get over. I have just been to see her. She is lying, though she had breakfast an hour ago, about 7 in her big, cool, mosquito-proof room, ingloriously asleep. As for me, you see that a doom has come upon me. I cannot make marks with a pen witness ingloriously above, and my amanuensis not appearing so early in the day, for she is then immersed in household affairs, and I can hear her steering the boys up and down the verandas. You must decipher this unhappy letter for yourself, and I fully admit, with everything against you, a letter should be always well written, how much more a letter of apology. Legibility is the politeness of men of letters, as punctuality of kings and beggars. By the punctuality of my replies and the beauty of my handwriting, judge what a fine conscience I must have. Now, my dear gamekeeper, I must really draw to a close, for I have much else to write before the mail goes out 3 days hence. Fanny being asleep, it would not be conscientious to invent a message from her, so you must just imagine her sentiments. I find I have not the heart to speak of your recent loss. You remember perhaps, when my father died, you told me those ugly images of sickness, decline, and impaired reason, which then haunted me day and night, would pass away and be succeeded by things more happily characteristic. I have found it so. He now haunts me, strangely enough, in 2 guises, as a man of 50, lying on a hillside and carving mottos on a stick, strong and well, and as a younger man, running down the sands into the sea near North Berwick, Myselfdat. 11. Somewhat horrified at finding him so beautiful when stripped. I hand on your own advice to you in case you have forgotten it, as I know one is apt to do in seasons of bereavement. Ever yours, with much love and sympathy. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Mrs. A. Baker. This refers again to the printing of some of his books in Braille type for the blind. Vailima, Samoa, July 16, 1894. Dear Mrs. Baker, I am very much obliged to you for your letter and the enclosure from Mr. Skinner. Mr. Skinner says he thinks Mr. Stevenson must be a very kind man. He little knows me, but I am very sure of one thing, that you are a very kind woman. I envy Yaomi amanuensis being called away. I continue in my own hand, or what is left of it unusually legible. I am thankful to see I envy you your beautiful choice of an employment. There must be no regrets at least for a day so spent, and when the night falls, you need ask no blessing on your work, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of these, yours truly. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Sidney Colvin. July 1894. My dear Colvin, I have to thank you this time for a very good letter, and will announce for the future, though I cannot now begin to put in practice good intentions for our correspondence. I will try to return to the old system and write from time to time during the month, but truly, you did not much encourage me to continue. However, that is all bypassed. I do not know that there is much in your letter that calls for answer. Your questions about St. Ives were practically answered in my last, so were your wails about the edition, amateur emigrant, etc. by the end of the year St. 1 will be practically finished, whatever it be worth, and that I know not. When shall I receive proofs of the magnum opus, or shall I receive them at all? The return of the amanuensis feebly lightens my heart. You can see the heavy weather I was making of it with my unaided pen. The last month has been particularly cheery, largely owing to the presence of our good friends the Curacoas. She is really a model ship, charming officers and charming seamen. They gave a ball last month, which was very rackety and joyous and naval. On the following day, about 1 o'clock, 3 horsemen might have been observed approaching Vailima, who gradually resolved themselves into 2 petty officers and a native guide. Drawing himself up and saluting, the spokesman, a corporal of marines, addressed me thus: "Me and my shipmates in wits Mr. and Mrs. Stevens, Mrs. Strong, Mr. Austin, and Mr. Balfour, to a ball to be given tonight in the self-same hall." It was of course impossible to refuse, though I contented myself with putting in a very brief appearance. One glance was sufficient. The ball went off like a rocket from the start. I had only time to watch Belle careering around with a gallant bluejacket of exactly her own height, standard 415 of the British Navy, an excellent dancer, and conspicuously full of small-to-canned, to hear a remark from a beachcomber: "It's a nice sight this some way, to see the officers dancing like this with the men, but I tell you, sir, these are the men that'll fight together." I tell you, Colvin, the acquaintance of the men and boys makes me feel patriotic. Eels in particular is a man whom I respect. I'm half in a mind to give him a letter of introduction to you when he goes home. In case you feel inclined to make a little of him, give him a dinner, ask Henry James to come to meet him, etc. You might let me know. I don't know that he would show his best, but he is a remarkably fine fellow in every department of life. We have other visitors in port. A Count Festetics de Talna, an Austrian officer, a very pleasant, simple, boyish creature, with his young wife, daughter of an American millionaire. He is a friend of our own Captain Wormbrand, and it is a great pity Wormbrand is away. Glad you saw and liked Lysette. He has left in our house a most cheerful and pleasing memory, as a good, pleasant, brisk fellow with good health and brains, and who enjoys himself and makes other people happy. I am glad he gave you a good report of our surroundings and way of life, but I knew he would, for I believe he had a glorious time and gave one. I am on fair terms with the 2 treaty officials, though all such intimacies are precarious. With the consuls, I need not say, my position is deplorable. The President, Herr Emil Schmidt, is a rather dreamy man, whom I like. Lloyd, Graham and I go to breakfast with him tomorrow. The next day the whole party of us lunch on the Curacoa and go in the evening to a Bierabend at Dr. Funk's. We are getting up a paper chase for the following week with some of the young German clerks, and have in view a sort of child's party for grown-up persons with kissing games, etc., here at Vailima. Such is the gay scene in which we move. Now I have done something, though not as much as I wanted, to give you an idea of how we are getting on, and I am keenly conscious that there are other letters to do before the mail goes. Yours ever, R50 Stevenson. To J 1000 Barry. Vailima, July 13, 1894. My dear Barry, this is the last effort of an ulcerated conscience. I have been so long owing you a letter, I have heard so much of you, fresh from the press, from my mother and Graham Balfour that I have to write a letter no later than today or perish in my shame. But the deuce of it is, my dear fellow, that you write such a very good letter that I am ashamed to exhibit myself before my junior, which you are, after all, in the light of the dreary idiot I feel. Understand that there will be nothing funny in the following pages. If I can manage to be rationally coherent, I shall be more than satisfied. In the first place, I have had the extreme satisfaction to be shown that photograph of your mother. It bears evident traces of the hand of an amateur. How is it that amateurs invariably take better photographs than professionals? I must qualify invariably. My own negatives 417 have always represented a province of chaos and old night in which you might dimly perceive fleecy spots of twilight, representing nothing, so that, if I am right in supposing the portrait of your mother to be yours, I must salute you as my superior. Is that your mother's breakfast, or is it only afternoon tea? If the first, do let me recommend to Mrs. Barry to add an egg to her ordinary, which, if you please, I will ask her to eat to the honor of her son, and I am sure she will live much longer for it, to enjoy his fresh successes. I never in my life saw anything more deliciously characteristic. I declare I can hear her speak. I wonder my mother could resist the temptation of your proposed visit to Curramure, which it was like your kindness to propose. By the way, I was twice in Curramure, I believe in the year 71, when I was going on a visit to Glenagill. It was Curramure, was it not? I have a distinct recollection of an inn at the end, I think the upper end of an irregular open place or square, in which I always see your characters evolve. But indeed, I did not pay much attention, being all bent upon my visit to a shooting box, where I should fish a real trout stream, and I believe preserved. I did too, and it was a charming stream, clear as crystal, without a trace of Peter Strange thing in Scotland and alive with trout. The name of it I cannot remember. It was something like the Queen's River, and in some hazy way connected with memories of Mary Queen of Scots. It formed an epoch in my life, being the end of all my trout fishing. I had always been accustomed to pause and very laboriously to kill every fish as I took it. But in the Queen's River I took so good a basket that I forgot these niceties, and when I sat down, in a hard rain shower under a bank, to take my sandwiches and sherry, lo, and behold, there was the basketful of trouts still kicking in their agony. I had a very unpleasant conversation with my conscience. All that afternoon I persevered in fishing, brought 418 home my basket in triumph, and sometime that night, in the wee sma hours ayont the 12, I finally forswore the gentle craft of fishing. I dare say your local knowledge may identify this historic river. I wish it could go farther and identify also that particular free kirk in which I sat and groaned on Sunday. While my hand is in, I must tell you a story. At that antique epoch, you must not fall into the vulgar error that I was myself ancient. I was, on the contrary, very young, very green, and what you will appreciate, Mr. Barry, very shy. There came one day to lunch at the house two very formidable old ladies, one very formidable, and the other what you pleasantsering to the honoured and historic name of the Miss C. as of Balnamoon. At table I was exceedingly funny, and entertained the company with tales of geese and bubblejocks. I was great in the expression of my terror for these bipeds, and suddenly this horrid, severe, and eminently matronly old lady put up a pair of gold eyeglasses, looked at me a while in silence, and pronounced in a clangorous voice her verdict. You give me very much the effect of a coward, Mr. Stevenson. I had very nearly left 2 vices behind me at Glenagill fishing and jesting at table. And of one thing you may be very sure, my lips were no more opened at that meal. July 29th. No, Barry, 'tis in vain they try to alarm me with their bulletins. No doubt, you're ill and unco ill, I believe, but I have been so often in the same case that I know pleurisy and pneumonia are in vain against Scotsmen who can write. I once could. You cannot imagine probably how near me this common calamity brings you. Si que jai taus, dans ma vie. How often and how long have I been on the rack at night, and learned to appreciate that noble passage in the Psalms when somebody or other is said to be more set on something than they who dig for hid treasure than those who long for the morning for all the world, as you have 419 been. Racked and you have longed, Keep your heart up, and y'all do. Tell that to your mother if you are still in any danger or suffering. And by the way, if you are at all like me, I tell myself, you are very like me. Be sure there is only one thing good for you, and that is the sea in hot climates. Mount Sir into a little frigate of 5,000 tons or so, and steer peremptorily for the tropics. And what if the ancient mariner who guides your frigate should startle the silence of the ocean with the cry of land ho? Say, when the day is dawning and you should see the turquoise mountain tops of Upolu coming hand over fist above the horizon. Mr. Barry, sir, tease then there would be larks. And though I cannot be certain that our climate would suit you, for it does not suit some, I am sure as death the voyage would do you good, would do you bestand. If Samoa didn't do, you needn't stay beyond the month, and I should have had another pleasure in my life, which is a serious consideration for me. I take this as the hand of the Lord preparing your way to Vailamain the desert, certainly in the desert of Kof, and by the ghoul-haunted woodland of Feverbutt whither that way points, there can be no question, and there will be a meeting of the twa hosting Scots makers in spite of fate, fortune, and the devil. Obsit omen. My dear Barry, I am a little in the dark about this new work of yours. 79. What is to become of me afterwards? You say carefully, methought anxiously, that I was no longer me when I grew up. I cannot bear this suspense. What is it? It's no forgery, and am I hang it? These are the elements of a very pretty lawsuit, which you had better come to Samoa to compromise. I'm enjoying a great pleasure that I had long looked forward to, reading Orm's History of Indostan. I had been looking out for it everywhere, but at last, in 4 volumes, large quarto, 420 beautiful type and page, and with a delectable set of maps and plans, and all the names of the places wrongly spelled it, came to Samoa, little Barry. I tell you frankly, you had better come soon. I am sair failed Ariety, and what I may be if you continue to dally, I dread to conceive. I may be speechless. Already, or at least for a month or so, I am little better than a teetotaler, I beg pardon, a teetotaler. It is not exactly physical, for I am in good health, working 4 or 5 hours a day in my plantation, and intending to ride a paper chase next Sunday, man, that's a fact, and I havena had the hurt to breathe it to my mother, yet the obligation's political, for I am trying every means to live well with my German. Neighbor Sand, oh Barry, but it's no easy. To be sure, there are many exceptions, and the whole of the above must be regarded as private, strictly private. Breathe it not in Curramure, tell it not to the daughters of Dundee. What a nice extract this would make for the daily papers, and how it would facilitate my position here. August 5th, this is Sunday, the Lord's Day. The hour of attack approaches. And it is a singular consideration what I risk. I may yet be the subject of a tract, and a good tract too, such as one which I remember reading with recreant awe and rising hair in my youth, of a boy who was a very good boy, and went to Sunday schule, and one day kipped from it, and went and actually bathed and was dashed over a waterfall, and he was the only son of his mother, and she was a widow. A dangerous trade that, and one that I have to practice. I'll put in a word when I get home again to tell you whether I am killed or not. Accident in the paper hunting field, death of a notorious author. We deeply regret to announce the death of the most unpopular man in Samoa, who broke his neck at the descent of Magiagi from the misconduct of his little raving lunatic of an old beast of a pony. It is 421 proposed to commemorate the incident by the erection of a suitable pile. The design by our local architect, Mr. Walker, is highly artificial, with a rich and voluminous crocket at each corner, a small but impervious barrier at the entrance, an arch at the top, an archer of a pleasing but solid character at the bottom. The color will be genuine William black, and lang may the ladies sit wi' their fans in their hands. Well, they may sit as they sat for me, and little they'll reck, the ungrateful jawds, muckle they cared about Tusitala when they had him, but now ye can see the difference. Now leddies, ye can repent, when o'er late, o' your former coldness, and what ye'll perhaps allow me to call your tepidity. He was beautiful as the day, but his day is done. And perhaps, as he was maybe getting a wee thing fly-blown, it's nane too soon. Monday, August 6th. Well, sir, I have escaped the dangerous conjunction of the widow's only son and the Sabbath day. We had a most enjoyable time, and Lloyd and I were 3 and 4 to arrive. I will not tell here what interval had elapsed between our arrival and the arrival of 1 and 2. The question, sir, is odious and malign. It shall have no answer. And now, without further delay to the main purpose of this hasty note, we received, and we have already in fact distributed the gorgeous fabrics of Currahmere. Whether from the splendor of the robes themselves, or from the direct nature of the compliments with which you had directed us to accompany the presentations, one young lady blushed as she received the proofs of your munificence bad ink, and the dregs of it at that, but the heart in the right place. Still very cordially interested in my Barry, and wishing him well through his sickness, which is of the body, and long defended from mine, which is of the head, and by the impolite might be described as idiocy. The whole head is useless, and the whole sitting part painful, reason the recent paper chase. There was racing and chasing in Vale Plantation, and vastly we enjoyed it. But alas, for the state of my foundation, for it wholly has destroyed it. Come, my mind is looking up. The above is wholly impromptu, on oath. To Citalo. To Sidney Colvin. The missionary view of the Sunday paper chase, with an account of Stevenson's apologies to the ladies and gentlemen of the mission, have been printed by Mr. W. E. Clarke in the Chronicle of the London Missionary Society for April and May 1908. Vailima Og, 7th, 1894. My dear Colvin, this is to inform you, sir, that on Sunday last, and this is Tuesday, I attained my ideal here, and we had a paper chase in Vale Plantation, about 15 miles, I take it, from us, and it was all that could be wished. It is really better fun than following the hounds, since you have to be your own hound, and a precious bad hound I was, following every false scent on the whole course to the bitter end. But I came in third at the last on my little Jack, who stuck to it gallantly and awoke the praises of some discriminating persons. 5, 7, 212, 14, 12 miles. Yes, that is the count. We had quite the old sensations of exhilaration, discovery, and appeal to a savage instinct, and I felt myself about 17 again, a pleasant experience. However, it was on the Sabbath day, and I am now a pariah among the English, as if I needed any increment of unpopularity. I must not go again. It gives so much unnecessary tribulation to poor people, and sure, we don't want to make tribulation. I have been forbidden to work, and have been instead doing my 2 or 3 hours in the plantation every morning. I only wish somebody would pay me 10 a day for taking care of cacao, and I could leave literature to others. Certainly, if I have plenty of exercise and no work, I feel 423 much better, but there is Biles the butcher, him we have always with us. I do not much like novels, I begin to think, but I am enjoying exceedingly Orme's History of Hindustan, a lovely book in its way, in large quarto, with a quantity of maps, and written in a very lively and solid 18th century way, never picturesque except by accident and from a kind of conviction and a fine sense of order. No historian I have ever read is so minute, yet he never gives you a word about the people. His interest is entirely limited in the concatenation of events, into which he goes with a lucid, almost superhuman, and wholly ghostly gusto. By the ghost of a mathematician, the book might be announced. A very brave, honest book. Your letter to hand. Fact is, I don't like the picture. Oh, it's a good picture, but if you ask me, you know I believe, stoutly believe, that mankind, including you, are going mad. I am not in the midst with the other frenzy dancers, so I don't catch it wholly, and when you show me a thing and ask me, don't you know well, glad to get so good an account of the amateur emigrant. Talking of which, I am strong for making a volume out of selections from the South Sea letters. I read over again The King of Apamama, and it is good in spite of your teeth, and a real curiosity, a thing that can never be seen again, and the group is annexed, and Tembanoka dead. I wonder, couldn't you send out to me the first 5 Budaratari letters and the Low Archipelago ones, both of which I have lost or mislaid, and I can chop out a perfectly fair volume of what I wish to be preserved. It can keep for the last of the series. Travels and Excursions, Vol. 2. Should it not include a paper on SF from the Mag of Art? The AE, the New Pacific Capital, the Old Ditto, Silver, Squat. This would give all my works on the States, and though at 424 ain't very good, it's not so very bad. Travels and Excursions, Vol. 3. To be these resuscitated letters miscellanies, Vol. 2. Comme vous voudrez, cher monsieur. Monday, Aug. 13th. I have a sudden call to go up the coast and must hurry up with my information. There has suddenly come to our naval commanders the need of action. They're away up the coast bombarding the Ottawa rebels. All morning on Saturday, the sound of the bombardment of Luatuanu kept us uneasy. Today again, the big guns have been sounding further along the coast. One delicious circumstance must not be forgotten. Our blessed president of the council, a kind of hoary-headed urchin, with the dim, timid eyes of extreme childhood, and a kind of beautiful simplicity that endears him to me beyond words, taken the head of the army honor to him for it. For his place is really thereand gone up the coast, in the congenial company of his housekeeper, a woman coming on for 60, with whom he takes his walks abroad in the morning in his shirt-sleeves, whom he reads to at night in a kind of popular history of Germany in the silence of the presidential mansion, and with whom, and a couple of camp stools, he walked out last Sunday to behold the paper chase. I cannot tell you how taken I am with this exploit of the president's and the housekeeper's. It is like Don Quixote, but infinitely superior. If I could only do it without offense, what a subject it would make. Tomorrow morning, early, I am off up the coast myself. Therefore you must allow me to break off here without further ceremony. Yours ever, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Dr. Bakewell. The following is to a physician in Australia. Vailima, August 7, 1894. Dear Dr. Bakewell, I am not more than human. I am more human than is wholly convenient, and your 425 anecdote was welcome. What you say about unwilling work, my dear sir, is a consideration always present with me, and yet not easy to give its due weight to. You grow gradually into a certain income, without spending a penny more, with the same sense of restriction as before. When you painfully scraped 200 a year together, you find you have spent, and you cannot well stop spending, a far larger sum, and this expense can only be supported by a certain production. However, I am off work this month, and occupy myself instead in weeding my cacao, paper chases, and the like. I may tell you, my average of work in favorable circumstances is far greater than you suppose. From 6 o'clock till 11 at latest, 81, and often till 12, and again in the afternoon from 2 to 4. My hand is quite destroyed, as you may perceive, today to a really unusual extent. I can sometimes write a decent fist still, but I have just returned with my arms all stung from 3 hours' work in the cacao. Yours, etc. R50S. To James Payne. Vailima, Upolu, Samoa, August 11, 1894. My dear James Payne, I hear from Lang that you are unwell, and it reminds me of 2 circumstances. First, that it is a very long time since you had the exquisite pleasure of hearing from me, and second, that I have been very often unwell myself, and sometimes had to thank you for a grateful anodyne. They are not good, the circumstances, to write an anodyne letter. The hills and my house at less than boom, a minute's interval quake with thunder, and though I cannot hear that part of it, shells are falling thick into the fort of Luatuanu boom. It is my friends of the Curacoa, the Falk, and the Bussard bombarding 426 after all the Cebu months, the rebels of Ottawa. Boom boom, it is most distracting in itself, and the thought of the poor devils in their fort boom with their bits of rifles far from pleasant. Boom boom, you can see how quick it goes, and I'll say no more about Mr. Bowow, only you must understand the perpetual accompaniment of this discomfortable sound, and make allowances for the value of my copy. It is odd, though I can well remember when the Franco-Prussian War began, and I was in Ilion Erade, far enough from the sound of the loudest cannonade, I could hear the shots fired, and I felt the pang in my breast of a man struck. It was sometimes so distressing, so instant, that I lay in the heather on the top of the island, with my face hid, kicking my heels for agony. And now, when I can hear the actual concussion of the air and hills, when I know personally the people who stand exposed to it, I am able to go on taught by enque mal with a letter to James Payn. The blessings of age, though mighty small, are tangible. I have heard a great deal of them since I came into the world, and now that I begin to taste of them well. But this is one, that people do get cured of the excess of sensibility, and I had as lief these people were shot at as myself are almost, for then I should have some of the fun, such as it is. You are to conceive me, then, sitting in my little gallery room, shaken by these continual spasms of cannon, and with my eye more or less singly fixed on the imaginary figure of my dear James Payn. I try to see him in bed. No go. I see him instead jumping up in his room in Waterloo Place, where ex hypothesi he is not, sitting on the table, drawing out a very black briar-root pipe, and beginning to talk to a slim and ill-dressed visitor in a voice that is good to hear, and with a smile that is pleasant to see. After a little more than half an hour, the voice that was ill to hear has ceased, the cannonade is over, and I am thinking how I can get an answering smile 427 wafted over so many leagues of land and water, and can find no way. I have always been a great visitor of the sick, and one of the sick I visited was W.E. Henley, which did not make very tedious visits, so ill not get off much purgatory for them. That was in the Edinburgh Infirmary, the old one, the true one, with Georgius Secundus standing and pointing his toe in a niche of the facade, and a mighty fine building it was. And I remember one winter's afternoon, in that place of misery, that Henley and I chanced to fall in talk about James Payn himself. I am wishing you could have heard that talk. I think that would make you smile. We had mixed you up with John Payn, for one thing, and stood amazed at your extraordinary, even painful versatility. And for another, we found ourselves each student so well prepared for examinations on the novels of the real Mackay. Perhaps, after all, this is worth something in life to have given so much pleasure to a pair so different in every way as were Henley and I, and to be talked of with so much interest by two such clever lads. The cheerful Lang has neglected to tell me what is the matter with you, so I am sorry to say I am cut off from all the customary consolations. I can't say, think how much worse it would be if you had a broken leg, when you may have the crushing repartee up your sleeve, but it is my leg that is broken. This is a pity, but there are consolations. You are an Englishman, I believe. You are a man of letters. You have never been made 100. B. Your hair was not red. You have played cribbage and whist. You did not play either the fiddle or the banjo. You were never an aesthete. You never contributed to S-Journal. Your name is not Jabez Balfour. You are totally unconnected with the Army and Navy. Departments, I understand you to have lived within your incommuhi. Cheer up. Here are many legitimate causes of congratulation. I seem to be writing an obituary 428 notice. Obsit omen, but I feel very sure that these considerations will have done you more good than medicine. By the by, did you ever play piquet? I have fallen a victim to this debilitating game. It is supposed to be scientific. God save the mark, what self-deceivers men are. It is distinctly less so than cribbage, but how fascinating. There is such material opulence about it, such vast ambitions may be realized and are not. It may be called the Monte Cristo of games. And the thrill with which you take 5 cards partakes of the nature of lust, and you draw 4 sevens and a 9, and the 7 and 9 of a suit that you discarded, and oh, but the world is a desert. You may see traces of discouragement in my letter, all due to piquet. There has been a disastrous turn of the luck against me. A month or two ago I was 2,000 ahead. Now, and for a week back, I have been anything from 4,800 to 5,200 astern. I have a sixum, my beast of a partner has a septum, and if I have 3 aces, 3 kings, 3 queens, and 3 knaves, excuse the slight exaggeration, the devil holds 14 of tens. I remain, my dear James Payn, your sincere and obliged friend, old friend, let me say. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Miss Middleton. A letter from the lady to whom this is addressed, and who had been a friend of the Stevenson family in Edinburgh, had called up some memories of a Skye Terrier, Jura, of whom readers have heard something already. Vailima, Samoa, September 9, 1894. Dear Miss Middleton, Your letter has been like the drawing up of a curtain. Of course, I remember you very well, and the Skye Terrier to which you refer, a heavy, dull, fatted, graceless creature he grew up to be, was 429, my own particular pet. It may amuse you, perhaps, as much as the inn amused me, if I tell you what made this dog particularly mine. My father was the natural guard of all the dogs in our house, and poor Jura took to him, of course. Jura was stolen and kept in prison somewhere for more than a week, as I remember. When he came back, Smiorok had come and taken my father's heart from him. He took his stand like a man and positively never spoke to my father again from that day until the day of his death. It was the only sign of character he ever showed. I took him up to my room and to be my dog in consequence, partly because I was sorry for him and partly because I admired his dignity in misfortune. With best regards and thanks for having reminded me of so many pleasant days, old acquaintances, dead friends, and what is perhaps as pathetic as any of them dead dogs, I remain yours truly. Robert Louis Stevenson. To A. Conan Doyle. The following refers to the papers originally contributed by various writers to Mr. Jerome's periodical The Idler, under the title My First Book, and afterwards republished in a volume. The references towards the end are to the illustrations in the pages of The Idler. Vailima, Samoa, September 9, 1894. My dear Conan Doyle, if you found anything to entertain you in my Treasure Island article, it may amuse you to know that you owe it entirely to yourself. Your first book was by some accident read aloud one night in my baronial hall. I was consumedly amused by it, so was the whole family, and we proceeded to hunt up back idlers and read the whole series. It is a rattling good series. Even people whom you would not expect came in quite the proper tone. Miss Braddon, for instance, 430, who was really one of the best, where all are good or all but one. In short, I fell in love with the first book series and determined that it should be all our first books, and that I could not hold back where the white plume of Conan Doyle waved gallantly in the front. I hope they will republish them, though it's a grievous thought to me that effigy in the German cap, likewise the other effigy of the noisome old man with the long hair, telling indelicate stories to a couple of deformed negresses in a rancid shanty full of wreckage, should be perpetuated. I may seem to speak in pleasantry. It is only a seeming that German cap, sir, would be found, when I come to die, imprinted on my heart. Enough, me heart is too full. Adieu, yours very truly. Robert Louis Stevenson. In a German cap, damn M. To Sidney Colvin. Vailima, September 1894. My dear Colvin, this must be a very measly letter. I have been trying hard to get along with St. Ives. I should now lay it aside for a year, and I dare say I should make something of it after all. Instead of that, I have to kick against the pricks, and break myself, and spoil the book, if there were anything to spoil, which I am far from saying. I am as sick of the thing as ever anyone can be. It's a rudderless hulk, it's a pagoda, and you can just feel her. I can feel that it might have been a pleasant story if it had been only blessed at baptism. Our politics have gone on fairly well, but the result is still doubtful. September 10th. I know I have something else to say to you, but unfortunately I awoke this morning with collywobbles and had to take a small dose of laudanum, with the usual consequences of dry throat, intoxicated legs, 431, partial madness, and total imbecility. And for the life of me, I cannot remember what it is. I have likewise mislaid your letter amongst the accumulations on my table, not that there was anything in it. Altogether, I am in a poor state. I forgot to tell Baxter that the dummy had turned up, and is a fine, personable-looking volume, and very good reading. Please communicate this to him. I have just remembered an incident that I really must not let pass. You have heard a great deal more than you wanted about our political prisoners. Well, one day, about a fortnight ago, the last of them was set free. Old Poe, whom I think I must have mentioned to you, the father-in-law of my cook, was one that I had had a great deal of trouble with. I had taken the doctor to see him, got him out on sick leave, and when he was put back again, gave bail for him. I must not forget that my wife ran away with him out of the prison on the doctor's orders, and with the complicity of our friend the jailer, who really and truly got the sack for the exploit. As soon as he was finally liberated, Poe called a meeting of his fellow prisoners. All Sunday they were debating what they were to do, and on Monday morning I got an obscure hint from Talalo that I must expect visitors during the day who were coming to consult me. These consultations I am now very well used to, and seeing first that I generally don't know what to advise, and second, that they sometimes don't take my advice, though in some notable cases they have taken it. Generally, to my own wonder, with pretty good results. I am not very fond of these calls. They minister to a sense of dignity, but not peace of mind, and consume interminable time, always in the morning too, when I can't afford it. However, this was to be a new sort of consultation. Up came Poe and some 8 other chiefs, squatted in a big circle around the old dining-room floor, now the smoking room. And the family, being represented by Lloyd, Graham, Bell, Austin, and myself, proceeded to exchange 432 the necessary courtesies. Then their talking man began. He said that they had been in prison, that I had always taken an interest in them, that they had now been set at liberty without condition, whereas some of the other chiefs who had been liberated before them were still under bond to work upon the roads, and that this had set them considering what they might do to testify their gratitude. They had therefore agreed to work upon my road as a free gift. They went on to explain that it was only to be on my road, on the branch that joins my house with the public way. Now I was very much gratified at this compliment, although to one used to natives it seemed rather a hollow one. It meant only that I should have to lay out a good deal of money on tools and food, and to give wages under the guise of presents to some workmen who were most of them old and in ill health. Conceive how much I was surprised and touched when I heard the whole scheme explained to me. They were to return to their provinces and collect their families. Some of the young men were to live in Apia with a boat, and ply up and down the coast to Anna and add to our own Tuamasaga, being quite drained of resources in order to supply the working squad with food. Tools they did ask for, but it was especially mentioned that I was to make no presents. In short, the whole of this little presentation to me had been planned with a good deal more consideration than goes usually with a native campaign. I sat on the opposite side of the circle to the talking man. His face was quite calm and high-bred, as he went through the usual Samoan expressions of politeness and compliment, but when he came on to the object of their visit, on their love and gratitude to Tusitala, how his name was always in their prayers, and his goodness to them when they had no other friend, was their most cherished memory. He warmed up to real, burning, genuine feeling. I had never seen the Samoan mask of Reserve 433 laid aside before, and it touched me more than anything else. A1000. This morning, as ever was, bright and early up came the whole gang of them, a lot of sturdy, common-looking lads they seemed to be for the most part, and fell to on my new road. Old Poe was in the highest of good spirits, and looked better in health than he has done any time in 2 years, being positively rejuvenated by the success of his scheme. He jested as he served out the new tools, and I am sorry to say damned the government up hill and down dale, probably with a view to show off his position as a friend of the family before his workboys. Now whether or not their impulse will last them through the road does not matter to me one hair. It is the fact that they have attempted it, that they have volunteered, and are now really trying to execute a thing that was never before heard of in Samoa. Think of it, it is roadmaking's most fruitful cause after taxes of all rebellions in Samoa, a thing to which they could not be wild with money nor driven by punishment. It does give me a sense of having done something in Samoa after all. Now there's one long story for you about my blacks. Yours ever, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Charles Baxter. The following was written on hearing of the death of his friend's father. Vailima, September 1894. My dear Charles, well, there is no more Edmund Baxter now, and I think I may say I know how you feel. He was one of the best, the kindest, and the most genial men I ever knew. I shall always remember his brisk, cordial ways and the essential goodness which he showed me whenever we met with gratitude. And 434 the always is such a little while now. He is another of the landmarks gone. When it comes to my own turn to lay my weapons down, I shall do so with thankfulness and fatigue, and whatever be my destiny afterward, I shall be glad to lie down with my fathers in honor. It is human at least, if not divine, and these deaths make me think of it with an ever greater readiness. Strange that you should be beginning a new life, when I, who am a little your junior, am thinking of the end of mine. But I have had hard lines, I have been so long waiting for death, I have unwrapped my thoughts from about life so long, that I have not a filament left to hold by. I have done my fiddling so long under Vesuvius, that I have almost forgotten to play, and can only wait for the eruption, and think it long of coming. Literally, no man has more wholly outlived life than one, and still it's good fun. R50S to RA 1000, Stevenson. Stevenson had received from his cousin a letter announcing, among other things, the birth of a son to the writer, and rambling suggestively, as may be guessed from the following reply, over many disconnected themes: the ethnology of Scotland, paternity and heredity, civilization versus primitive customs and instincts, the story of their own descent, the method of writing in collaboration, education, Christianity and sex, the religion of conduct, anarchism, etc., all which matters are here discursively touched on. Old Skene is, of course, the distinguished Scottish antiquarian and historian William Forbes Skene, in whose firm Skene Edwards, W.S. Stevenson had for a time served irregularly enough as an unpaid clerk. Vailima, September 1894. Dear Bob, you are in error about the Picts. They were a Gaelic race, spoke a Celtic tongue, and we have no evidence that I know of that they were blacker than other Celts. The Balfours, I take it, were plainly Celts. Their name shows it the cold croft, it means, so does their country. Where the black Scotch come from nobody knows, but I recognize with you the fact that 435 the whole of Britain is rapidly and progressively becoming more pigmented. Already in one man's life, I can decidedly trace a difference in the children about a school door. But color is not an essential part of a man or a race. Take my Polynesians, an Asiatic people probably from the neighborhood of the Persian Gulf. They range through any amount of shades, from the burnt hue of the low archipelago islander, which seems half Negro, to the bleached pretty women of the Marquesas close by on the map, who come out for a festival no darker than an Italian. Their color seems to vary directly with the degree of exposure to the sun. And as with Negroes, the babes are born white, only it should seem a little sack of pigment at the lower part of the spine, which presently spreads over the whole field. Very puzzling, but to return. The Picts furnish today perhaps a third of the population of Scotland, say another third for Scots and Britons, and the third for Norse and Angles is a bad third. Edinburgh was a Pictish place. But the fact is, we don't know their frontiers. Tell some of your journalist friends with a good style to popularize Old Skene, or say your prayers and read him for yourself. He was a great historian, and I was his blessed clerk, and did not know it, and you will not be in a state of grace about the Picts till you have studied him. J. Horn Stevenson, do you know him? Is working this up with me, and the fact is it's not interesting to the public, but it's interesting, and very interesting in itself. And just now very embarrassing this rural parish supplied Glasgow with such a quantity of Stevensons in the beginning of last century. There is just a link wanting, and we might be able to go back to the 11th century, always undistinguished, but clearly traceable. When I say just a link, I guess I may be taken to mean a dozen. What a singular thing is this undistinguished perpetuation of a family throughout the centuries, and the sudden bursting forth of character and capacity that began with 436, our grandfather. But as I go on in life, day by day, I become more of a bewildered child. I cannot get used to this world, to procreation, to heredity, to sight, to hearing. The commonest things are a burthen. The prim, obliterated, polite face of life, and the broad, bawdy, and orgiastica emnatic foundations form a spectacle to which no habit reconciles me, and I could wish my days to be bound each to each by the same open-mouthed wonder. They are anyway, and whether I wish it or not. I remember very well your attitude to life, this conventional surface of it. You had none of that curiosity for the social stage directions, the trivial ficelles of the business. It is simian, but that is how the wild youth of man is captured. You wouldn't imitate, hence you kept free a wild dog, outside the kennel and came damn near starving for your pains. The key to the business is of course the belly, difficult as it is to keep that in view in the zone of 3 miraculous meals a day in which we were brought up. Civilization has become reflex with us. You might think that hunger was the name of the best sauce, but hunger to the cold solitary under a bush of a rainy night is the name of something quite different. I defend civilization for the thing it is, for the thing it has come to be, the standpoint of a real old Tory. My ideal would be the female clan, but how can you turn these crowding dumb multitudes back? They don't do anything because they do things, write able articles, stitch shoes, dig, from the purely simian impulse. Go and reason with monkeys. No, I am right about Jean Lilly. Jean Lilly, our double great-grandmother, the daughter of David Lilly, sometime deacon of the Rites, married first Alan Stevenson, who died May 26, 1774, at St. Kitts of a Fiver, by whom she had Robert Stevenson, born 8th June, 1772, and second, in May or June 1787, Thomas Smith, a widower and already the father of our grandmother. 437, this improbable double connection always tends to confuse a student of the family, Thomas Smith being doubly our great-grandfather. I looked on the perpetuation of our honored name with veneration. My mother collared one of the photos, of course. The other is stuck up on my wall as the chief of our sept. Do you know any of the Gaelic Celtic sharps? You might ask what the name means. It puzzles me. I find a Emstein and a Max Steffin, and our own great-grandfather always called himself Steenson, though he wrote it Stevenson. There are at least 3 places called Stevenson in Cunningham, Stevenson in Peebles, and Stevenson in Haddington. And it was not the Celtic trick, I understand, to call places after people. I am going to write to Sir Herbert Maxwell about the name, but you might find someone. Get the Anglo-Saxon heresy out of your head. They superimposed their language, they scarce modified the race. Only in Berwickshire and Roxburgh have they very largely affected the place names. The Scandinavians did much more to Scotland than the Angles. The Saxons didn't come. Enough of this sham antiquarianism. Yes, it is in the matter of the book, of course, that collaboration shows. As for the manner, it is superficially all mine in the sense that the last copy is all in my hand. Lloyd did not even put pen to paper in the Paris scenes or the Barbizon scene. It was no good. He wrote and often rewrote all the rest. I had the best service from him on the character of Nares. You see, we had been just meeting the man, and his memory was full of the man's words and ways. And Lloyd is an impressionist, pure and simple. The great difficulty of collaboration is that you can't explain what you mean. I know what kind of effect I mean a character to give you hat kind of tash he is to make. But how am I to tell my collaborator in words? Hence 438 it was necessary to say, make him so-and-so. And this was all right for Nares and Pinkerton and Loudon Dodd, whom we both knew, but for Bellairs, for instance, a man with whom I passed 10 minutes 15 years ago was I to say, and what could Lloyd do? I, as a personal artist, can begin a character with only a haze in my head, but how if I have to translate the haze into words before I begin? In our manner of collaboration, which I think the only possible, I mean that of one person being responsible, and giving the coup de paus to every part of the work, I was spared the obviously hopeless business of trying to explain to my collaborator what style I wished a passage to be treated in. These are the times that illustrate to a man the inadequacy of spoken language. Now to be just to written language I can, or could find a language for my every mood, but how could I tell anyone beforehand what this effect was to be, which it would take every art that I possessed, and hours of deliberate labor and selection and rejection to produce? These are the impossibilities of collaboration. Its immediate advantage is to focus 2 minds together on the stuff, and to produce in consequence an extraordinarily greater richness of purview, consideration, and invention. The hardest chapter of all was cross questions and crooked answers. You would not believe what that cost us before it assumed the least unity and color. Lloyd wrote it at least thrice, and I at least 5 times thrice from memory. And was that last chapter worth the trouble it cost? Alas, that I should ask the question. Two classes of men, the artist and the educationalist, are sworn on soul and conscience not to ask it. You get an ordinary, grinning, red-headed boy, and you have to educate him. Faith supports you. You give your valuable hours. The boy does not seem to profit, but that way your duty lies, for which you are paid, and you must persevere. Education has always seemed to me one of the few possible and dignified ways of 439 life. A sailor, a shepherd, a schoolmaster to a less degree, a soldier, and I don't know why, upon my soul, except as a sort of schoolmaster's unofficial assistant, and a kind of acrobat in tights, an artist, almost exhaust the category. If I had to begin again, I know not si June savate, si vieles pouvate, I know not at all. I believe I should try to honor sex more religiously. The worst of our education is that Christianity does not recognize and hallow sex. It looks askance at it, over its shoulder, oppressed as it is by reminiscences of hermits and Asiatic self-tortures. It is a terrible hiatus in our modern religions that they cannot see and make venerable that which they ought to see first and hallow most. Well, it is so. I cannot be wiser than my generation. But no doubt there is something great in the half-success that has attended the effort of turning into an emotional religion, bald conduct, without any appeal, or almost none, to the figurative, mysterious, and constitutive facts of life. Not that conduct is not constitutive, but dear, it's dreary. On the whole, conduct is better dealt with on the cast-iron gentleman and duty formula, with as little fervor and poetry as possible. Stoical and short, there is a new something or other in the wind, which exercises me hugely. Anarchy, I mean anarchism. People who, for pity's sake, commit dastardly murders very basely, die like saints, and leave beautiful letters behind them. Did you see Valent to his daughter? It was the New Testament over again. People whose conduct is inexplicable to me, and yet their spiritual life higher than that of most. This is just what the early Christians must have seemed to the Romans. Is this, then, a new drive among the monkeys? Mind you, Bob, if they go on being martyred a few years more, the gross, dull, not unkindly bourgeois may get tired or ashamed or afraid of going on martyring, and the anarchists come out at the top, just like the early Christians. That 440 is, of course, they will step into power as a personnel, but God knows what they may believe when they come to do so. It can't be stranger or more improbable than what Christianity had come to be by the same time. Your letter was easily read. The pagination presented no difficulty, and I read it with much edification and gusto. To look back, and to stereotype one bygone humor, what a hopeless thing. The mind runs ever in 1,000 eddies like a river between cliffs. You, the ego, are always spinning round in it, east, west, north, and south. You are 20 years old, and 40, and 5, and the next moment you are freezing at an imaginary 80. You are never the plain 44 that you should be by dates. The most philosophical language is the Gaelic, which has no present tensing, the most useless. How then to choose some former age and stick there? R50S. To Sir Herbert Maxwell. Vailima, Samoa, September 10, 1894. Dear Sir Herbert Maxwell, I am emboldened by reading your very interesting Rhine lectures to put to you a question. What is my name, Stevenson? I find it in the forms Steventown, Stevensown, Stevenson, Stenison, Stuinsown, Emstein, and Max Steffing. My family, and as far as I can gather the majority of the inglorious clan, hailed from the borders of Cunningham and Renfrew and the upper waters of the Clyde. In the barony of Bothwell was the seat of the Laird Stevenson of Stevenson. But as of course you know, there is a parish in Cunningham and places in Peebles and Haddington bearing the same name. If you can at all help me, you will render me a real service, which I wish I could think of some manner to repay. Believe me, yours truly, Robert Louis Stevenson. P.S. I should have added that I have perfect evidence before me that for some obscure reason Stevenson was a favorite alias with the McGregors. To Sidney Colvin. Vailima, Samoa, October 6, 1894. My dear Colvin, we have had quite an interesting month, and mostly in consideration of that road which I think I told you was about to be made. It was made without a hitch, though I confess I was considerably surprised. When they got through, I wrote a speech to them, sent it down to a missionary to be translated, and invited the lot to a feast. I thought a good deal of this feast. The occasion was really interesting. I wanted to pitch it in hot, and I wished to have as many influential witnesses present as possible. Well, as it drew towards the day, I had nothing but refusals. Everybody supposed it was to be a political occasion, that I had made a hive of rebels up here and was going to push for new hostilities. The amanuensis has been ill, and after the above trial petered out, I must return to my own lone Waverley. The captain refused, telling me why, and at last I had to beat up for people almost with prayers. However, I got a good lot, as you will see by the accompanying newspaper report. The road contained this inscription, drawn up by the chiefs themselves. The Road of Gratitude. Considering the great love of Tusitala in his loving care of us in our distress in the prison, we have therefore prepared a splendid gift. It shall never be muddy, it shall endure forever, this road that we have dug. This the newspaper reporter could not give, not knowing any Samoan. The same reason explains his references to Suman-Utafa's speech, which was not long and was 442 important, for it was a speech of courtesy and forgiveness to his former enemies. It was very much applauded. Secondly, it was not Poe, it was Matoffa. Don't confuse with Matoffa who spoke for the prisoners. Otherwise, it is extremely correct. I beg your pardon for so much upon my aboriginals. Even you must sympathize with me in this unheard-of compliment, and my having been able to deliver so severe a sermon with acceptance. It remains a nice point of conscience what I should wish done in the matter. I think this meeting, its immediate results, and the terms of what I said to them, desirable to be known. It will do a little justice to me, who have not had too much justice done me. At the same time, to send this report to the papers is truly an act of self-advertisement, and I dislike the thought. Query, in a man who has been so much calumniated, is that not justifiable? I do not know, be my judge. Mankind is too complicated for me, even myself. Do I wish to advertise? I think I do, God help me. I have had hard times here, as every man must have who mixes up with public business, and I bemoan myself, knowing that all I have done has been in the interest of peace and good government, and having once delivered my mind, I would like it, I think, to be made public, but the other part of me regimes. I know I am at a climacteric for all men who live by their wits, so I do not despair. But the truth is I am pretty nearly useless at literature, and I will ask you to spare St. Ives when it goes to you. It is a sort of Count Robert of Paris, but I hope rather a Dami and Son, to be succeeded by our mutual friend, and great expectations, and a tale of two cities. No toil has been spared 443 over the ungrateful canvas, and it will not come together, and I must live and my family. Were it not for my health, which made it impossible, I could not find it in my heart to forgive myself that I did not stick to an honest, commonplace trade when I was young, which might have now supported me during these ill years. But do not suppose me to be down in anything else. Only, for the nonce, my skill deserts me, such as it is, or was. It was a very little dose of inspiration, and a pretty little trick of style, long lost, improved by the most heroic industry. So far, I have managed to please the journalists, but I am a fictitious article and have long known it. I am read by journalists, by my fellow novelists, and by boys. With these, insipid et explicit my vogue. Good thing anyway, for it seems to have sold the edition. And I look forward confidently to an aftermath. I do not think my health can be so hugely improved without some subsequent improvement in my brains, though of course there is the possibility that literature is a morbid secretion and abhors health. I do not think it is possible to have fewer illusions than one. I sometimes wish I had more. They are amusing, but I cannot take myself seriously as an artist. The limitations are so obvious. I did take myself seriously as a workman of old, but my practice has fallen off. I am now an idler and cumberer of the ground. It may be excused to me perhaps by 20 years of industry and ill health, which have taken the cream off the milk. As I was writing this last sentence, I heard the strident rain drawing near across the forest, and by the time I was come to the word cream it burst upon my roof, and has since redoubled and roared upon it. A very welcome change. All smells of the good wet earth, sweetly, with a kind of highland touch. The crystal rods of the shower, as I look up, have drawn their crisscross over everything, and a gentle and very welcome coolness comes up around me in little draughts, blessed 444 draughts, not chilling, only equalizing the temperature. Now the rain is off in this spot, but I hear it roaring still in the nigh neighborhood, and that moment I was driven from the veranda by random raindrops, spitting at me through the Japanese blinds. These are not tears with which the page is spotted. Now the windows stream, the roof reverberates. It is good. It answers something which is in my heart. I know not what, old memories of the wet moorland belike. Well, it has blown by again, and I am in my place once more, with an accompaniment of perpetual dripping on the veranda and very much inclined for a chat. The exact subject I do not know. It will be bitter at least, and that is strange, for my attitude is essentially not bitter, but I have come into these days when a man sees above all the seamy side, and I have dwelt some time in a small place where he has an opportunity of reading little motives that he would miss in the great world. And indeed, today, I am almost ready to call the world an error. Because I have not drugged myself with successful work, and there are all kinds of trifles buzzing in my ear, unfriendly trifles, from the least to Thuel to the pretty big. All these that touch me are pretty big, and yet none touch me in the least, if rightly looked at, except the one eternal burthen to go on making an income for my family. That is rightly the root and ground of my 99. The jingling, tingling, damned mint sauce is the trouble always. And if I could find a place where I could lie down and give up for, say, 2 years, and allow the sainted public to support me, if it were a lunatic asylum, wouldn't I go, just? But we can't have both extremes at once, worse luck. I should like to put my savings into a proprietarian investment and retire in the meanwhile into a communistic retreat, which is double-dealing. But you men with Aries don't know how a lass family weighs on a fellow's mind. I hear the article in next week's Herald is to be a great 445 affair, and all the officials who came to me the other day are to be attacked. This is the unpleasant side of being without a salary in public life. I will leave anyone to judge if my speech was well intended and calculated to do good. It was even daring, I assure you. One of the chiefs looked like a fiend at my description of Samoan warfare. Your warning was not needed. We are all determined to keep the peace and to hold our peace. I know, my dear fellow, how remote all this sounds. Kindly pardon your friend. I have my life to live here. These interests are for me immediate, and if I do not write of them, I might as soon not write at all. There is the difficulty in a distant correspondence. It is perhaps easy for me to enter into and understand your interests. I own it is difficult for you, but you must just wade through them for friendship's sake and try to find tolerable what is vital for your friend. I cannot forbear challenging you to it as to intellectual lists. It is the proof of intelligence, the proof of not being a barbarian, to be able to enter into something outside of oneself, something that does not touch one's next neighbor in the city omnibus. Goodbye, my lord. May your race continue and you flourish. Yours ever. To Zitalo. To Alison Cunningham. For a fuller account of the road-making affair here mentioned, see pp. 431-462. Vailima, October 8, 1894. My dear Cummy, so I hear you are ailing. Think shame to yoursel, so you think there is nothing better to be done with time than that, and be sure we can all do much ourselves to decide whether we are to be ill or well. Like a man on the gymnastic bars, we are all pretty well. As for me, there is nothing the matter with me in the world, beyond the disgusting circumstance that I am not so young as once I was. Lloyd has a gymnastic 446 machine and practices upon it every morning for an hour. He is beginning to be a kind of young Samson. Austin grows fat and brown and gets on not so ill with his lessons, and my mother is in great price. We are having knock-me-down weather for heat. I never remember it so hot before, and I fancy it means we are to have a hurricane again this year, I think. Since we came here, we have not had a single gale of wind. The Pacific is but a child to the North Sea. but when she does get excited and gets up and girds herself, she can do something good. We have had a very interesting business here. I helped the chiefs who were in prison, and when they were set free, what should they do but offer to make a part of my road for me out of gratitude? Well, I was ashamed to refuse, and the trumps dug my road for me and put up this inscription on a board. Considering the great love of His Excellency Tusitala in his loving care for us in our tribulation in the prison, we have made this great gift. It shall never be muddy, it shall go on forever, this road that we have dug. We had a great feast when it was done, and I read them a kind of lecture, which I dare say Auntie will have, and can let you see. We'll guid by to ye and joy be why ye, I hae nae time to say mair. They say I'm getting fat a fact, your laddie with all love. Robert Louis Stevenson. To James Payn. Vailima, Samoa, Nov 4, 1894. My dear James Payn, I am asked to relate to you a little incident of domestic life at Vailima. I had read your Gleams of Memory, number 1. It then went to my wife, to Osborne, to the cousin that is within my gates, and to my respected amanuensis, Mrs. Strong. Sunday approached. In the course of the afternoon, I was attracted to the great Old Winders is by Vanderputty, which 447, upon entering I beheld a memorable scene. The floor was bestrewn with the forms of midshipmen from the Curacoa, boldly, say a wilderness of gunrumand. In the midst of this sat Mrs. Strong throned on the sofa and reading aloud Gleams of Memory. They had just come the length of your immortal definition of boyhood in the concrete, and I had the pleasure to see the whole party dissolve under its influence with inextinguishable laughter. I thought this was not half bad for arthritic gout. Depend upon it, sir, when I go into the arthritic gout business, I shall be done with literature, or at least with the funny business. It is quite true, I have my battlefields behind me. I have done perhaps as much work as anybody else under the most deplorable conditions, but two things fall to be noticed. In the first place, I never was in actual pain, and in the second, I was never funny. I'll tell you the worst day that I remember. I had a hemorrhage and was not allowed to speak. Then, induced by the devil or an errant doctor, I was led to partake of that bowl which neither cheers nor inebriates, castor oil bowl. Now, when castor oil goes right, it is one thing, but when it goes wrong, it is another, and it went wrong with me that day. The waves of faintness and nausea succeeded each other for 12 hours, and I do feel a legitimate pride in thinking that I stuck to my work all through and wrote a good deal of Admiral Guinea, which I might just as well not have written for all the reward it ever brought me in spite of the barbarous bad conditions. I think that is my great boast, and it seems a little thing alongside of your Gleams of Memory illustrated by spasms of arthritic gout. We really should have an order of merit in the trade of letters. For valor, Scott would have had it, Pope too, myself on the strength of that castor oil, and James Payn would be a knight commander. The worst of it is, though Lang tells me you exhibit the courage of Hewish, that not even an order can alleviate the wretched annoyance 448 of the business. I have always said that there is nothing like pain, toothache, dumbache, arthritic gout. It does not matter what you call it. If the screw is put upon the nerves sufficiently strong, there is nothing left in heaven or in earth that can interest the sufferer. Still, even to this, there is the consolation that it cannot last forever. Either you will be relieved and have a good hour again before the sun goes down, or else you will be liberated. It is something after all, although not much, to think that you are leaving a brave example, that other literary men love to remember, as I am sure they will love to remember, everything about your sweetness, your brightness, your helpfulness to all of us, and in particular those one or two really adequate and noble papers which you have been privileged to write during these last years. With the heartiest and kindest goodwill, I remain yours ever. R50S. To Sidney Colvin. This was the last letter I received from my friend. On the morning of his death, the following month, he spoke of being behindhand with his December letter and of his intention to write it next day. Vailima, November 1894. Dear Colvin, Saturday there was a ball to the ship, and on Sunday Ger had a child to be baptized. Belle was to be godmother and had to be got down, which was impossible, as the jester Euclid says. However, we had 4 men of very different heights take the poles of a sort of bier, and carry her shoulder high down the road till we met a trap. On the return journey on Sunday, they were led by Austin playing on a bugle, and you have no idea how picturesque a business it was. The four half-naked bearers, the cane lounge at that height from the ground, and Belle in black and pretty pale, reclining very like a dead warrior of yore. However, she wasn't dead yet. All the rest of the afternoon we hung 449 about and had consultations about the baptism. Just as we went in to dinner, I saw the moon rise accurately full, looking 5 times greater than nature, and the face that we tried to decipher in its silver disk, wearing an obliterated but benignant expression. The ball followed. Bluejackets and officers danced indiscriminately after their pleasant fashion, and Belle, who lay in the hotel veranda and held a sort of reception all night, had her longest visit from one of the Bluejackets, her partner in the last ball. About 1 on the Sunday morning all was over, and we went to bed, alas, only to get up again, my room being in the veranda, where a certain solemnly absurd family conclave, all drunk, was being held until I suppose 3. By 6, I was awake and went out on the veranda. On the east the dawn had broken, cold and pink and rust color, and the marshes were all smoking whitely and blowing into the bay like smoke. But on the west all was golden. The street was empty, and right over it hung the setting moon, accurately round, yellow as an apricot, but slumberous, with an effect of afternoon you would not believe if you had not seen it. Then followed a couple of hours on the veranda I would be glad to forget. By 7:10, Y had joined me, as drunk as they make M. As he sat and talked to me, he smelt of the charnel house, methought. He looked so old, he is 1 month my senior. He spoke so silly, his poor leg is again covered with boils which will spell death to him, and enough. That interview has made me a teetotaler. Oh, it is bad to grow old. For me, it is practically hell. I do not like the consolations of age. I was born a young man, I have continued so, and before I end, a pantaloon, a driveler enough again. But I don't enjoy getting elderly. Belle and I got home about 3 in the afternoon, she having in the meantime renounced all that makes life worth living in the name of little Miss Gurr, and I seriously reflecting on renouncing the kindly bowl in earnest. Presently after arrived the news of 450 Marjorie, eyed the 100. S daughter being seriously ill, alarmingly 99. Fanny wanted to go down, it was a difficult choice. She was not fit for it. On the other hand, and by all accounts, the patient would die if she did not get better nursing. So we made up our own minds, and F and I set out about dusk, came to the 100, JS in the middle of dinner, and announced our errand. I am glad to say the 100. J received her very willingly, and I came home again, leaving her behind, where she was certainly much wanted. Nav 4th, you ask about St. Ives. No, there is no Burford Bridge in it, and no Boney. He is a squire of dames, and there are petticoats in the story, and damned bad ones too, and it is of a tolerable length, 100,000 I believe at least. Also, since you are curious on the point, St. Ives learned his English from a Mr. Vickery, an English lawyer, a prisoner in France. He must have had a fine gift of languages. Things are going on here in their usual gently disheartening gait. The treaty officials are both good fellows whom I can't help liking, but who will never make a hand of Samoa. Yours ever, R50 Stevenson. To Professor Maitland, congratulating an old friend of Savile Club days, C. Vol. 23, on his sailor son. Vailima, Samoa, Nov. 6th, 1894. My dear Maitland, greeting. This is but a word to say how much we felicitate ourselves on having made the acquaintance of Huey. He is having a famous good chance on board the Curacoa, which is the best ship I have ever seen. And as for himself, he is a most engaging boy, of whom you may very well be proud, and I have no mortal manner of doubt but what you are. He comes up here very often, where he is a great favorite 451 with my ladies, and sings me the melancholy airs of my native land with much acceptancy. His name has recently become changed in Vailima. Beginning with the courteous Mr. Maitland, it shaded off into the familiar Huey, and finally degenerated into the Whitrit. 85, I hear good reports of him abroad and ashore, and I scarce need to add my own testimony. Huey tells me you have gone into the publishing business, whereat I was much shocked. My own affairs with publishers are now in the most flourishing state, owing to my ingenuity in leaving them to be dealt with by a Scotch writer to the signet. It has produced revolutions in the book trade and my banking account. I tackled the Whitrit severely on a grammar you had published, which I had not seen and condemned out of hand and in the broadest Lallan. I even condescended on the part of that grammar which I thought to be the worst, and condemned your presentation of the English verb unmercifully. It occurs to me, since you are a publisher, that the least thing you could do would be to send me a copy of that grammar to correct my estimate. But I fear I am talking too long to one of the enemy. I begin to hear in fancy the voice of Maclejon upraised in the Savile Club. No quarter to publishers. So I will ask you to present my compliments to Mrs. Maclejon upon her son, and to accept for yourself the warmest reminiscences of Auld Lang Syne. Yours sincerely, Robert Louis Stevenson. To Lieutenant Eales. Vailima, Samoa, November 24, 1894. My dear Eales, the hand, as you will perceive, and also the spelling, is Tuila's, but the scrannel voice is 452, what remains of Tusitala's. First of all, for business. When you go to London, you are to charter a hansom cab and proceed to the museum. It is particular fun to do this on Sundays when the monument is shut up. Your cabman expostulates with you, you persist. The cabman drives up in front of the closed gates and says, "I told you so, sir." You breathe in the porter's ears the mystic name of Calvin, and he immediately unfolds the iron barrier. You drive in, and doesn't your cabman think you're a swell? A Lord Mayor is nothing to it. Calvin's door is the only one in the eastern gable of the building. Send in your card to him with from R50, S in the corner, and the machinery will do the rest. Henry James' address is 34 De Vere Mansions West. I cannot remember where the place is. I cannot even remember on which side of the park. But it's one of those big Cromwell Road-looking deserted thoroughfares out west in Kensington or Bayswater or between the two. And anyway, Calvin will be able to put you on the direct track for Henry James. I do not send formal introductions, as I have taken the liberty to prepare both of them for seeing you already. Hoskin is staying with us. It is raining dismally. The Curacoa track is hardly passable, but it must be trod tomorrow by the degenerate feet of their successor, the Wallaroos. I think it a very good account of these last that we don't think them either deformed or habitual criminals. They seem to be a kindly lot. The doctor will give you all the gossip. I have preferred in this letter to stick to the strictly solid and necessary. With kind messages from all in the house to all in the wardroom, all in the gun-room, and may we dare to breathe it to him who walks abaft. Believe me, my dear Eales, yours ever. R50, Stevenson. To Sir Herbert Maxwell. Vailima, Samoa, December 1, 1894. Dear Sir Herbert, thank you very much for your long and kind letter. I shall certainly take your advice and call my cousin, the Lion King, into council. It is certainly a very interesting subject, though I don't suppose it can possibly lead to anything, this connection between the Stevensons and McGregors. Alas, your invitation is to me a mere derision. My chances of visiting heaven are about as valid as my chances of visiting Monreath, though I should like well to see you, shrunken into a cottage, a literary lord of Ravenscraig. I suppose it is the inevitable doom of all those who dabble in Scotch soil, but really your fate is the more blessed. I cannot conceive anything more grateful to me, or more amusing or more picturesque, than to live in a cottage outside your own park walls. With renewed thanks, believe me, dear Sir Herbert, yours very truly. Robert Louis Stevenson. To Andrew Lang. The following refers, of course, to Weir of Hermiston, the chief character of which was studied from the traditions of Lord Braxfield, and on which Stevenson was working at the full height of his powers when death overtook him 2 days later. Vailima, Samoa, December 1, 1894. My dear Lang, for the portrait of Braxfield, much thanks. It is engraved from the same Reburn portrait that I saw in 76 or 77, with so extreme a gusto that I have ever since been Braxfield's humble servant, and am now trying, as you know, to stick him into a novel. Alas, one might as well try to stick in Napoleon. The picture shall be framed and hung up in my study. Not only as 454 a memento of you, but as a perpetual encouragement to do better with his lordship. I have not yet received the transcripts. They must be very interesting. Do you know I picked up the other day an old Longmans where I found an article of yours that I had missed, about Christie's? I read it with great delight. The year ends with us pretty much as it began, among wars and rumors of wars, and a vast and splendid exhibition of official incompetence. Yours ever. R50, Stevenson. To Edmund Goss. The next and last letter is to Mr. Goss, dated also only 2 days before the writer's death. It acknowledges the dedication to Tusitala of that gentleman's volume of poems in russet and silver just received. Vailima, Samoa, December 1, 1894. I am afraid, my dear Weg, that this must be the result of bribery and corruption. The volume to which the dedication stands as preface seems to me to stand alone in your work. It is so natural, so personal, so sincere, so articulate in substance, and what you always were sure of, so rich in adornment. Let me speak first of the dedication. I thank you for it from the heart. It is beautifully said, beautifully and kindly felt, and I should be a churl indeed if I were not grateful, and an ass if I were not proud. I remember when Symonds dedicated a book to me, I wrote and told him of the pang of gratified vanity with which I had read it. The pang was present again, but how much more sober and autumnal-like your volume. Let me tell you a story, or remind you of a story. In the year of grace something or other, anything between 76 and 78, I mentioned to you in my usual autobiographical and inconsiderate manner that I was hard up. You said promptly that you had a balance at your banker's, and could make it convenient to let me have a check, and I 455 accepted, and got the money. How much was it? 20 or perhaps 30 pounds. I know not, but it was a great convenience. The same evening, or the next day, I fell in conversation in my usual autobiographical, and see above with a denizen of the Savile Club, name now gone from me, only his figure and a dim three-quarter view of his face remaining. To him, I mentioned that you had given me a loan, remarking easily that of course it didn't matter to you. Whereupon he read me a lecture and told me how it really stood with you financially. He was pretty serious, fearing, as I could not help perceiving, that I should take too light a view of the responsibility, and the service I was always thought too lithe, irresponsible gesture, you remember. O quantum mutatus ab illo. If I remember rightly, the money was repaid before the end of the week. To be more exact and a trifle pedantic, the senite, but the service has never been forgotten, and I send you back this piece of ancient history, Consul Planco, as a salute for your dedication, and propose that we should drink the health of the nameless one, who opened my eyes as to the true nature of what you did for me on that occasion. But here comes my amanuensis, so well get on more swimmingly now. You will understand perhaps that what so particularly pleased me in the new volume, what seems to me to have so personal and original a note, are the middle-aged pieces in the beginning. The whole of them, I may say, though I must own an especial liking to. I yearn not for the fighting fate that holds and hath achieved. I live to watch and meditate, and dream and be deceived. You take the change gallantly, not I must confess. It is all very well to talk of renunciation, and of course it has to be done. But for my part, give me a roaring toothache. I do like to be deceived and to dream, but 456 I have very little use for either watching or meditation. I was not born for age. And curiously enough, I seem to see a contrary drift in my work from that which is so remarkable in yours. You are going on sedately traveling through your ages, decently changing with the years to the proper tune. And here am I, quite out of my true course, and with nothing in my foolish elderly head but love stories. This must repose upon some curious distinction of temperaments. I gather from a phrase, boldly autobiographical, that you are, well, not precisely growing thin. Can that be the difference? It is rather funny that this matter should come up just now, as I am at present engaged in treating a severe case of middle age in one of my stories, The Justice Clerk. The case is that of a woman, and I think that I am doing her justice. You will be interested, I believe, to see the difference in our treatments. Secreta vit comes nearer to the case of my poor Kirsty. Come to think of it, Gas, I believe the main distinction is that you have a family growing up around you, and I am a childless, rather bitter, very clear-eyed, blighted youth. I have, in fact, lost the path that makes it easy and natural for you to descend the hill. I am going at it straight, and where I have to go down, it is a precipice. I must not forget to give you a word of thanks for an English village. It reminds me strongly of Keats, which is enough to say, and I was particularly pleased with the petulant sincerity of the concluding sentiment. Well, my dear Gas, here's wishing you all health and prosperity, as well as to the mistress and the bairns. May you live long, since it seems as if you would continue to enjoy life. May you write many more books as good as this one, only there's one thing impossible. You can never write another dedication that can give the same pleasure to the vanished. To Citalo. This question is with a view to the adventures of the hero in St. Ives, who, according to Stevenson's original plan, was to have been picked up from his foundered balloon by an American privateer. As to admire the Black Arrow. The suppressed first part of The Amateur Emigrant, written in San Francisco in 1879, which it was proposed now to condense, and to some extent recast for the Edinburgh edition. Word omitted in MS. I may be allowed to quote the following sentence from a letter of this gentleman written when the news of our friend's death reached England. So great was his power of winning love, that though I knew him for less than a week, I could have borne the loss of many a more intimate friend with less sorrow than Stevenson's. When I saw him, last Easter, there was no suggestion of failure of strength. After all I had heard of his delicacy, I was astonished at his vigor. He was up at 5, and at work soon after, and at 11 o'clock at night, he was dancing on the floor of the big room while I played Scotch and Irish reels on the rickety piano. He would talk to me for hours of home and old friends, but with a wonderful cheerfulness, knowing himself banished from them for life, and yet brought close to them by love. I confidently counted on his living. He took keen interest in my own poor work, and it was one of my ambitions to send him a book some day which would better deserve his attention. Sentimental Tommy, whose chief likeness to R50 S was meant to be in the literary temperament and passion for the mot proper. A proposed frontispiece for one of the volumes of the Edinburgh edition. Zeg query laced. Of the Record. Tribe Impulse. It seemed an obvious duty to publish the speech in question through the English press, as the best proof both of Stevenson's wise and understanding methods of dealing with his native friends and of the affection and authority which he enjoyed among them. I have reprinted it as a necessary supplement to this letter in Appendix 2, at end of the present volume. Whitrit or Whitrack is Scots for a weasel. Why applied to Mr. Maclejohn, I know not. Appendix I. Account of the death and burial of R50, Stevenson, by Lloyd Osborne. He wrote hard all that morning of the last day. His half-finished book, Hermiston, he judged the best he had ever written, and the sense of successful effort made him buoyant and happy as nothing else could. In the afternoon, the mail fell to be answered. Not business correspondence effort, this was left till latter, but replies to the long, kindly letters of distant friends, received but 2 days since, and still bright in memory. At sunset he came downstairs, rallied his wife about the forebodings she could not shake off, talked of a lecturing tour to America that he was eager to make, as he was now so well, and played a game at cards with her to drive away her melancholy. He said he was hungry, begged her assistance to help him make a salad for the evening meal, and to enhance the little feast, he brought up a bottle of old Burgundy from the cellar. He was helping his wife on the veranda and gaily talking, when suddenly he put both hands to his head and cried out, "What's that?" Then he asked quickly, "Do I look strange?" Even as he did so, he fell on his knees beside her. He was helped into the great hall, between his wife and his body-servant, Sissimo, losing consciousness instantly as he lay back in the armchair that had once been his grandfather's. Little time was lost in bringing the Drs. Anderson of the Man of War and his friend Dr. Funk. They looked at him and shook their heads. 458 they labored strenuously and left nothing undone, but he had passed the bounds of human skill. The dying man lay back in the chair, breathing heavily, his family about him frenzied with grief as they realized all hope was past. The dozen and more Samoans that formed part of the little clan of which he was chief sat in a wide semicircle on the floor, their reverent, troubled, sorrow-stricken faces all fixed upon their dying master. Some knelt on one knee to be instantly ready for any command that might be laid upon them. A narrow bed was brought into the center of the room. The master was gently laid upon it, his head supported by a rest, the gift of Shelley's son. Slower and slower grew his respiration, wider the interval between the long, deep breaths. The Rev. Mr. Clark was now come, an old and valued friend. He knelt and prayed as the life ebbed away. He died at 8:10 on Monday, evening the 3rd of December, in the 4th or 5th year of his age. The great Union Jack that flew over the house was hauled down and laid over the body, fit shroud for a loyal Scotsman. He lay in the hall which was ever his pride, where he had passed the gayest and most delightful hours of his life, a noble room with open stairway and mullioned windows. In it were the treasures of his far-off Scottish home, the old carved furniture, the paintings and busts that had been in his father's house before him. The Samoans passed in procession beside his bed, kneeling and kissing his hand, each in turn, before taking their places for the long night watch beside him. No entreaty could induce them to retire, to rest themselves for the painful and arduous duties of the morrow. It would show little love for Tusitala, they said, if they did not spend their last night beside him. Mournful and silent, they sat in deep dejection, poor, simple, loyal folk, fulfilling the duty they owed their chief. A messenger was dispatched to the few chiefs connected with the family to announce the tidings and bid 459 them assemble their men on the morrow for the work there was to do. Sissimo asked on behalf of the Roman Catholics that they might be allowed to recite the prayers for the dead. Till midnight the solemn chants continued, the prolonged, sonorous prayers of the Church of Rome in commingled Latin and Samoan. Later still, a chief arrived with his retainers, bringing a precious mat to wrap about the dead. He too knelt and kissed the hand of Tusitala and took his place amid the sleepless watchers. Another arrived with a fine mat, a man of higher rank, whose incipient consumption had often troubled the master. Talofa Tusitala, he said as he drew nigh and took a long, mournful look at the face he knew so well. When later on he was momentarily required on some business of the morrow, he bowed reverently before retiring. Tofa Tusitala, he said, sleep Tusitala. The morning of the 4th of December broke cool and sunny, a beautiful day, rare at this season of the year. More fine mats were brought, until the Union Jack lay nigh concealed beneath them. Among the newcomers was an old Matoffa chief, one of the builders of the Road of the Loving Hearts, a man who had spent many days in prison for participation in the rebellion. I am only a poor Samoan and ignorant, said he, as he crouched beside the body. Others are rich, and can give Tusitala the parting presents of rich fine mats. I am poor, and can give nothing this last day he receives his friends. Yet I am not afraid to come and look the last time in my friend's face, never to see him more till we meet with God. Behold, Tusitala is dead, Matoffa is also dead to us. These two great friends have been taken by God. When Matoffa was taken, who was our support but Tusitala? We were in prison, and he cared for us. We were sick, and he made us well. We were hungry, and he fed us. The day was no longer than his kindness. You are great people and full of love, yet who among you is so 460 great as Tusitala? What is your love to his love? Our clan was Matoffa's clan, for whom I speak this day. Therein was Tusitala also. We mourn them both. A meeting of chiefs was held to apportion the work and divide the men into parties. 40 were sent with knives and axes to cut a path up the steep face of the mountain, and the writer himself led another party to the summit, men chosen from the immediate family to dig the grave on a spot where it was Mr. Stevenson's wish that he should lie. Nothing more picturesque can be imagined than the narrow ledge that forms the summit of Via, a place no wider than a room and flat as a table. On either side the land descends precipitously. In front lies the vast ocean and the surf-swept reefs. To the right and left green mountains rise, densely covered with the primeval forest. 200 years ago the eyes of another man turned towards that same peak of Via as the spot that should ultimately receive his war-worn body. Solu, a famous chief. All the morning, Samoans were arriving with flowers. Few of these were white, for they have not learned our foreign custom, and the room glowed with the many colors. There were no strangers on that day, no acquaintances, those only were called who would deeply feel the loss. At 1 o'clock, a body of powerful Samoans bore away the coffin, hid beneath a tattered red ensign that had flown above his vessel in many a corner of the South Seas. A path so steep and rugged taxed their strength to the utmost, for not only was the journey difficult in itself, but extreme care was requisite to carry the coffin shoulder-high. Half an hour later, the rest of his friends followed. It was a formidable ascent and tried them hard. 19 Europeans and some 60 Samoans reached the summit. After a short rest, the Rev. W. E. Clark read the burial service of the Church of England, interposing a prayer that Mr. Stevenson had written and 461 had read aloud to his family only the evening before his death. We beseech thee, Lord, to behold us with favor, folk of many families and nations, gathered together in the peace of this roof, weak men and women, subsisting under the covert of thy patience. Be patient still, suffer us yet a while longer with our broken purposes of good, and our idle endeavors against evil suffer us a while longer to endure, and if it may be help us to do better. Bless to us our extraordinary mercies, if the day come when these must be taken, have us play the man under affliction. Be with our friends, be with ourselves. Go with each of us to rest. If any awake, temper to them the dark hours of watching, and when the day returns to us, our sun and comforter, call us up with morning faces, and with morning hearts eager to labor, eager to be happy, if happiness shall be our portion, and, if the day be marked for sorrow, strong to endure it. We thank thee and praise thee, and in the words of him to whom this day is sacred, close our oblation. Appendix Roman 2. Address of R50. Stevenson to the Chiefs on the opening of the Road of Gratitude, October 1894. Mr. Stevenson said, "We are met together today to celebrate an event and to do honor to certain chiefs, my friends Lele Matafa, Salvo, Po, Teleso, Tupuola Latafaga, Tupuola Amil, Muliaiga, Ifopo, and Facialofa. You are all aware in some degree of what has happened. You know these chiefs to have been prisoners. You perhaps know that during the term of their confinement, I had it in my power to do them certain favors. One thing some of you cannot know, that they were immediately repaid by answering attentions. They were liberated by the new administration, by the king and the chief justice and the Tatesafono, who are here amongst us today, and to whom we all desire to tender our renewed and perpetual gratitude for that favor. As soon as they were free men owing no man anything instead of going home to their own places and families, they came to me. They offered to do this work for me as a free gift, without hire, without supplies, and I was tempted at first to refuse their offer. I knew the country to be poor, I knew famine threatening, I knew their families long disorganized for want of supervision. Yet I accepted, because I thought the lesson of that road might be more useful to Samoa than 1,000 breadfruit trees, and because to myself it was an exquisite pleasure to receive 463 that which was so handsomely offered. It is now done, you have trod it today in coming hither. It has been made for me by chiefs, some of them old, some sick, all newly delivered from a harassing confinement, and in spite of weather unusually hot and insalubrious. I have seen these chiefs labor valiantly with their own hands upon the work, and I have set up over it, now that it is finished, the name of the road of gratitude, the road of loving hearts, and the names of those that built it. In perpetuum memoriam, we say and speak idly. At least so long as my own life shall be spared, it shall be here perpetuated, partly for my pleasure and in my gratitude, partly for others, to continually publish the lesson of this road." Addressing himself to the chiefs, Mr. Stevenson then said, "I will tell you, chiefs, that when I saw you working on that road, my heart grew warm, not with gratitude only, but with hope. It seemed to me that I read the promise of something good for Samoa. It seemed to me, as I looked at you, that you were a company of warriors in a battle, fighting for the defense of our common country against all aggression. For there is a time to fight and a time to dig. You Samoans may fight, you may conquer 20 times and 30 times, and all will be in vain. There is but one way to defend Samoa. Hear it before it is too late. It is to make roads and gardens and care for your trees and sell their produce wisely, and in one word, to occupy and use your country. If you do not, others will. The speaker then referred to the parable of the talents, Matt 25:30, and continuing impressively asked, "What are you doing with your talent, Samoa? Your 3 talents, Savi, Upolu, and Tuduila, have you buried it in a napkin? Not Upolu at least. You have rather given it out to be trodden under feet of swine, and the swine cut down food trees and burn houses, according 464 to the nature of swine, or of that much worse animal, foolish man, acting according to his folly. Thou knewest that I reap where I sowed not, and gather where I have not strawed. But God has both sown and strawed for you here in Samoa. He has given you a rich soil, a splendid sun, copious rain, all is ready to your hand, half done. And I repeat to you that thing which is sure, if you do not occupy and use your country, others will. It will not continue to be yours or your children's if you occupy it for nothing. You and your children will in that case be cast out into outer darkness, where shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth, for that is the law of God which passeth not away. I who speak to you have seen these things. I have seen them with my eyes, these judgments of God. I have seen them in Ireland, and I have seen them in the mountains of my own country, Scotland, and my heart was sad. These were a fine people in the past, brave, gay, faithful, and very much like Samoans, except in one particular, that they were much wiser and better at that business of fighting of which you think so much. But the time came to them, as it now comes to you, and it did not find them ready. The messenger came into their villages, and they did not know him. They were told, as you are told, to use and occupy their country, and they would not hear. And now you may go through great tracts of the land and scarce meet a man or a smoking house, and see nothing but sheep feeding. The other people that I tell you of have come upon them like a foe in the night, and these are the other people's sheep who browse upon the foundation of their houses, to come nearer, and I have seen this judgment in Oahu also. I have ridden there the whole day along the coast of an island. Hour after hour went by, and I saw the face of no living man except that of the guide who rode with me. All along that desolate coast, in one bay after another, we saw, still standing, the churches that have been built by the Hawaiians of old. There must have been many 465 many thousands, dwelling there in old times and worshipping God in these now empty churches. For today they were empty, the doors were closed, the villages had disappeared, the people were dead and gone, only the church stood on like a tombstone over a grave, in the midst of the white men's sugar fields. The other people had come and used that country, and the Hawaiians who occupied it for nothing had been swept away, where is weeping and gnashing of teeth. I do not speak of this lightly, because I love Samoa and her people. I love the land. I have chosen it to be my home while I live, and my grave after I am dead. And I love the people, and have chosen them to be my people to live and die with. And I see that the day is come now of the great battle, of the great and the last opportunity by which it shall be decided whether you are to pass away like these other races of which I have been speaking, or to stand fast and have your children living on and honoring your memory in the land you received of your fathers. The Land Commission and the Chief Justice will soon have ended their labors. Much of your land will be restored to you to do what you can with. Now is the time the messenger is come into your villages to summon you. The man is come with the measuring rod. The fire is lighted in which you shall be tried, whether you are gold or dross. Now is the time for the true champions of Samoa to stand forth. And who is the true champion of Samoa? It is not the man who blackens his face and cuts down trees and kills pigs and wounded men. It is the man who makes roads, who plants food trees, who gathers harvests, and is a profitable servant before the Lord, using and improving that great talent that has been given him in trust. That is the brave soldier. that is the true champion, because all things in a country hang together like the links of the anchor cable, one by another, but the anchor itself is industry. There is a friend of most of us, who is far away, not to be forgotten where I am, where Tupuola is, where po lele matafa solvo po teleso, Tupuola latafaga, Tupulo amil, muliiga, ifopo, facialofa, lemusu are. He knew what I am telling you, no man better. He saw the day was come when Samoa had to walk in a new path, and to be defended not only with guns and blackened faces and the noise of men shouting, but by digging and planting, reaping and sowing. When he was still here amongst us, he busied himself planting cacao. He was anxious and eager about agriculture and commerce, and spoke and wrote continually, so that when we turn our minds to the same matters, we may tell ourselves that we are still obeying Matafa. Ua totala mai poi ua mamo. I know that I do not speak to idle or foolish hearers. I speak to those who are not too proud to work for gratitude. Chiefs, you have worked for Tusitala, and he thanks you from his heart. In this, I could wish you could be an example to all Samoa. I wish every chief in these islands would turn to, and work, and build roads, and sow fields, and plant food trees, and educate his children, and improve his talents not for love of Tusitala, but for the love of his brothers, and his children, and the whole body of generations yet unborn. Chiefs, on this road that you have made many feet shall follow. The Romans were the bravest and greatest of people, mighty men of their hands, glorious fighters and conquerors. To this day in Europe, you may go through parts of the country where all is marsh and bush, and perhaps after struggling through a thicket, you shall come forth upon an ancient road, solid and useful as the day it was made. You shall see men and women bearing their burdens along that even way, and you may tell yourself that it was built for them perhaps 1,500 years before, perhaps before the coming of Christ, by the Romans. And the people still remember and bless 467 them for that convenience, and say to one another that as the Romans were the bravest men to fight, so they were the best at building roads. Chiefs, a road is not built to last 1,000 years, yet in a sense it is. When a road is once built, it is a strange thing how it collects traffic, how every year, as it goes on, more and more people are found to walk thereon, and others are raised up to repair and perpetuate it and keep it alive, so that perhaps even this road of ours may, from reparation to reparation, continue to exist and be useful hundreds and hundreds of years after we are mingled in the dust. And it is my hope that our faraway descendants may remember and bless those who labored for them today.